Hello, welcome to this model game about the Benoni, and here we'll see a prime example of how the Benoni can be fit into different kind of repertoires. So for instance, my opponent was a d4 player, but against the King's Indian, he would always play the f3 variation. So I opted for the King's Indians. I'm not even a King's Indian player, but from time to time I play this move order since I was sure he would play f3, and here I was sure he would play d5. So it's something you can play around with as well, change the move orders, because maybe if you play straightforward Benoni, they play another variation, but if you know for sure they play this 9, that's why f3 is kinda not that popular anymore, as this Benoni is very nice. And here we'll see how we play around the general goals of the variation. First and foremost, playing a6, including h6 is always nice, and now a6, a4, no reason why not to play it in this sense. And here rook e8, when to choose knight bd7 or rook e8, it's a great example that the knight is on e2 already, which is not very optimal for white. If the knight was still on g1, we wouldn't want to play knight d7, because then knight h3 would be an extra option, knight f2. And then suddenly the white king will be much safer, and the development will be less awkward for white, because now this knight on e2 is a bit weird, as you can see here. So now I started for rook e8, queen d2, and here knight d7. Here already another important trick in the f3 variation, which is that whenever black plays bishop takes h6, I can play knight e4. And here after taking, queen h4 check, it's a double threat here, g3, we take on h6, take. Here it's pretty clear how this knight is very important here in this round, because otherwise knight f6 would win. So again, don't be too comfortable with the trick, think ahead, because now, for instance, white could take on d6, but after rook e5, let's say, we would be able to take on d5, and white is still very behind on development. Now knight f6, and the rook is coming, I'm taking this pawn, and this bishop even is going to annoy white for this diagonal or this diagonal, yeah? So this is a bit better for black. So my opponent plays the normal knight g3, and here we play h5. Now we want to punish this knight. See how if we allowed knight h3, knight f2, this is also kind of irrelevant, this pawn on h5. So again, it's very important to keep the tempo in these positions. And if you don't remember the theory, it's fine, but if you remember the plans that white wants to do, it's much better. Bishop e2, h4, this is perfect because since white spent the tempo with queen d2, white is not castled yet, so knight h1, knight f2 is not possible. So here knight f1 is forced, and here I could have been a bit smarter, because now if we pay attention to this position, it's like, and I ask you the following question, what is white gonna do now? What is white next move? White next move is bishop g5. Why? Because white wants to provoke h3 and then g4, and then the knight goes to g3. So here I could have started with rook b8, because I played h3, so anyway, white would love to force me to play h3, and I played without forcing. This would be a subtle advantage here. g4. And here I play knight e5, and here I could be played rook b8, b5, and sacrifice the pawn already, but okay, I play knight e5, knight e3, rook b8, castle b5. My idea was, okay, this pawn on h3 is very annoying, I'm pretty sure you've seen many modern games, many modern variations where black or white plays h4, h5, h6. And having this pawn creates a lot of threats. This diagonal is such a nuisance for white, and also knight f3, knight g4, all these sacrifices are in the air all the time. So I thought, might as well just activate the pieces. And after ab5, knight b5. Here already I have this really nice trick, which I played during the game, which is knight f3 check. What's the point? This bishop is kind of defending everything. And after rook f3, I can play bishop g4, for instance. And the issue here is that, okay, white might be able to hold the piece with something like rook f2, but after taking and, I don't know, even just knight e4, maybe some other rules work, this position is already really nice in compensation, because we have a couple pawns, this pawn is very annoying, and the king is permanently weak, and white doesn't really have any active plan to annoy us, and it's just a piece down. Okay, I know it sounds heavy, but the thing is, the king will be permanently weak, and we have pretty much a lot of counterplay during the whole game. So this would be a great example of how this cascade of sacrifices. Yeah. Actually, I play queen b6 first, because a very tempting idea for white was to play b4, yeah, because if white wants to retreat with the knight, I take on b2 and basically activate my rook, and suddenly this diagonal is even much weaker. So here I kind of did the sneaky trap, because after b4 now I play knight f3, and this is very much different because now if white opts for the same approach, we just take on e2, and suddenly this knight is not defended anymore because we have an extra piece, yeah? So we will be winning already. So here it needs to take on c5 and give up the exchange with knight c3. And here it feels like white has very nice center and 2 pieces for rook. But okay, if we pay close attention, white has 2 knights that basically cannot jump anywhere. Yeah, these 2 knights. And this bishop is not useful anymore. And also the pawns are very well blocked by our minor pieces. And this knight on e5 will jump through all the light squares, and basically the knight on g3 has no future, the knight on c3 is very weak, and here we just keep improving our pieces now. And after rook c1, queen b4, the point is I prefer to keep improving the pieces and not make it too easy for white, because okay, if we play knight e5, bishop e2 is a possibility, but here I play queen b4, and here obviously bishop e2 is a possibility, but there are so many moves for white, and white can mess up. Yeah, so that's sometimes a good thing to do. Don't make the move that it's quite obvious, because here I still have bishop d4, which is interesting, because black is very weak in the dark squares. If you think about it, white has 1, 2, 3 pieces that only cover light squares for now. So, and all the pawns as well. So getting to the dark squares is interesting. So this is a very great advice, that don't play the threatening move all the time. It's no need. I mean, if you have something after to justify it, it's fine, but don't get too, let's say, pushed from the Benoni, from the spirit. After knight f1, here many moves are good. Maybe bishop d4 was good. Maybe c4, knight c5. A lot of the ideas that are pretty common on the Benoni are good. But here, one of the things that maybe had a great success with the Benoni is just improving the pieces whenever I can. So here I played rook a8, because I thought, okay, rook a3, and this rook gets into the play, and basically it was the last piece that wasn't really playing. So it's not the optimal move, but it's a good move. Knight d1, knight e5, now we win a tempo, and see how important it is, because now white would love to play bishop e2 to counter a knight, yeah, the bishop covering all the squares. But now it's impossible, because he retreated both knights and the e4 pawn will be hanging. So this intermediate move is very annoying, because look at this bishop now, yeah? Now knight g4, again, we kind of want to pressure the only dark square that is left for black. And if black takes on b4, I wouldn't mind, because after cb4, this should be a really great pass pawn. And white could try to take on c5, but this, pretty sure this is not advisable, because if I exchange the queens and maybe rook c8, maybe bishop h6, I don't know which one bothers you most, because bishop h6 kind of forces you to defend with rook c2, and now I have an entry with rook a1. This could be an interesting approach. I can also play with rook c8 and get you the pin, but maybe here knight b3 kind of holds. I mean, it looks very ugly, because now, for instance, bishop h6, where do you exactly move to rook? Because rook c2, I might even have threats with knight e3. I don't know. I think this bishop h6 is more pressuring, but again, I'm not in a hurry. The thing is white is very awkward and almost losing. So white opted for queen e2, defending a bit more. I just take the only dark piece that is covering this. Again, check this pawn, that is very annoying. And now I get in with the rook. This was a very nice trick. I sacrifice the rook for like a force combination, let's say. After queen e1, this is a very funny position, like all the initiative I have. And here after bishop d4, white is forced to cover with the knight. Knight e3 wouldn't be advisable because loses the knight. But after knight f2, we just take the rook. And again, check how just this pawn completely annoys black. And here again, I like a lot how I finished this game. That's why I also put it in as a model game, because bishop f3, again, what do we do after we got all this exchange and all these pieces are passive? We improve the last piece that doesn't play, rook b8. So again, I want you to have this idea of dynamics and keep improving the pieces. And again, I don't think I played any subtle move this game, but I got a really nice win against 23-30. And after bishop e2, rook b2 might be winning as well, but queen f4 is also very direct. and queen f4, and now rook b2 is coming, and okay, and here is line. So basically, this model game was a really great example, I feel, about how this f3 variation is not really easy for black, and if you manage to push the h-pawn, it gets very annoying. And if white doesn't really, let's say, play precise on the opening, it can get into trouble very, very quickly. And also, it's a great example of how development is really well praised in the Benoni, and how sometimes you just win by playing your, I don't like to say only move, but the logical move all the time, yeah? So I hope you enjoyed, and see you in another model game. Hello, welcome to this model game, and here we'll see a variation of the Benoni, the 4 pawns Benoni. Basically, this is more or less all the theory, and some of the old variation without bishop b5 check, which is knight f3. This can also be very interesting for many people, as sometimes people play this 4 variation pawn in the King's Indian. So it is a very nice move order to play like this, and here we play c5, yeah? So again, if you know they play the 4 pawns, you can also choose this move order. It doesn't have any nuisance here. Maybe you need to check dc, but this is just fine for black. And after d5, e6, there is no e5 anymore, so white is forced to play bishop e2 or bishop d3. In this case, bishop e2 with transpose to the game. And again, we will be talking a lot about this and how you can use the move orders and change about to get a good position in the Benoni. But here anyway, I get into the direct Benoni, and my opponent plays this line, and I bd7 here, castle rook e8, we pressure on e4, and here there are a couple variations, queen c2, which we play with a6, and knight d2, which we play with this very nice thematic sacrifice. That this is already a 2010 game, but these themes were already much known, and now I want to have this really nice square for the knight and make use of white having this bishop still here on the first, and still missing some tempos. Yeah? So c4, e5, this is one of the main variations, and again white gives up the pawn, but seems that white is having such a nice center, and 2 knights. But basically here we are in a hurry, because if white plays here, if it were a white turn, bishop f3, and we will be very close to losing already, because we cannot move this knight, then this doesn't have that much stable squares. Knight d6 is also a very annoying threat. And white is coming, yeah, like the initiative and the rooks are coming, and if we are not able to develop this bishop and on this queen side, it can be very annoying. So here knight d4, very important move. Basically, as usual, we want to open this diagonal, exchange a couple of pieces. I think in general, in every line of the Benoni, it's really nice. And bishop f3, and here again, we could have the option of taking this pawn, but development is crucial, because here, this position will be very annoying. For instance, d6, let's say. And the thing is, okay, white doesn't threaten anything, but tell me, how exactly am I going to develop my queen side? And white doesn't really have to do anything. He can play some safe moves like king h1, so I don't have any cheeky check. And then at some point the pressure on the f-file, or even just getting with the rook on c7 will be very annoying, and I have 0 going to play. Like, this bishop is completely irrelevant to the game. So again, be careful of material. And as usual, the Benoni praises development. So here knight f6, we keep controlling the e4 square, and we make room for this bishop. Bishop e5. And here I have a very nice trick. If you want to think about it and to spot it, you can pause the video. And I don't know if the moves are already spoiled for you, but okay, I'm just gonna pretend that you did not see the move. So here the point is rook e5. Again, as I like to teach to my students in calculus, checks, captures, and threats. And the Benoni is very important that we consider all the possibilities in this sense, because sometimes there are hidden tricks. And here the point is a very simple trick. After queen b6, knight f2. And here, a very difficult thing is that we need to understand that white is very much worse, because all the pieces are pointing to light squares, if we think about it. And therefore, white doesn't have enough pieces to create pressure through the dark squares. For instance, d6, that maybe is the only 3D move. I mean, queen b2 is immediate threat. Just bishop b6, I could even take on b2 first, but just bishop b6 and rook d8, and okay, white position looks menacing, but after rook d8, white is so much weaker in dark squares, and we have a very good stronghold on light squares as well, and many pieces covered in light squares, so white doesn't really have any kind of threat. And eventually d6 pawn will fall, and the king is relatively weak. Whenever the f pawn isn't there, the king is much weaker. So this was a really nice continuation that could have ended the game quite sooner, but okay. I play knight c3, and after bishop c3, bishop f5. Again, just development. Yeah, now my rook is coming, and now white doesn't really have that much initiative with d6, as we checked before. And here I have a very nice anecdote, because I think a year later we have a meeting with Ulf Andersson, I think in Benasque. And this was one of the games we checked. And I remember at that time, in 2010, engines were already decent, but not as good as now. And I remember he proposed this move, like this just really Ulf Andersson move, like really controlling position. So now white wants to play a4, b3, and basically instead of focusing on creating more dynamics for in his favor, just controlling the position and preventing mine. Yeah, and here if black wants to exchange the light square bishop, white is fine with that, and white wants to secure this knight on c4, which is the crucial piece, because if the knight is kicked from here, it doesn't have any nice squares. Well, how we'll see the game. So this was actually he completely crushed, and we didn't even expect this. There were plenty of strong players as well, and yeah, it was a funny anecdote of how even the most positional player can find moves in these crazy Menonis as well. So after a4, we played queen. He played queen b3, but here again. We pressure rook c8, we keep developing, and we pressure c4. Played rook a1, that looks kind of menacing, kind of interesting, but after queen c7, white is already in much trouble because this knight doesn't have any back suitable square. Here knight a3, and here we enter in some dynamics that favor us. Here, as a rule of thumb of how to approach this position, is that after knight g4 is the first move that you need to consider, because, okay, maybe after queen c5 check, but bishop d4 is a strong reply. But this move is a threat that basically is threatening mate in 1, and after bishop g4, white has a really weak king, and the queen and the knight are really apart from the king, so the king is very weak. And it's momentaneous, it's not direct, but here I have a very nice trick that I pull off after rook c1. Again, I don't know if the game is spoiled to you, but if you want to think about it, I highly recommend you to think. Because you need to be creative in the Benoni, and spotting tricks, and most importantly, not allowing your opponent to have easy moves. I will insist a lot in this, and in my courses, and also when I'm doing classes and stuff, that the most revealing thing that you can do to analyze your own games is just to flip the board and ask yourself, okay, did my opponent have any easy moves? And if you suddenly realize that, okay, but I didn't, my opponent didn't any problem the whole game. So all the moves were easy, were the first ones that you would think of, and they were good. So again, this is really nice approach. So the move here is queen c5 check, and after king h1, bishop takes c3. And this doesn't look that obvious, but after if bc3, again, this I think rook e2 is very much almost winning, because white is really too weak and this knight is completely isolated of the game, and d5 will eventually fall as well. And here after rook c3, give you another opportunity. Have you seen the idea? Queen f2. Queen f2, a really nice... if I put you this position in Puzzle Rush, you will play queen f2 immediately. But okay, to figure it out before is the sweet spot. And here after rook e1, and since the queen cannot be taken, white is at least losing a rook. Yeah. So this was a nice trick. That's why my opponent played h3, because this bishop is pinned. So here I play queen d6. In aims of if rook c3, maybe you can just take, and then bishop e2, for instance, and take the pawn. Okay, it looks scary, but really the bishop will be back, and we are a healthy pawn out. Yeah. And my opponent played knight b5. I play queen d7, rook c3, and again this position is a bit messy. Here I didn't spot an immediate win, which was bishop e2, because here I saw rook fc1. which is the only defense, because otherwise I just take the knight easily. But here white could take twice here and then retake the bishop. But here after rook c3, knight c3, I have another very interesting and nice idea, which is bishop f3. Again, we pay attention how this queen is very far away from the king, and suddenly I'm threatening queen h3, and also if king g1, let's say, I could even take on g2 and rook e3, and my pieces are swarming the king. And maybe maybe other options are interesting here. Maybe queen d6 is a bit smarter. Like so many small details. I'm going for queen g3. We have many themes here that are very interesting and to consider. So I want to showcase this, how in one game, if I spotted this, at least not easy, but foundable tricks, I could have won it much easier. But I play rook c3, knight c3, bishop h3. And here I thought, okay, should be winning, no? Because after take, here, check, here, rook e5, here. You didn't play rook h5, right? So yes, I'm looking at you. Rook h5 loses miserably after taking rook g1. So be careful with that. Okay, maybe it's a draw. No, I should be losing, yeah? So rook g5, and basically this is just winning. So again, calculate until the end, yeah? And here, d6, my opponent played. Very interesting, the knight is coming, so I need to react quickly. And here bishop g2 was winning, I mean, and rook e3, and okay, I'm winning. The engine says so. Looks nice, doesn't look that obvious, but yeah, the point is that whenever the king at some point will need to cross f2, and at that point you can free your queen, because otherwise queen f7 is always a threat. So okay, but it wasn't easy to spot in time trial. So here I play rook e5. And here white even had a very nice trick, which is also reminiscent of how you need to play precise in these positions and don't get overconfident. Because here it could be very reasonable that I could have lost in a couple moves. Because after king g1, which is maybe the least expected move, because here you thought, okay, I'm allowing rook g5 with tempo, and the pawn on d6 is falling. But after knight e4, I'm forced to take on g2, and after king h1, I'm completely losing. Knight f6 is just such a huge threat. And also queen c3, and also getting it through this diagonal. So basically, king g1 would have been a very nice spot. Here I need to take, I think, on g2. And okay, the position is still not that clear, but he played queen c4, and now rook g5. Now we can pressure on g2, because bishop take g2 is an option. And after queen h4, I took, and okay, just some precision required, and okay, I will gain the queen, and the position just collapses, yeah? So this was a really instructive game, again, from basically the basic principles of the Benoni, which is development, initiative, and I'm prioritizing a lot harmony with the pieces, yeah? And okay, and then when you spot a trick and you spot a very nice idea, you need to be aware of this sudden hitting one, yeah? Like a small tricks. So yeah, whenever you play the Benoni, you will find this kind of positions. So it's also very good to sharpen your skills in tactics, in calculation, and in like trying to look for the unknown, yeah, not trying to expect, okay, if I take this piece, he takes. No, just trying to go beyond, far beyond. So I hope you enjoyed, and see you in another mobile game. Hello, and welcome to this mobile game. And here we have a very peculiar game that I wanted to add, because it wasn't really a successful opening, but it shows how it's kind of resilient, the Benoni, and it's not that easy to crack. So basically, it's not a line I recommend on this course, but it's to show how you can also be creative. For instance, a6, a4. This was very much trendy many years ago, because especially if white played with knight f3 prior, because after queen e7 we kinda prevent e4, yeah? And if white wanted to play this h3 e4 variation, now after bishop d3, this would be hard for white to justify now. Nowadays it's not that good queen e7, because white is happy to play this kind of setup, and the queen on e7 doesn't really add that much. Here you can transpose to some of the variations after bishop g7, castle 98, 97. But again, this was 2009, and yeah, this bishop f4 e3 wasn't really discovered, and here this queen e7 was an interesting try to force people to play g3 or some other scheme, some other ideas, because again, the Benoni is not the variation you usually check with white, and so many people just had one idea, one small idea, and okay, it's completely different here to play g3 or bishop e4. e3 if you play some other variation. And here my opponent found right rook a3 on the board. And it's funny because this is the engine move. Like, my opponent played impressively well. So this is a great example, I feel. So rook a3, it's somewhat of a preemptive move that allows e4 at some point and prevents us from playing something like bishop f5 and annoying even more. Like, I'm not sure if here after knight d2 we could even sneak this move. Could be interesting, bishop f5. I don't know, maybe just knight d7. It will be nice to play knight d5 to counter this knight c4 idea. But this rook a3 kinda threatens rook e3 at some point, so we are not that free to counter this. So after g6, knight d2. Here I need to quickly castle, bishop d7, knight c4, castle. Here knight b6 could be a possibility, and our rook is momentaneously in an ugly position, but white, okay, white did not develop anything, so I wasn't that worried about that. So bishop f4, again, a strong move for white. Pressure in d6, rook d8. Because knight e8, which is usually what we want to play, it will be funny because here I lose a complete rook. Yeah, not just a piece, but after rook a7, this would be maybe the saddest line you can imagine. And so here rook d8 is a must, h3, which is also good because otherwise I'm allowed to play knight h5. White wants to play e3. And therefore knight h5 will be excellent for our interest, exchanging this bishop and freeing the pressure from d6. After rook d8, he plays h3, and now knight e8. Why? Because, again, I want to develop the rest of the pieces. 99% of the times I feel, while I was preparing all these smaller games and all this theory as well, your move is, okay, how can I develop the pieces? Yeah. And basically, since your pawn structure is already well defined and your breakthroughs are pretty, let's say, more or less the same all the time, you can focus mainly on development. So after e3, knight d7, a5, really important that white doesn't allow me to play b5 and free myself. Here, for instance, rook b8, maybe we'd run into knight a4, and we are kind of stuck here. I mean, the game was kind of similar, so it's fine. So after knight e5, knight b6, rook b8, rook b3, white wants to keep holding this stronghold here. Here I just play knight d7. The thing is, I was fine with draw, this was a match as well. But I thought, again, I need to exchange a couple pieces. That was more or less my goal. And here after knight c4, I play bishop e5, which is some kind of a controversial move. But my take here is that white doesn't really have, let's say, an easy way to push with the center. It's not that obvious. And I thought, okay, I exchange a couple pieces more. I kind of free this d6 pressure because I thought my bishop wasn't really doing that much, considering this rook b3 and the knight on a4 are covering very well this c4, this b2 spot. So I thought, okay, bishop e5, queen e5, and here knight c7, and here after castle, take, bishop d7. And again, the engine is always very happy because the engine knows what to do all the time. But here, we just focus on developing. We did not care about that much, and we played safe for the whole thing. And white has a very interesting center, and we kind of have a weak king side, but it's not easy to crush, yeah? And here, for instance, I think the engine move is rook e1, because I guess after bishop b5 I can play e4. Again, not obvious, and again, white would eventually kind of play precise and crushes, maybe, if with engine evaluation, but I feel in practice it's not that obvious what to do, because I want to push with the center, but black is exchanging the last piece and then activating maybe the knight through e8 to f6. And also this knight in b6 is really nice, but also is forced to defend at d5. So my opponent got kind of nervous and tried to crush me with f4, queen e7. And here, Again, this knight is amazing, but it's also worrying because it feels like after bishop b5, this can get some irrelevant, yeah, in the game. And so my opponent took on d7, yeah. This, again, the practical aspect of the Benoni cannot be ignored, and we have many chances of getting back into the game. So now after queen d7, my opponent played f5, but here f6 is not that worrisome. I feel white has a light square bishop that doesn't have any kind of pressure through the dark squares, so okay, I thought rook e8 again. We keep improving our pieces. f6, and f6 is already a huge mistake because there is no way white can threaten with this is too slow. We have so many resources here, and white has a really poor pawn structure that we will pressure. Rook e5, we have an impressive square, and here my opponent, I feel he if I recall correctly, he miscalculated. He thought that here I can play queen d2. Queen c1 and win on the spot after and if here queen h6 just winning, but after he realized that I have 98 and basically he needs to resign. Yeah, so a bit of an anticlimactic ending, but the point is here this position, according to Engine, maybe he played, I mean, many people like evaluations on chess.com. I don't think they are very faithful, but let's say, I would say 98 maybe of precision for white until here. He played amazing game. But here again, you still need to do the next thing. I played just safe, I exchanged some pieces, I get some space, I just develop. White got to rearrange a really nice creative approach, yeah? But again, it's not that easy to kill. We are very resilient, and again, our gameplay is much easier the whole game. So that's very important. Here, white tried to kill me, but it didn't work at all. And basically, I scored a very important win, and I think the next day I won. No, the previous day I won in a very nice fashion with white as well. So he was kind of forced and kind of went to rush. Yeah. So yeah, I really like how in the Benoni sometimes we suffer. But at the end of the day, white still needs to prove a lot of things, like a lot of good moves. Like it's not just 1, 2, 3, 4 good moves, because the structure is kind of blocked. If we don't allow e5, white needs to play a lot of let's say positional and try and kind of choke us. Yeah, it's not that easy. So yeah, hope you enjoyed and see you in the next model game. Hello and welcome to this model game. Here we'll see one of the consequences of our beloved author, Abruk. When he published the Catalan books that were much famous, like, I don't know, how, 10, 15 years ago? I don't know, not sure exactly the dates. Everyone started playing with G3, yeah, these kind of variations. And I also had a really good time playing the Benoni once again, because I feel that against G3, the Benoni is not that great. And here we'll have a very good example of how this variation is really tricky. And precisely, if you have seen my Chessable course in the Catalan, you might already know that, because I prefer the knight f3 move order just because the Benoni I feel is really good. And so here we play rook e8. White has, again, many choices. Knight d2, one of the main lines. Knight d7, usually we want to counter knight c4 with knight e5, nothing too new. a4, white does some kind of waiting move because we don't really have any useful move now. Knight g4, for instance, to put knight here would be a bit weird because suddenly this knight doesn't have any jump, so f4 would be kind of punishing. So here we don't have any useful move. That's why we play a6 either way. Yeah, it might look weird, but we really don't have any waiting move because knight e5 is really committal, and now white could start with h3, and now f4, knight c4, e4 would be very tricky to face. Yeah, so we play a6, h3, and here would be 8. As usual, we don't know what to do. We play b5. Knight c4, this is still theory. Knight d5, knight a3, that's also why a4 is included. This is whole theory, very old one. And here I play knight h5. Here I recommend you to know b5, if you recall correctly, because it's much more simpler. You just give up a pawn and just play for compensation, like you have all the pieces developed. And it's much more simpler. You don't need to remember anything, and you don't get into maybe some kind of weird positions. And also I give knight h5 because it's the best move, I'd say. Here at e4, bishop d7, we want to play b5 and b4. This is somewhat messy positions. If f4, we take on g3. If g4, we can play b5 in one take. And now, let's say white takes here, we can play b4. And white has very, very weak king. And we are taking here, the knight is coming. And yeah, this position is very, very weak for white. That's what white gives up the pawn with a5. So we take. And now white does this kind of push, yeah, because now the queen is not here, so we don't have this kind of sacrifices we do have in the other line if white decides with g4. And now knight f6, f4, and suddenly this knight is trapped, but we give up the piece. And we have 3 pawns, but white has a really nice center, so we need to still be careful. f5, very typical move. And here trying, again, this is kind of similar to some of the more games, trying to win the exchange would be very tricky because we also get very passive, so maybe bishop here or just bishop f4 could be very annoying, and knight c4 is coming and this d6 pawn is falling, and we don't have any dynamics with the rooks and the bishops. So basically it would be very risky, like to just see it material-wise. We need to check dynamics all the time with the Benoni. So here I played h5. Knight e5 is objectively better, but okay, allowing this is a bit enginey, but okay, white doesn't really have any kind of progress. The pieces are kind of paralyzed, and we will just get back and play b5. And this pawn on f6 is also weak. Yeah, it restricts, but if white cannot do anything with it, as I usually say to my students and many variations when we check openings, I don't really like to get space, to gain space without anything in mind, without knowing what to do with it, because it can go against you. Yeah, if it doesn't give you anything, yeah, it gets risky. So here h5, we defend the knight, maybe bishop d4. My opponent wins queen f3, which is not very precise. Bishop f3 might be a bit better, but okay. And here again, we want to improve our pieces. So the queen went to a5 because it was kind of deviated, or with this a5. And now queen d8 back. Now we want to play queen h4 and we get some activity. And now knight c2, we play b5. We don't care about this b3, a6 pawn because b4 and bishop b5. And here again, the same thing we talk about in many videos. Queen h4 is tempting, but okay, what if bishop f4? What's the deal with queen f4, with queen h4? Why we need to force it? Yeah, we have the thread. The thread is stronger usually than the execution. So here we want to play b5. We keep improving our pieces. We have the queen here ready to attack, but now we want to improve the queen side that we have a majority. Yeah? Bishop h3, and here I have many ideas, but queen e7. I feel this is again. I always tend to focus on development and initiative of the pieces. Yeah. So here the point is white takes this knight, and after b4 we take on e4, and here again we are a piece down, but white is really awkward with the minor pieces, and my bishop is coming to b5, and the rook is not playing yet, so white has still many problems to solve. Bishop f4, here f6 was recommended. But again, this is the kind of weird position that we have a weird bishop, but bishop g5 is not possible, and this f6 pawn is really weak as well. So I don't know, it's more or less balanced. Here I immediately have draw if I want, with check, 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 check. But since the king cannot go to the f-file, so I will take the pawn. So yeah, I don't know. My opponent played bishop f4, thinking about, again, taking on d6 and activating a bit his pieces. And I still play for dynamics. Yeah, I take here rook e8. I don't take on f5. I just want to activate the pieces. He takes, now plays bishop d6. Here I play bishop b5, which is not exactly precise, but b3 would be, when we talk about calculation and how you approach different moves, it's very important to start always with the most decisive. Yeah, let's say I consider rook g4, but I didn't like it because it's a check. I consider the captures, but there are none significant because bishop b2, again, I b2, I just lose the piece. And here maybe starting with b3 might be more impactful because I am allowing bishop d4. And basically, just after knight e3, bishop d4, you realize you get back the piece. So yeah, I don't know. I would consider this a blunder because, not because it's easy or not, because if I follow the system calculating, I would find it immediately, yeah? So bishop b5 is tempting, but okay, we don't want to get tempted, we want to be machines, yeah? So after bishop b5, rook f2, Here rook g4 check. And here king h1 was holding the game still. White is... Okay, it's a complicated position still. Like we have this very nice pawn structure and the king is very weak. And there are many tries for draw if I need it. Like, and these knights are very awkward. So, but okay, it was still a game. He played king h2 and suddenly white is losing. Doesn't look that dangerous, but usually with the Benoni it's one move and all the castle falls away. Yeah? So I play bishop e5, take, and suddenly I'm threatening mate. And king h3, which would be the initial move. Okay, I have rook g1, but also I have bishop d7, which is the most annoying idea, and now rook h5 is not avoidable. So white needs to play rook f3. Here I did a repetition. This is a very pro move. If you have a free repetition, do it, because you get 1 minute, yeah? But okay, you need to, let's say, spot it quickly, because if you think a lot about if it's a repetition or not, it loses the sense, yeah? So here, yeah, I get some tempo, now rook h5. And the point here is after rook d5, white position is incredibly awkward, because none of these knights can move. If knight f2, rook d2, I'm threatening both. If knight d3, rook d2 check, and now bishop c6 is coming, and white is defenseless. And so basically white needs to get back with the rook, but after bishop e2 we get this kind of really nice geometry here, and basically we win a piece already, we win back. And after 93, take, 93, rook d4, take, bishop f7, kinda defend everything and free the rook as well. And here after rook d2 he resigned. I remember vividly that I was surprised that he resigned. Like, okay, if you check it objectively, it should be a loss, but since I've been playing the Benoni since I don't know, since I have memory in chess, maybe 11 was my first game, I think, or 11 or 10. And the thing about the Benoni is that it forces you to keep looking for resources all the time, but also for your opponent. So even if I got the winning position, and even top GMs that will say, okay, here I'm winning, or I know I'm winning, but they are still, let's say, ready to spot things, to spot the defensive resources for the opponent. So even if they say, nah, here is completely winning, they are much more, let's say, observant of threats than usually low-rated players. And I see this a lot in when you're trying to improve, and a lot of students that when they have a winning position and they know it, they change the approach completely. I don't know, they stop looking, I don't know, just think differently, and this is very troublesome, because you just need to do the same thing it got you to here. Like, think about, okay, what's my opponent's next move, and what are the resources? And also you are a bit more like relaxed, maybe, in the sense of, okay, I know I'm winning, just it depends on me. It's not anymore trying to trick my opponent or trying to make him blunder. So yeah, it's a really good example of how the initiative of the Benoni just keeps delivering. Yeah, we have a middle game, an end game almost, with a piece down, and still there I have really nice compensation. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this game, sponsored by Abrox Books. And jokes aside, he was amazing doing the Catalan. I obviously played the Catalan with White as well. But yeah, this Benoni was a really nice game, and I hope you enjoyed, and see you in another commentated game. Welcome to this model game about the Benoni, and here we'll talk about the h3 and e4 variation. And here we'll show the variation that was popular like 10, 12 years ago, and maybe the reason why we play b5. Okay, if you don't know what I'm talking about, because you check the model games first, which is nice, because you get the grasp of what you are dealing with, and also the theory is usually much more dense. We'll talk about here. I start with e6 move order. This is also a very interesting approach in the Benoni, because if you play the Nimes already, you can start with this move order, and if knight f3, c5, and you get a really close to the Benoni, and if knight c3, usually you play bishop b4. Yeah, I was playing e6 maybe just to fake about it, but here the problem is that if knight f3, c5, there is also a need to check for g3 and also knight c3. That's why I give the move order with c5, but okay, it's also useful to know that Depending on what you know, like King's Indian or Nimzo or all the previous lines you can play, you can kind of get the benefits of the move orders. So knight c3, I play c5 anyway, and sorry, d5, take, d6, e4, g6, h3, bishop g7, knight f3, and here, as you know, we play castle here and we play b5. Yeah? I recommend this line because it's the best. I suffered a lot facing this line, and here I'll show how this variation looks like if you try to play for the most, let's say a6, a4, castle, bishop d3, and here knight h5. This idea has one goal in mind, to prevent bishop f4 and bishop h2. I won so many games with this line, and it's funny because I feel here I'm one of the grandmasters that has more games with both colors, because I used to play this line with white as well. So knight h5 prevents bishop f4, castle knight d7, rook e1, rook e8, some waiting moves, and here the point is white wants to play bishop g5. We've learned this, okay, maybe not here, but it's a theme that it's very much well known, because if f6, bishop e3, it's ugly for white, and for black, sorry, and now white wants to play like queen d2, and then go for bishop h6, let's say, and we play bishop f6 here. And white doesn't really want to take, because we think queen f6 would be good, and knight f4, knight d5, and we're getting, let's say, some presence in the dark squares, and it's getting tricky for white, yeah? So white plays bishop h6, and the point is that we have a very weird knight on h5, and now it's not easy what to do. So knight e5, we want to exchange a couple of pieces, now bishop e2. This is the typical maneuver. So now after knight f3, bishop f3, this bishop is in the air, and we get into some issues here. So we need to move the knight, and this knight is awful here. Okay, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's very bad, yeah? That's why this line, I mean, it's kind of solid. We have some good things in mind, like these two pieces, again, are covering light squares, but they are not enhancing the center for white. So we have very good control of the e5 square, and we have also an easy plan. We want to push for the b5, yeah? So it's not that bad, the position, but this knight on g7 is really bad. So queen d2, bishop e5. This is a very typical approach. Here we are not threatening neither queen f6, neither queen h4, because bishop g5 just wins the queen. But in some sense, we want to play f5 at some point. And yeah, the bishop is kind of a bit better here, and maybe just bishop d7 and kind of, let's say, play for b5, and then suddenly at some point f5 would be very interesting. So here bishop f4. Until here, I think I even have games with white, so you can imagine. This line is very annoying, but white needs to play accurately. So here I played f6, and the idea is to consolidate my e5 square and take with the f-pawn. So here we have still a very interesting position, and white, it's not that easy how to pressure with white. You can think, if you want here, it's a really nice problem, actually, about strategy and how to rearrange your pieces. Because I feel it's almost impossible, yeah? White almost played, again, the best way, but it's not easy to keep going forward, yeah? Here the great idea is a5, b5, because I want to activate the b file, and now take, now knight d1 to play bishop e2, rook a3, and kind of have everything defended, and at some point threatening the queen side. I mean, still, even there, okay, I know it's the best way to play, because it's objectively the best, and at some point knight e3, knight c4, but still there, I feel it's a very interesting position to play. So yeah, it's kind of the benefit of the Benoni. It's very hard to kind of finish it. So bishop g4, it's an idea I played, but here it didn't work that well. I could have taken here. The point is that white wants to leave us with this really weird knight. So exchange the rest of the pieces, makes sense. And here I played rook b8, didn't care that much, want to play b5. He took and played queen h6. And here, okay, we want to play b5, but the problem now with b5 is that rook a7 is kind of a serious threat. So here we want to delay b5. So here, queen f6, but we have some space on the king side, and we basically want to fix this knight. So again, how to fix this knight? We want to reroute it. So he plays g3. Here the best move is knight b1, because now knight d2, knight c4 is coming, and we won't play before b5 because taken rook a7 is really annoying, as we said. So, okay, again, not easy. He plays g3 to get some dark squares on the king side, but also is weakening a lot this f3 square. So we take and queen f3, because we don't want to allow king g2 and rook h1. So queen f3 is very important. Queen g5, rook f8, knight d1, and now we made some time to improve our knight, and goes to f3. Finally, white kicks and plays king g2, but okay, you see how this is very late. Yeah. Now knight f6, and we suddenly are on the driving seat. Now white plays f4. Here, maybe just taking and queen g7 looks very appealing. Now rook is coming, and basically white has a very overextended center, and we are very much safe. But here I played this interesting trick, which is h6. I thought white couldn't take on h6, but actually can, because after knight g4 going back and knight e3, white has some really interesting compensation. But okay, it's a very weird position. But after h6, he played queen h4. I take, and now queen g7, which is more or less the same thing, the same outcome. So, and now we want to play g5 to get this e5 square. So knight c3, g5, and here again, what I really loved about the Benoni is that we always play for initiative. We always play for development. We always want to improve the next piece. And here a great example of it is this position. You can think about it. Maybe just I will spoil to you. I don't know. Maybe just you're listening to my voice. But here is a really nice moment to think. And the move is knight d7. So we want to reroute this knight to e5. We want to play rook f4. And he took the pawn on d6, which is extremely risky, because after now rook f6. And if queen g3, rook f8 was really pleasant, because now we get the f file, now rook f4, knight d5 is coming. Like, we have such an insane compensation for just a pawn. And white has a very nice center, but without any meaning and without any progress. And basically has much weaker king. So he played queen c7, rook e8, e5, because he was trusting that here, after queen h7 or queen h6, e6 was a really strong answer, and basically preventing the h2 mate. The queen is going to reinforce here, and we find the knight. So that's why I'm really proud of this queen h8. I really like this move, because after e6, queen d4, that's why we keep this queen on this diagonal, and now I'm threatening queen g4, I'm threatening queen e3, and white is more or less losing, and after rook e1, rook to f3, and we are threatening queen g4 and mate, and or rook g3, rook e3. And after knight d1, rook h3, queen g4, and now queen h3, rook f1 is not avoidable, and it comes a mate. I also wanted to show this kind of model games, so you have another options to play. Maybe you don't remember this b5, yeah, or you didn't check it, so you know you can play with knight h5, but you also know you need to suffer sometimes, yeah? Like, this is a tricky position. It's not awful, that's why I left it just for model games, so you have a very fresh idea and you want to practice it, it's fine. But you know how it's hard, you know how you will need to wait, how white needs to play this knight d1, knight b1, these maneuvers that are not obvious at all, and how your knight on g7 can be very bad, and sometimes it's hard to justify it. But again, we kind of close the center, we try to improve our pieces, we prevented white plan with queen f3 in some crucial moments. So it's more or less the same thing all the time, yeah? So yeah, hope you enjoyed this game, and see you in another model game. Hello and welcome to this model game, and here we will check one of the most critical lines with f4, yeah, bishop b5 check. Here we are forced to play knight fd7, a4, one of the main lines, that white give us this sweet b4 square for the knight, so we castle. Basically now we have some kind of trouble with development, so we develop this knight. And now king h1. This is a kind of weird move, but it's very precise. Like, it's interesting, but yeah, like theory has went very further. So after a6, knight b6. Here the thing is, if we want to play c4, we might have, after bishop c2, regret it, because the d4 square will be great for white later on. So Black simply plays bishop g4 here, which is pretty acceptable. Like we just want to take here and get rid of this bishop and then develop as usual. After a5, knight goes back. We don't need to take on f3 yet, but it's coming soon. And here rook c8. Again, what I like about the Benoni and what I emphasize a lot in this course is that our development is very straightforward. Now we want to play c4. Even if queen e2, I think c4 is a great example of dynamics, because after bishop c4, queen c7, and we just want to play rook f8, knight c5, and we have pressure through all of our pieces are dynamically accurate, and basically we'll have a lot of pressure on e4 after with the rook and the knight, and we have such a great harmony, I feel. So white decided to play bishop c4, but now allows knight c2. So again, we keep developing until we get a chance, and now rook a2, because this a5 pawn needs to be defended. Here we could even get a draw already, but knight d4 is very strong. And now just, again, we improve the knight, like this knight on b8, now he's in d4. Now he improved quite a lot his life expectancy, and after rook e8, white doesn't really have a threat with e5, and we have a really strong knight here, and eventually we want to play b5. b3, here, knight b3 was just winning a pawn. I guess this is a blitz game, so I assume black missed it completely. But black played knight f6, and the idea behind is, I don't know, at some point play knight h5 or pressure on e4. And here I feel white got a great opportunity to play e5. And this kind of sacrifice, now that the knight is on f6, is very interesting because suddenly there is the spin into the f7 pawn, and after bishop f4, rook h5, which is a creative way to defend, because otherwise bishop g5 is a huge threat, yeah? Like for instance rook e8, bishop g5 would be very annoying. So rook h5, and now d6, and white has a really decent compensation, I feel. Pressure on f7, the rook is kind of weird, but okay. Demchenko plays queen d7, which is very logical. I want to improve again the next piece. The rook needs to come, and the queen is somewhat threatening here. Here is very difficult for white, like white has some compensation, but here I think the best move is bishop e2, which is somewhat strange, because it feels like this bishop is really strong, but okay, this knight is very strong as well, so... But again, it's not obvious at all. Now, bishop h2 looks very logical, to prevent knight g4 jumps and to kind of diminish this rook h3 threat. Rook e8, black is improving. After knight a4, white wants to rearrange this knight maybe and try to pressure with d7. Makes a lot of sense. Here queen c6 was too strong, I feel. Like, and very easy, straightforward. Basically we defend the pawn, we threaten rook h3, and white could almost resign. But okay, after rook f5, there is still a game. Queen g1, knight e4. And here white is allowed to play this plan, and the position remains very unclear, I'd say, after rook a1 or something like that. But this was, I feel, a great example of how dynamics work in both favors, because okay, it's really nice for you viewers, or like if you are learning this course, to have all these model games, like very flawless model games, very flashy, all the sacrifices, everything working well. But in reality, the Benoni, I mean, it's very hard to play a perfect game in the Benoni, because it's a lot of complications, a lot of new patterns you need to create, or you need to get used to. Like there's not everything is too obvious, let's say. So here, for instance, queen c6 was just winning on the spot. Now after rook f5, there is still a game, and here, for instance, rook e1. And there is still some problems to solve for black, because rook e8 is always a thing, and okay, this kind of setup is a bit of annoying, yeah, having this d7 pawn defended. I mean, it should be fine, but still complicated. But for rook f5, white is losing, because after knight f5, we get all the control on the dark squares, and now we threaten two things. First, knight g3 check, and also bishop d4. Queen e1 is kind of the only move to prevent knight g3, but after bishop c3, we are allowed to get all the dark squares, and suddenly these pieces are kind of irrelevant because the king is so weak. You know, queen d6, And basically white is losing because we have a discovery check after rook f2. White tried to do something, but okay, the game ended pretty quickly. I feel it's very insightful. Obviously, it needs to be taken into account that it's a blitz game, but what I wanted to showcase is the power of the Benoni as well in faster time control, because it's easy. It's even harder to punish. Yeah, so I highly recommend you play a lot of games. You get a feeling of the position, because I think black didn't even play any like weird move. Like that's what I really like about the Benoni. Again, we have some kind of permanent structure, so we only need to focus on developing and activating our pieces. Again, I made a lot of emphasis in this in the course. And yeah, I hope you really enjoyed this line, with more critical line, how it can go wrong for a very strong player, and even some 26 plugs out for it from time to time in Blitz to have a very interesting game and to have a winning game. So yeah, see you in another mobile game. Hello and welcome to another modern game, and we'll check a game from Kasparov. Kasparov was an adept of the Benoni. He was more of a King's Indian player, but against f3, as maybe you've seen already or not. I did the same thing in one of the model games, and we have another example of this kind of positions. The move order is a bit different, but actually we reach up to the exact same position. And also, I wanted to show this game because it's not that easy sometimes to play these positions with black. Like if white kind of holds his ground, it's not that straightforward. And I feel it's more enriching to see some mistakes or try to understand how it goes in these crazy positions. Knight e5, knight ec3, white kind of rearranges the knights to play knight f2. That's why, again, I make an emphasis. We don't want to play knight e7 if white is allowed to play knight h3, because then knight f2 is really strong. Yeah? So knight c3, here knight h5 is a bit more precise, and then follow up with g5. And because here g5, h4 was interesting, but okay, it's a chaos, and black is fine overall, but it's a chaos. But here bishop e2, knight h5, queen f6, more or less everything looks very logical. And at some point we want to break through the queen side. a5, knight f4, knight a4, bishop d7, and here black Kasparov opted for exchanging this poor bishop and played rook ac8, which is kind of puzzling because here rook ab8 looks very normal, and after b5 we would even give the a6 pawn. We don't care because we have some kind of presence here which is very interesting, and we want to open the b file to pressure b2 and to make sense of all the rest of the pieces. So rook c8 was a bit weird. But again, I understand why, because maybe it was afraid of having the a6 pawn hanging, but again, we want to get some dynamics here. And here, for instance, the best move is bishop d1, which is far from obvious. Again, I want to remark this from the point of view that it's sometimes the engine, it gives +1, gives advantage, but here, until here, white is even a bit worse, I'd say. And here is the first moment of bishop d1, which is okay, if you say so. The point is that eventually white might manage to play bishop c2, king h1, g3, f4, and push. But okay, it's not that obvious, I'd say. And here, for instance, rook b4, and Gary has a plan in mind, which is why he played knight e2. Maybe queen e7 directly could be considered as an alternative, because sometimes giving up this pawn is not that grievous, I'd say, because white is very weak also on dark squares. But okay, I think Kasparov didn't think too creatively here, and just knight e2 looks nice. And now after knight e7, f5 is what black wants to do, and has this very nice square on d3. Rook b6. The problem here is that Kasparov got a bit too comfortable, and this rook is very annoying. It's insane. Like, compare this position with the rook on a1. Like, black would be much better, but the rook on b6, covering b2, pressuring b7, pressuring d6. Suddenly this position is very tricky. After knight d3, queen d2, f5, and here, for instance, I didn't get why Kasparov... I mean, it's thematical to play f4. I feel this is let's say, a burden from from playing the King's Indian, because these kind of structures are appealing. At some point play g4, but here black, we don't have that much presence on the like squares, and here for something like b3, 95, and here let's say 92, this gets very scary because this knight is coming everywhere, and we are very far away from creating any threat. Like white is very much safe, and we have too many weaknesses, too many holes. Yeah. So be careful with closing the positions because the pawns cannot move anymore. So here, for instance, rook f8 look like really logical. I'm threatening fe. I want to open this file as well to get some pressure to e4 and to, I don't know, maybe not take because knight d4 threatens d6, but if white tries to take on f5, rook f5, and we are threatening d5, and we have some counterplay. Again, we want to open the files because we have this very nice knight that kind of annoys black. So f4 was a blunder, but okay, if you come from the King's Indian, might be appealing. But actually, a couple moves later, rook b4 was such a mistake because after just taking knight c4, now we get this knight to play. And white is very late to play knight c2, knight d4, and this knight on c3 is still awkward. Queen a2, knight c7, queen c7. This looks very much in favor for Kasparov. Knight a5 is a huge threat. And here Andreev plays a very nice and common theme, I feel, in the Benoni, which is to give up the e5 pawn. There are different occasions. Usually you are used to more with having the pawn on f4, e4, d5, and then e5, we take, and then f5. And white gets this very nice square on e4. But here the point is just to give up to get a nice square for the knight, because the knight was a bit unstable here. Here Kasparov could have taken with the queen, and the game might be already over because there's a couple points. Here after knight a5, I feel he thought that this was a very nice answer. But yeah, no, queen c4 maybe. I think this might be his idea. And yeah, the position still remains not so obvious, a bit complicated. But because knight d2 is a possibility, I think Kasparov missed this, and and now suddenly the position gets crazy. But rook bb1, knight c4, and here queen a5 was also a bit more precise, but okay, now b5. And the position again gets still a bit crazy after queen a6, and Kasparov tries to just bring back the center and place it on b5. And again, you need to constantly think about small tricks. I wanted to showcase this game because I also know it's rapid. But the thing is, a lot of times you will be under time pressure, and you need to get used to finding small resources, small tricks, small ideas to create a small problem for your opponent, to not make it obvious. The Benoni relies on this. If you are not a good player with time, which I'm not. Okay, I'm getting much better, but for instance, I am thought for 1 hour 15 a move when the time control was 1 hour 30 until the end. So, and I'm known for getting a lot into time trouble, so it's a must for this kind of players to just look for the first thing, to be creative. In this position, for instance, queen b5 is a reality, so work with it. So play knight f7, and if queen b5, we threaten here, and if queen b5, knight a3. And here, for instance, Rayev saw ahead and played queen a6, thinking, but I'm threatening the rook. But after rook a8, again a small detail, white is losing the exchange, losing the game. So again, these small things, I wanted to use this model game as a showcase of how some playing passive can be costly. Closing the position sometimes, when even if it looks appealing, can be also bad. And also how you need to approach these positions, how you need to keep searching for stuff. Yeah, after here, okay, the position was just a matter of technique. We can appreciate how Kasparov rearranges his pieces, as h5, g4 is a must. Now black is just winning, yeah? Just won a piece and exchange queens, and the game is over. So basically we got another example of this f3 variation, and what I really wanted to show is how, again, it's not easy, the Benoni. Some mistakes might happen. Even Kasparov made mistakes, like even conceptual mistakes, like not playing rook b8, not playing rook f8 in that sense, not playing f4, like misunderstanding a bit the dynamics. Like, it's difficult, Benoni, because you have. I was talking a lot with a friend, like with Studer, maybe you know him, about how if you play the Benoni, you will be inclined to go for direct stuff, for concrete stuff, for initiative, for moving forward. You have a tendency, which is very hard to strip off, to kind of let go. So again, you need to know it's nice because it's easy. Some 90% of the time it will be go forward. But this game is also for you to show that, okay, you need to play smart as well. And as always, it's more important what your opponent wants to do because you can see the future, that what are your plans. Yeah. So yeah, hope you enjoyed this game and see you in another mobile game. Hello and welcome to this mobile game. And in this game, I will kinda shoot in my feet, like showing a game I lost against Injik, our god and savior of the Benoni player. If you don't know him yet, he's maybe the most consistent 26 plus player that plays Benoni on a daily basis in classical time controls. And he gets very good results. And I had the honor to face him in the World Blitz in Almaty. And actually, I kind of messed up the ideas that I had at home because I play this line in my course with the Catalan course. So without further ado, we go into it. He opts for the move order of the Nimzo Indian, as we talked about. And I absolutely get into it. Bishop f4, and he plays 98 straight away. Another important take about this model game is that I recommend including a6, a4 because here white has the extra option to go for bishop f4, bishop g7, queen a4 check. Yeah. But against h3, against my move order, there is not such an option. I mean, this is a bit more precise, playing bishop f4 straight away. But for instance, if you like this variation for black, you have it analyzed. I don't cover it because I feel it's unnecessary. I feel a6, a4 is good enough. But there is a plus, yeah. Like if you know your opponent is happy with playing this, like me, for instance. This could be a bit more interesting because you did not commit to a6, a4, and we'll see now that knight d7 and this plan with knight e5, it shines a bit more because this pawn structure is a bit more healthier than when I played a6, a4, and I have this hole in b6, yeah, with black. It's a small, subtle thing. I mean, white is still much, much better. Like here, for instance, after castle, knight d6, I had to play knight b5, which is not an obvious move, but it appears that now it's possible because a6 is not played. But the idea is to exchange maybe the best piece for black. And the thing is, this knight is a good blocker, but also has influence in both flanks. So exchanging this piece with a knight that basically is kind of guarding just the queen side and maybe a bit the center, it's much more efficient, I'd say. And basically we guarantee ourselves that black is required to block d6 with another piece, and after f3 later on, I mean, it's very hard for black to crack the position, but it's very solid, yeah? So yeah, it's very precise, like this would be the optimal way to play, but not easy. And for instance, what I played bishop d3 a bit of an autopilot, but I had queen d2 as a recommendation. And after knight d5, take, bishop g5, which is kind of thematic to force f6. And here to play f3 with the same idea. Basically, it's pretty similar to knight b6, knight b5. And we kind of get rid of this pesky blocker. And the issue is that at some future, white can try to play a3 before, and it's not that easy to hold. I mean, it's still fine, it's still playable, but I'm just saying what I feel it's the most optimal and why. Okay, if you want to play without a6, a4, you need to pay the fee of queen a4 check, and also you will need to pay this small fee of knight b5. But you have an extra option, and also I feel like now that you are watching, you feel, oh, maybe it's worth to watch the model games because I give some other ideas that I feel that the course will be too big, but it makes sense in a practical way. So b6, knight d3. So here I play a3, which is stupid. I just want to say that because b4 is not a plan. I just no. It was also Blitz in Almaty the first day was terrible for me. It's not an excuse, but basically, it's a matter of form. The Blitz tournaments, like this year, I was fourth. Well, in December, I was fourth in the European Blitz, and man, I was playing amazing chess. And everything was flowing. Yeah, and sometimes you don't have the day, but a3 b4 is never the plan here because white. I mean, black is very happy to have a pass pawn, an impressive blockader. And here we don't have any breakthrough through the queen side. And it's only black that will play f5, f4, g5, h5, g4. Like, it's so easy. Like, it's a bit embarrassing, but yeah, I don't know. Just messed up the plans and suddenly queen e8. I feel maybe he wanted to prevent some exchanges. I don't know. I'm not so sure here why. But queen e8, a4, f4. And here is just a matter of very easy, like of not technique, like just want to push and with g4 and it's completely busted. We'll check a bit the position, but okay, rook f6, rook g6. If you are King's Indian player, you will be more knowledgeable of this maneuver. Here g4. Here I try to just leave the bishop here, and if he takes, okay, at least opens the g file and I get some compensation. But I mean, pay close attention about these two pieces doing absolutely nothing. And after queen e2, bishop f6, not the best, but good enough. And now black closes everything, and again, I have two silly pieces here. No, they deserve red color. And at some point, black will enter my position or to play bishop h3. Like, okay, I feel the rest is a bit unnecessary. Like, I tried to do some tricks, and I was also obviously in time trouble. And he just sacrifices, and basically it's some kind of a crushing position. Yeah. Here I tried to trick him a bit, but okay, position just losing him. And here there is no draw because queen e7 is possible. So yeah, basically this game was a bit disappointing because I was well prepared, but I kind of messed up the lines. I don't know why. Still, I play a3 b4 because it's not at all the plan. Forgot about these knight b5 ideas. And yeah, it shows that, okay, you need to know a lot to play against the Benoni. And also, you need to take into account that Benoni might be the last opening your opponent checks. Yeah, they will check first Nimzo, then Catalan, then Bogo Indian, then Slav, Queen Gambit is accepted, Semi-Slav, I don't know, like 1,000 lines go prior to the Benoni. So it's easy to mess up because you don't have it that fresh, you don't check it that often, and that's also a very important thing about the Benoni. Like, I played with black and with white, and even I forgot. So that's also another plus for the Benoni. And okay, I hope you enjoyed this different way to approach it, and see you in another model game. Hello and welcome to this model game. Here we'll check another game from our god, Injik, and how he can play the Benoni at top level and still survive. So he starts with e6 most of the time to prevent the main Nimzo Indian with knight c3 and f4. Again, if you already know the Nimzo Indian, this course is much more easily suited for you. So c5 d5, d6, knight c3, ed, g6, bishop f4, this variation with e3, and Injik plays the same line with knight d8. Again, I want to make emphasis that against this move order, queen a4 check is an extra move that needs to be considered, because here, for you to give you some perspective, the main line is b5 and then queen b6. I mean, it's such a precise line. It's fine if you prepare it very well, but it's a mess. I don't think it's necessary. Like, you can start with here a6, a4, and then go for the same approaches. But again, I wanted to show this game not because of this subtlety, because at the end of the day it's kind of irrelevant when it reaches here. But I wanted to show what happens whenever white doesn't commit to knight f3 and prefers to allow black to take. So here what do we do? After exchanging a couple pieces, excellent. We play rook b8, and we play b5. And after rook e1, b5, and here white wants to play e5 at some point. But the problem with e5 is that I just take and I create an impressive blockade on d6. that allows me to then push on the queen side, and also these two pieces are not very friendly with the like squares completely controlled, and after f5, let's say, I would even control the e4 square, so knight d4 would only be even possible. Like here, knight d4 is not possible, I think, for knight c4, and this rook is some kind of trouble. So again, white wants to push, but doesn't really want to push. So again, it's the same old problem with the Benoni, that white has space, we have an easy counterplay, and white needs to play very precise. Here after queen d2, b4 was a bit more precise now, because knight d1, f5, really strong reply. And again, white wants to play e5, doesn't want to take here, because here we thin out the center, and in a couple moves we activated the bishop, we activated this one, we activated the rook. Like, it's amazing. Like, we have 3 pluses with a couple moves. So white wants to play e5, but here again we have this amazing blockade that is really nice, and black is more than fine. We can even push later on, like maybe bishop d7, queen f6, rook c8, I don't know. And white has some silly minor pieces that might cost the game, not. And after bishop d7, which was the game, okay, here there is a way for white to get an advantage, but it's completely nuts, I'd say. And again, it shows how difficult it is, because here e5 is the move, and if d5, bishop g5, and if you want to play f6, suddenly bishop e3 is very strong. And if c4 and d6, it's very strong. Like, okay, this diagonal is weak, that's why we forced f6. And all the pieces for white are coming, but okay, just because it works here, because we can turn around the argument and think, okay, now black is playing f5, e4 and completely winning the position. But it turns out that the engine says that it's working for white. Okay, what are you gonna do? Yeah, but again, I want to show this because also you get some dynamic ideas, like, or for even for white, I don't know, or some other positions, like you can give us pawns, but also to know how difficult it is. So h4 was played. Small trick, if you take here bishop g5, wins the queen. And b4, knight d1, and black played bishop d4, which is a fun move. The idea is to play knight f6, and this bishop is kind of annoying, and then rook e8. And here, actually white played bishop g5, so knight f6 is very much welcome, and this bishop still controls. Yeah? And after knight e3, rook e8, after knight c4, it was a great draw. Yeah, so complete success for black. Like this guy Ejik plays it all the time. Yeah, so basically you expect him to play, you even play it, and it turned into 2 moves. White already concedes. And the thing is, black was much better here after knight c4, bishop b5. Obviously, we defend the d6 and activate the knight, and knight a5 looks kind of tricky for knight c6. But in reality, we have such nice control of the dark squares, and this pawn structure is amazing that we can just play h5 to prevent the only counterplay for white. And suddenly white is left with nothing. This bishop doesn't get to play, and we have such a strong bishop here, and maybe later we can just move the queen around and then reallocate this knight, and or maybe rook a8 and kick this knight. I don't know, we have plenty of options, and white was much better here already. So again, this was to showcase a bit the practical aspect of the Benoni, that you can even play it like in 2023 against an European champion. I think he was second last tournament, but I remember he won the tournament at some point. And an Olympic, I think gold medalist, I think he was, or silver this year. But the thing is, again, it's sometimes white will prefer to have something more knowledgeable, so basically allowing knight f3, and we showed how it's very easy to go onwards. So yeah, so without much more, I hope you enjoyed this game, which was to showcase some different aspects and some small ideas that I want to show as well, and not precisely because it was the most flashiest of the games, but because it has some small ideas on how a more practical approach can be very easy to play for black, and also to give you some context about classical games, about high-level theory that it's a bit more relevant for let's say the more enthusiastic engine analyzers and concrete stuff. Like, okay, you can even play it against a prepared opponent and still have a game, a very interesting one. So, hope you enjoyed and see you in another game. Hello, welcome to this model game, and we'll talk about this interesting theoretical game that happened recently in this year, in April. And basically, it shows how theory evolves very quickly and how I put a lot of emphasis in trying to make the lines playable for a while. Not just saying, okay, most of the lines are you can play here, it's fine, but I will show you the most concrete line, the most direct line that is very well exposed. And here we're talking about high level profile chess, and also we are talking about people that check a lot chessable courses, because this line was shown in the in Shankland's course, this 92, and basically this a6 now b5. This b5 was considered to be a bit wrong, a bit risky, but okay, it's the move that makes sense in the position, and we looking forward for b5. Like, it's very similar to bishop d3, h3, where we play b5 because it's the best move. We could play other systems, but okay, I feel this is very consistent and very interesting. And this mobile game also showcases how deep can go to prep, because most of what we have here, like knight e4, defending here, bishop f4, pressuring b6, now queen f6, getting some counterplay with the bishop, and white usually doesn't want to give up this bishop, because then I can play rook d8, I can play bishop a6 after taking, and I will get the b2 pawn later on, I feel. And after g3, bishop h3, now knight f2, this is very concrete, because otherwise we lose the d6 pawn. So I feel this line, usually I don't like to recommend very, let's say, direct lines, like or long lines, let's say. But I feel this is just a straight line. It's not, white cannot deviate too much. Here we are pressuring the rook. Now we are taking on f2. Now we are threatening the bishop. This bishop g4 actually is the only move to not get worse. So take, we take here. Queen f4 is the only move. And here, again, what else can we do than rook b8? It's also easier to remember, yeah, I feel. Like rook d8 here. And this bishop d4 check is very important, because what we want to do here is to play knight c7, threaten the pawn. So we did this first check, and then we do knight c7. And the only way to defend is king e3, because, okay, knight here, we could even take here, but we can even take here. And king e4, knight e8 is the only move you need to remember. And sometimes what grandmasters do is that they remember the final position like this. This is the critical move you need to remember. And then the rest is trivial, because, okay, you will connect the dots and find the pieces and understand what's the movement. This was one of the most critical lines. That's why I wanted to showcase it here in the model games as well, like how black played very well. And this 98 idea, the point is that we are threatening knight f6. And if the king goes back to d3 or to f3, we play knight c7 back, or even knight f6 could be possible. And we will take the pawn. Yeah. So if white cannot take here, because it's losing the rook, and if knight d5 f6 would win a piece. And basically white cannot do really much. Like, we are threatening different stuff. So here white play knight f5, we play knight f3, we take the pawn. And here we threaten f4, and here I really liked how after rook e4, rook d8 is such a smart move. The point is that no matter how white takes here, we can take on f4 later on, yeah, with check, because this would be a pin, yeah, and the endgame is fine. And after king d2, knight f6, okay, the game went on, but it was more of a, let's say, nothing really spectacular happened here. And after knight f4, rook f1, no, rook d5, a bit of precision in the endgame. I really like this game because it's very, very precise. It's very what would you expect from grandmasters, and many players that are like the average, let's say 1500 or less on, will appreciate how the technique here, because knight f4 is a move you wouldn't make, because it feels like, oh, they play rook f1, and then if I have to move the knight back, rook f7, I mean, we get the 7 rank, which is problematic. But black is like, okay, maybe I have something else. Rook d5, I threatened your knight because now it's not defended anymore. And here again, this endgame is tricky because white has the pawn that is far away from the king, pass pawn. And basically what we need to do with black is to activate and to get into the race. Yeah, so basically we get up the king, And now the rook goes behind to take the pawn. And white kinda gets the passer, but we are too close. And king e5 is a really smart move, because usually the trick here is the rook b4. We cannot allow it because the pawn will promote. But after king e5, rook b4, check. And now here, white cannot improve too much. And if king here, the pawn just goes, and the rook needs to be like cutting the king in the fifth rank. Because then whenever the pawn goes to f3, let's imagine a rook here and a pawn here, I would be, and nothing else is in the board. Let's say the rook is exchanged by the pawn and this pawn is not here. Then I would be able to play rook f3 and take the pawn. But when we are in the fourth rank, it's drawn. The king is so far away. And also the king here is much better than here because it blocks the king. It blocks this white king to go to the block. So yeah, might as well show you some endgame ideas. And here rook c8, and again, just push the pawn and drew. So this is an example of a perfect line, a perfect preparation, then a perfect play for black, considering he was much weaker now. I mean, Solovynchenko was 26, and now he's seen better days, but he's still playing quite a lot. And yeah, this was a really nice game. I really hold it against a very young talent, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed. This was kind of a different more game. I want to show some different aspects of the game, and preparations, obviously, we are here in Chessable, are one of the main things, and how this game was kind of flawless from beginning to end. Hope you enjoy, and see you in another video. Hello and welcome to this model game, and here we'll see a game from Eduardo Iturrizaga, which is a known player for playing the Benoni reversed as well with white, so he has quite a lot of experience in this kind of structures. And especially he plays it against g3 again, so we have another example of this kind of positions. So this is the main line, nothing too fancy about it. Rook e8, and now h3. And this is not one of the main ideas. There is knight e2, there is bishop f4. And here this bishop d7 idea, which I liked quite a lot, because it's a very different approach to how to develop. And this move only works because we are threatening b5 and we have knight e4 available. Otherwise the bishop on d7 might be kind of awkward. But I like it to give it an example of how you can be somewhat creative with your opening choices when your opponent is kind of messing around or playing some waiting moves. You can also be creative about it. So the point of bishop d7 is to force a4, and then after knight e4, take, we have this very nice square for the rook on b4. And we have this very nice bishop, and this bishop can go through this diagonal as well. And after knight d2, white usually wants to put the knight on c4, so that's why we also want rook b4. It's quite apparent why we needed to introduce bishop d7 or a waiting move that forced a4, because otherwise now a3 would be very interesting, or kicking this rook would be such an easy way for white. So now rook a2, I feel it's important to defend the point, and then try to play b3, try to move on. b5. Here it's important to create some counterplay with black. We don't have many useful development for now, as the rook is here, but we want to expand to the queen side, so here a5 or b5 are good either way. And here the main point of this kind of structures is to give up the exchange. In this case, this is pretty obvious that it's fine, because after knight a6, we will be able to retake with the knight, and then this rook is kind of trapped. But the point here is that white doesn't really have anything better to do. If white tries to exchange this bishop, we are very much in control. After we will be able to play a4, and we have all the pieces kind of active. And again, the main problem with the g3 variation is that the bishop on g2 is kind of obsolete if we play around it, and doesn't do much, because f4, e4, e5 is not really a plan that can be achievable in short term, and we are very much creating a lot of counterplay. So this bishop is kind of a nuisance for white. So after bishop a3, knight a6, take, and here bishop e2, and we regain the exchange. White decides to give up the rook for this bishop, I mean, doesn't have much of a choice. If rook a1 we could take, and then e2 would be hanging, so well, rook a4. And here the point is knight c4 is a huge threat. But here we have a small, let's say, a very small trick that help Iturrizaga beat her opponent, and the point is bishop g7. Since knight c4 will be happening anyway, might as well take out the bishop, and then we can be creative about the moves we want to make. And here it was important to play queen b1 or queen b3. Can you guess why? Why do we need to play those moves? Because here we have a very nice knight. Yeah, it's very well defended, but okay, it doesn't have actually much presence here because all the squares are kind of covered for white, and white is happy to have control on the light squares. But the problem after knight c4 is knight a2, which is a great improving of the piece, and knight goes to c3, and suddenly it tackles 3 pawns, and that are, okay, the d5 is not undefended, but the other 2 are a bit more exposed, and then we have some good counterplay to face it. So black decides to give up one of the pawns in exchange of having this knight kinda isolated, yeah? So this is also really a good example of how you can think in different ways. Because here rook c1 you wouldn't play because you would think, okay, I'm forcing knight a4, I'm forcing losing a pawn, but suddenly you realize that, let's say, bishop f3, there is no move for this knight. Knight b6, knight a5 would be coming, and knight c6 later. So black is kinda forced to wait and to rearrange the pieces. Yeah? So after queen c7, e3, white keeps doing waiting moves. King g2 might be also a friendly move to play around. Queen b8. And the point here is to play queen b4. Yeah? And after knight a5, there is a very nice trick here, and which is bishop c3. But this move is not that good, but it has a, let's say, a very important practical value, because here after rook a3, rook a5, what was black's intention here? Why would I exchange this bishop for a knight, let's say, no, for this a5 knight? It is, again, this bishop is not that useful, and now the pawn chain is basically focused on one side, on the king side, so this knight has more long-term value, let's say, because knight is more powerful whether we only have pawns in one flank. Here we have 2 flanks, but white really only has 1 flank, and our knight could very well pressure both easily this time, because if we compare it to a position where we had 2 pawns here versus 2 pawns, the knight will struggle. That's why the bishop might be stronger. So I feel this was the practical approach for Iturrizaga. Here queen b4 was also very interesting, to create some a pass pawn here, a square for the knight on c5, and if something like this, here we could even try bishop c3, we can even try knight c3, and then rook a2. I mean, the position is very tricky. Maybe it's holdable for white, but still there are many options. And here, black try rook c4, and after here, and here this position, okay, it's kind of equal, but the position, but it's very tricky to face for black now, and for white, sorry. And after king h2, for instance, if king d2, maybe knight d2 was a bit annoying, because we cannot move the bishop really, because there is queen e4, and also there is queen f1, so this queen cannot move neither. So it will be a bit awkward for white to move around, and then the c pawn is coming very fast, so that's why king h2. Now queen c2 forces bishop g2, which is not ideal, but basically it's a way to defend thanks to the counterattack to the c4. And here already white is very much into trouble. Again, we see how the plan of Iturrizaga to exchange the annoying knight that might come to c6 for our beloved bishop, that was covering a lot of air. For instance, let's imagine this bishop on g7 here. It will have a harder time creating an impact on the king side here. So king g7, just a waiting move to prevent some checks. G4, queen c3, covering the main diagonal. and I don't know, allowing knight c6, knight d2, queen e5 check, many ideas. And now black decides to do a couple checks, and now h6, just a waiting move. And again, this position is very hard in practice for black, for white, sorry. And at some point, white collapsed because after queen d3, there is a threat of queen f1, and also maybe knight e5 and trying to enter an endgame, whatever possible. And here after bishop g2, c4 is very strong, and now suddenly white is not able to defend against this pass pawn, because f4 that looks at winning a piece, queen e3, queen f4 will just win the game. After bishop f1, queen d5, now just king g8 and queen h1, and basically white's position is collapsing. So this game is, I feel, is a really great example of a lot of themes in the g3 variation, and how I feel it is very, let's say, white needs to justify it for a long time, this bishop. This bishop is an issue many moves later, and the fact that the diagonal is closed and that the f4, e4, e5 is not easily achievable, it's very hard for white to justify it, yeah? But please pay attention to this maneuver, to knight d2, knight c4, because if white achieves that, then it's much easier to go for f4, e4, e5. And then we might be in trouble, yeah? Because we might get stuck there. So, yeah, I hope you enjoyed. I feel this is a great game. A good example of a fighting game, and Iturrizaga has always been a very practical player, more than a theoretician, but he knows very well the lines he plays. And it's quite remarkable, his achievements in chess as well. So I hope you enjoyed, and see you in another model game. Hello and welcome to this model game, here featuring one and only Kasparov against Korchnoi in the Olympiad. So Kasparov was a King's Indian player that often entered the Benoni, especially against f3 and against g3. So again, the Benoni rewards a lot if you have already experience in the King's Indian, or even if you have played the Nimzo Indian. It's also very easy to adapt the Benoni to your repertoire, maybe even from the Benko. There are many options, but here we find c5, and here we enter the main line. Again, this is different move order. Here we talked about it in the late Benoni, that there is not, let's say, any special move order for white that we need to be aware of. So here we take on d5 and we transpose to the main line. a6, a4, rook e8, knight d2, knight d7. Again, the typical theme that whenever knight d2, knight c4 is coming, we want to play knight e5, and then h3, rook b8, knight c4, everything is covered in the theory. Knight a3, knight h5 to prevent f4, so we have knight g3, e4, rook f8. This was an old move. Here bishop d7 is a bit more precise, so we can play b5 straight away. And here rook f8 has the idea to play f5 and to kind of rearrange the rook for helping the attack. Here on the king side, for instance, something like g4, queen h4 might be very interesting. If gh, bishop h3, and we have very decent compensation, because it's not only that we have this knight to come, but also this bishop might come through d4 whenever white tries to play f4 and to kick our knight. So this is very tricky. So king h2 is the best move because it defends g3, and now f4 is such a huge threat. f5, f4, and here we might be wondering, okay, what does black do? Because if we take out the knight, it takes on f5, and we cannot even take with a pawn. That will be ideal because we would keep control of the center squares. And if we take with the bishop, g4 also loses a piece. So the idea is b5, we just give up the piece, and it's not clear when white will be able to take on e5, because whenever bishop f5, bishop e5 would have some pressure on g3. So here AB takes the pawn. We create some, let's say, some tension here on b2, some pressure. We activate the rook for just a pawn. Fe, bishop d7. For now, Kasparov played very dynamical game. We have all our pieces are kind of intervening in the position. Maybe the queen is the less efficient there. And here white had a way to punish Kasparov's plays. But again, as it's usual, and as you've seen maybe in other mobile games, black doesn't really have worry about being punished quite often, because it's very difficult and it's very different how to punish this position. So here there is a weird balance that in the position, because okay, I cannot take on e5 easily because bishop e5 suddenly creates too much counterplay on the king side, and also white doesn't have much pieces here, so it's very dangerous. But on the other side, what is black really doing? Yeah, that's also a very difficult question to ask sometimes, and it's okay, what's black's next move? We don't have really a next move. Okay, obviously now we are threatening the knight, but apart from that, there is not that much pressure on b2. White has more or less everything defended. White has still some extra, like say, generic moves that can be useful. And also this knight on h5 is kind of reliant on this knight on e5, like to create some counterplay to g3. So whenever I move this knight on h5 might be irrelevant for the next turn at least. And so again, it's some kind of a chain that it's not easy to justify for black. So it's very, so thinking in these terms is very difficult for white. Here the best move for white, I don't know if it's already spoiled, but yeah, you might want to think about it because it's a very difficult position, and also it's very good to put yourself in the situation of your, let's say, on your opponent, like okay, how easy it is for you to find the moves. Yeah? So here the move is knight a7. The idea is to basically have the same, let's say, we were talking about how this knight cannot really move, neither, yeah? But we don't really thread it now, but whenever now this knight moves, we have knight c6, which is kind of devastating because white will take with d-pawn, and suddenly this bishop might be very useful in d5, blockading our pawns, and white has a very annoying passed pawn here on c6, and the rook has access to the 7th rank as well. So here, for instance, rook a8 might be a very interesting move because we get away from the double threat just in case, and we pin the knight. Yeah? And now something like knight c6 we could take because this rook is hanging. Yeah? But here just rook a2, which is, I mean, it's one of those sequences that even if I knew it was good, I wouldn't be trusting it, you know? It's okay, I would trust it definitely, but the thing is, it's not that obvious. Yeah, it's like, okay, I need to know a bit more, yeah, to justify myself, because a lot of the ideas rely on queen b6 not working here. I don't know if knight c6 might be interesting. At some point we have fe when black gets too busy, let's say. Or even g4 is in threat. So here I think knight c6 was working in a very weird way, because sometimes even if we take here, suddenly knight d5 is very strong. There is knight d7 threats. And here I think it's easier queen d6 might be very strong, yeah, because there is this pin here. So again, it's not obvious, it's very changing for white, and I wanted to give this example as, okay, knight a7 and Kasparov might be screwed again, according to computer, but this is not too easy to play. So queen e2 was also a good move, defending the knight, queen b6, and basically what I really like again about this game is how Gary is just improving the pieces. Yeah, now improves the queen, and now this rook is a bit senseless here because, okay, the pressure on b2 is not real. There is no jump with knight c4 to increase it. So okay, rook b8 just improves the rook, yeah, and gets to a better square. And again, we have all the pieces more or less in the perfect squares. So here, I think queen b2 was a must. Queen g2, again, very difficult move. Because white doesn't really want to take here, but white wants to control what we can do. Yeah, here I think queen b3 may be interesting, and after bishop c2, queen b4, and okay, there is still some chaos because whenever white tries to take here and maybe play defensive, we might have a great deal of compensation taking here, maybe going for bishop b5 later. So it's not that easy. Maybe some, I don't know, maybe not here, but some funny ideas with queen h4 can also be integrated. And yeah, the problem for white is that white has too many pieces on the queen side idle for a while. So yeah, it's very tricky to move them as well. Like let's say let's say rook f8 here, and then after queen g2, okay, let's say we play, I don't know, just a slow move like bishop c8, which is, I don't know if it's a good one. Yeah, I don't know. Usually when I do these videos, I check a bit the main ideas, but I want also to have this freedom from explaining you the moves without knowing myself if it's correct, because, okay, I don't want to be biased all the time. And here, how can we move this bishop or this or this? Yeah? Like, they cannot move, really. There's queen b2, this knight only can go to b1, and now maybe bishop a6 is crushing, yeah? So, yeah, this is a great example how many games you've seen of the Benoni, or you will see, we sacrifice pieces for dynamics as well, yeah? So here, white played bishop d2. I think Korchnoi was expecting to have a counter against queen b2 and play rook fb1. But can you spot how black survives here? I think, again, when you play the Benoni, you need to be very faithful to discipline. Yeah, you cannot be afraid. You need to try. Okay, what if I play this move? And here, knight f3 check is just impressive and works very well. The idea is that we are threatening queen d2, so white needs to take, and if he takes with the queen, it's pretty obvious that white is screwed, because at least he's losing material through the main diagonal. And if bishop f3, obviously white loses the queen. So basically, white was more or less inclined to play fe. Here, it wasn't still losing, but I think this was some kind of harsh reality for white. And here white tried to take here. The idea was to have some knight c4 double threatening the both pieces, but it doesn't work really, because now knight g3, and we threaten the queen, we threaten knight e4, and basically we in a discover check. So here take, let's say knight b2, it's pretty obvious that this is losing for white, with 2 pawns down, and even a better position for black even. So queen e1 was a try, but here it just almost loses, because here white was maybe hoping for having some comfortable play with queen e4, but too many resources are implied for black here, like this bishop pinning, this knight here, the bishop, like all the pieces again are entering the position. And here, for instance, knight d5, here knight d2 was just winning very easy, I'd say. Very straightforward. There is a discover check with knight d4, for instance, that helps a lot because there is no queen e2. And yeah, white would not survive quite long. He played rook f2 that allowed Korchnoi an incredible resource, which I was like, wow, it works. And here queen f2, bishop 2, rook a2, a very important intermediate to just knight d7, knight d3. And here, man, I would love you to stop here, and I would love you to not be spoiled and just think how to defend this position, because it's insane. I really loved how, because now it feels like white is under such a huge threat of queen f2, and also this knight is very awkward on d7, and okay, if we try to take it out, this knight might be irrelevant, and black will have enough time to mate us or to create some severe threats to the king. So here there was a way to hold this position, but this was rook a8, king g7, here rook a7. It looks like white doesn't care about getting mated, but actually after queen f2, king h1, there is not such a thing as mate. There is not a way that black can keep checking and mating. So here queen d2, the obvious move, and after knight d5, it's funny how black cannot cross the line, cannot go further than this. Whenever black goes to f6 or h6, let's say king f6, knight d4 just wins. And if knight h6, knight g4, and now black again, whenever black gets to the g5 square, we will have this double check. So here, and if king h5, loses. And for instance, if king f8, just check, and here check, and it's also a draw. And if we try to get closer to the rook, now what? Now what do we do? Maybe knight f7 might be a draw. It's not that easy anymore, or is it? Or maybe you can try to check here, and then here, check here. And then if here, we have the check from this side. And if it goes here, maybe this is just a draw again. This could be a fun way to think about this being a draw. I don't know if it's enough, but if we do checks now, maybe this is just more than enough to make a draw. Because if the king goes away now, maybe my knight is entering and maybe white is winning here, yeah? Funnily enough. We have a mate here. So, yeah, the geometry of this game, like, only that moment was worth for me to show this game. And it's incredible how the knights combine very well to do, like, enough checks to win it. And at least guarantee the draw. But okay, Korchnoi was really good, but didn't spot this. So again, it's a great example of showing how punishing in this Benoni, how resourceful you need to be, how it enhances creativity. I really recommend it for starters, the Benoni. It's so much fun. It forces you to calculate all the way, to be like extremely precision. And also, it's quite a good argument to have against starting playing with London or playing two, let's say, rigid systems whenever you start playing chess. So I feel like the Benoni is quite a great option. So after bishop h6, looks like white is finding something, but after just taking, king just goes away, the checks end, and white is just losing. So yeah, this is a model game that, okay, again, I give you another line like bishop d7, but I feel what I need to give you with the model games is the spirit of the Benoni and the ideas and the tactical resources you need to be expecting of. I don't think the theory would matter that much. For me, it didn't matter, really. I didn't know much theory when I played the Benoni, and I reached 2500 just playing the Benoni mostly. So you will get more experience of this kind of games, messy games, not ideal, perfect Benoni games. Like, I did my course in the Catalan, and the goal is different. Yeah, the Catalan is more of a, let's say, you want to choke your opponent slowly but slowly and playing accurately in a very like tight manner, and then whenever you have the chance, you can go for the critical stuff or to sacrifice. Yeah. But here in the Benoni, you'll be having fun the whole game. So yeah, it's a good habit. So without further ado, I hope you enjoyed this game and see you in another model game. Hello and welcome to this model game, and here we'll cover a game from Ruslan Ponomariov with white, and when he was peaking with 2756 rating against Etienne Barrault. And again, we'll have another showcase of how King's Indian player opt for the Benoni when white tries to go for g3. Yeah. Actually, I put a lot of emphasis on white trying to play around the c5, so trying to go for this kind of setups with dc5 sometimes, with letting black take on d5 sometimes. And because I feel like this kind of Benoni is really good in practice, and again, we'll have another example to show it off. So c5, d5, castle, e6, the move order doesn't really change that much. White is not prepared to do d6, and actually teasing your opponent with the move order can also help you sometimes if you know it very well, because you might make your opponent uncomfortable, like, okay, or at least consider the option of d6, so waste some time, and maybe from, I don't know, 15 games, one of your opponents might play d6. Yeah? So it's also an interesting concept, but only works if you know very well the move orders and you know it works. Because if you don't do it with discipline, you might get sloppy with move orders, and sometimes you will get crushed, because at some point this d6 or this special stuff would work. So yeah, just humble advice. So rook e8, 92, a6, a4, 97. Again, this is pretty much quite known. We play 97 wherever this knight goes through here. And here knight h5, e4, bishop d7, and here a5. And here queen a5 is the main line we talked about, and then white can give up the pawn. But this b5 is really good, I feel. It's also very practical, and it's much easier, I'd say, than all the mess after f4, g4 that comes later. So here, ab6, bishop b5. White gives up the pawn, but also threatens the rook, and basically forces black to do something. So take, queen b6. And here knight a3 was an idea for white to prevent knight c4. And in general, we can take a look here. White has an extra pawn, but what would white need is to play f4 or to start kicking out the pieces, our pieces from the center. It's not easy because we have plenty of resources. We have knight g3, we have these jumps, sometimes knight d3 even is very important idea. And also we have a lot of activity. Oh, our pieces are doing kind of something. Maybe this knight and h5 is not doing much, but again, the minor pieces from white and also the rook on a1 are basically stuck and they don't have any way to improve. Also, the rook on f1 doesn't do much really. So here white was a bit struggling. It's not that easy to make this position. Here queen b3 is very smart. So again, the best piece for white is the queen, actually, if you think about it. And we will increase the pressure with queen b3 exchanging the queens. And this is very familiar if you played a lot the Benko, the Volga, because this pawn structure usually, for instance, there is the pawn on e7 and the pawn on a2, and white struggles to defend this position when black exchanges the queens, because the rooks are much more stronger. And basically, a very important point, whenever you have space, the queen is more valuable because the queen can access both flanks easily, yeah? And here black cannot use the queen for purposes on the king side that as easy as white. So that's why exchanging the queens is quite good in this kind of structures, yeah? So queen b3, taking the queen wouldn't be advisable. Okay, the rook on b3 is much better. So white opts for g4 to king a bit the knights. Knight f6, now takes the queen. At least this knight is not that good, but okay. You can also see it the other way around. What is black doing with this knight now? I mean, this knight had the purpose to prevent f4, but okay, at some point he need to go back to f6, so I don't know if g4 is useful or not. And here, rook d1, white wants to maybe prevent or maybe just not allow a comfortable knight d3, or to just have bishop f1 prepared at some point, and f3, and to rearrange the pieces. And h6, this move is very smart as well here. Because now white or black was into maybe some pressure of these g5, f4 ideas after bishop f1. But okay, even then, I don't think it's easy for white to play, even if I don't play h6, but h6 I feel is very smart, because if I can play g5, white will always have problems with dark squares, and we have an awful bishop, because all the pawn structure in white colors is terrible, it's abysmal. And here black didn't, let's say, didn't rush to play g5, because also g5 creates some kind of weakness on the light squares. That's why knight c2 was very interestingly smart move, because now knight e3, knight f5 would be very pleasant for white, because at least, okay, I put knight there, I create some problems, and at least I have a piece that I don't need to worry about that it's in a good square, which is something you cannot say here in this position without g5. So again, we kind of prevent g5, we have the g5 idea, but we don't overcommit, yeah? We have different options. And here, knight d3 is the chosen move, and also makes a lot of sense. We pressure knight d4, and we also pressure b2, so taking on b2 instead. So here, something like f3 might be troublesome for taking on b2, or I was toying with the idea of knight d5. I'm not sure if it works. I mean, it looks like it should work. Do you think? Because here, again, sometimes in the model games, I prefer not to analyze everything, so to have some kind of fresh approach. And here, rook e2 looks very pleasant, because white is very awkward, and actually playing h6 was useful, because then rook a8, I always have king h7. But here the idea is that how do you really defend the knight? So if you play knight a3, maybe I just get in with the bishop, or And how do you exactly play? If you go here, maybe I can take now and play, I don't know, rook b2. And now I threaten here. For instance, I was thinking about this stuff, or maybe bishop b2 even possible. I don't know. Maybe I don't need to even take here. Maybe I can take with the knight directly. It's a bit smarter. Or maybe I can take with the bishop and then just infiltrate here. I don't know. I have many options that look very promising and very interesting as a sacrifice here. And for instance, some basic moves like rook d2 don't work because knight c1 should be winning. And bishop d2, rook b2 should be some kind of issue, but maybe here bishop f1 might be enough to hold for white. I guess. Yeah, because after rook takes, I can take, and even if I take here, I lose the bishop. I lose the knight. So that would be as well how I would approach this position. So maybe here we have an extra move, but okay. This is also very difficult to face. And knight b2 maybe. Maybe knight b2 works now. Because we are threatening the rook. And not only this rook, but the other rook will be threatened. But here maybe white can play take. Maybe white can just take the rook here. And okay, it's a 2 pieces for the rook and a pawn. Again, I mean, this is still complicated, but this might be what white dream of. At least having a holdable position, and this bishop is not that scary anymore. I don't know, I just wanted to give you an example of how to analyze these positions. Like here, suddenly this move, since white is very awkward, it comes into mind, but there is no need to play knight d5. Obviously, an easier way would be to play knight d7 just, and try to get through 3-4, and then also pressure here. And eventually g5 might be a serious threat when we can control this knight, not jumping to f5. Just imagine a world where we exchange these 2 pieces, these 4 pieces, and we play g5, basically we're almost winning. It's kind of similar to what we have in Iturrizaga-Gleiserov model game. So yeah, you see it's a pattern that can repeat. Yeah. So rook a4 was a move to defend e4. Knight d7, rook a6. White tries to create some counterplay. And now black decides to just get back the pawn. And after rook d1, bishop e5, defending everything, defending f4. And yeah, the position starts to be very miserable, I'd say, for white, because I mean, we didn't need to commit to g5, so this knight doesn't have this sweet square here. Now knight a3 was a try to get to c4, but knight b6, which is prevented. And we have a huge advantage. So it's opposite colored bishop, but obviously much better for black. Now rook b8 was important because bishop b5 was somewhat of a threat. King g2, rook b4, pressuring here, covering the squares, maybe helping the knight to go forward. Now c4, c3, just getting the pawn to c3 is much, much better here. And now the position is just a matter of technique, and Baccarat happens to have a lot of technique. So here after knight d7, now knight c4 or bishop c2 might be an option, but for instance, knight c4, c2 is really strong thanks to the pin, and knight c5 is just soul crushing. Yeah, knight c5, rook b2, we create some pressure here, and now, only now, g5 works very well. Now bishop g5, bishop f4 is a threat, and bishop d2 is coming, and this knight can never access f5, and after rook a3, rook c2 just wins tactically after taking rook b2. And here the problem for white is that rook c1 loses to bishop f4, and bishop d3, I mean, I guess c2 should win, because white cannot control these squares, yeah? And because bishop f4 is always in the way. So white had to give up the bishop, and okay, this position is just lost, because we have too much control with our minor pieces, yeah? The blockade is insane, and our knight will go to, like, our knight can peacefully go wherever he pleases, yeah? And the rooks are kind of useless, yeah? But here bishop f4, rook a3, king g7. Well, black doesn't have a hurry, like, can have this square for the knight. Knight d7, knight d5, knight g4. Then exchanging the rooks, but f5 is really nice to debilitate this d5 pawn, or the e4 in this case. And here, for instance, we create the pass pawn, and yeah, the rook needs to be aware of the e4 pawn, but okay, yeah, we have too much activity, and now Now we have many ways to win, but here g4 and just bringing the king and taking the pawn, and then bringing the king and taking this pawn. Like black cannot do anything, and I think we won't even need to win the two bishop and knight against king, which sometimes, I mean, which is very easy at this level, but again, the position is so much winning. So this was an example of a crushing win. Also, it wasn't a GP and a FIDE Grand Prix tournament, so it was a very important tournament as well, and a very important win. So it's very well known that this Benoni is very scary against g3. So yeah, this is another great example of how bad things can go for white, even considering Ruslan was in his peak here. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this game, and see you in another model game. Hello and welcome to this model game, and here we'll check a game from Kirill Shevchenko with black. He's an extremely well prepared player. I had to face him, let's say, in the chessable course for d4 because he's such a nuisance for white, and he knows very well his game. And here we will also see a move order from the Nimzo Indian, and here after g3 we enter the Benoni with c5. b5, take, d6, everything is more or less normal. Here we have rook e1, which is not the most played move, but again, with white is an Emperor, a very young talent from India, one of the many. And after knight d7, here, rook e1, knight d7 is a bit precise. And white plays bishop f4, and here we have a very typical resource, which is giving up the d6 pawn in order to have compensation. In some lines, if you recall, white has this immediate knight d2, knight c4, bishop c4, and we play knight d7, and we give up the pawn. And here we have a different way to play with knight g4, and then if white tries to take it, we have queen b6 and queen b2, which is also pretty much very common. That's why I also wanted to add this to the model game. So if you are more of the kind of guy or girl that wants to check games and get an idea and then check the theory, you will also have the main takes here with the Benoni. So after bishop g5, this is also a very number and theme with white. It tries to force f6 or knight f6 or a weird move, because here if the knight f6 goes back, then queen d2 or queen c1 might be advisable, because we are not able to play h6 anymore. So at least white gets some kind of space in the king side, and we are not able to kick this bishop that might have some issues, because we have the white has the pawn chain and all in black squares, so the bishop will be stuck outside of the pawn chain. So it's also sometimes it's difficult for white to manage. So queen b6 now with threat in b2, queen c1 defending b2, and here c4 is a great precise move here. First of all, we threaten f2, and we force white to do something about it. And after rook f1 or e3, both have some problems. e3 has more obvious problems, because after knight e5 we have this impressive square, and also this bishop is kind of stuck here. So in case of e3, I guess h6 and g5 should be almost winning, but also knight e5 would be amazing, let's say, because this square is just for us and we will get it, and then later on h6, g5 may be even better. Yeah. So after rook f1, and here Shevchenko did a mistake, a conceptual mistake, I'd say, that he tried to fix later. But here, after c4, it's not only that we gain a tempo and force rook f1, but we also gain a really nice square for the knight. And here, it was more advisable to play knight g5 now, and after knight e5, take with the bishop. And this knight will go to c5, and the bishop likely to go to d7, maybe to cover some stuff here. And then later on, we'll try to push for the queen side, as usual. But here again, we exchange a couple pieces. White doesn't have the c4 square, and white is with the bishop on g2, which is, if white doesn't get anything of value, it's much worse than on d3. And also, we have control of the d6 h2 diagonal, so white cannot pressure d6 freely. So we have more or less everything strategically that we can ask for. And the position will likely get worse for white as time goes by, because we have an easy plan to go forward with the queen side, and white will need to play according to engine, like precise move and timing, and it's not easy. And at some point, I guess some b3 might need it. I don't know. just difficult to play. So after knight d5, here the position is not that great, but should be good as well. And here the problem is that this knight on e5 is kind of useless with opponent c4, and actually Shevchenko immediately got back to readdressing the position. Here might be worse for black a bit, with some precise play after bishop e3 and then some e4, and then get some space on the queen side, which is crucial. And yeah, and some issues for black, because after bishop e3 I think it was something related that if knight c5 we can go for knight b5, and it's not easy. We have queen c4 later, yeah. So it's not easy for black to develop as black would want, and if we commit to a6, a5 is now quite strong, and knight a4 is coming. Again, this is not easy to play for white because it's very precise. But again, I think the best advice you can get from this course is you need to pay more attention to what your opponent wants to do than what you want to do. In this case, black obviously wants to play knight c5. So if we find, let's say, a way to at least make it difficult, or to make black think, okay, maybe I don't want to do this, or maybe it's not that easy, then it's a success, because we give the opportunity of the choice. But here black played queen d2, and here knight c5 was already very good, but black opted to play a6 first, which is peculiar in the sense that, okay, he wants to play b5 at some point, but okay, knight c5, I see no problem, and after bishop d7, we can play b5 in one go, so a6 is not needed, let's say. But okay, king h2, rook b8, okay, and queen c7, so yeah, eventually b5 is on the menu. Yeah, the knight could be already on c5, but okay, it's not, the knight on d7 is fine either way, but would be a bit more precise. White didn't do anything special, so white hasn't time. Here bishop h8, I feel it's a bit too much. Again, what's the problem for white here? The problem is that these two pieces are kind of useless. Yeah, they are controlling the center, but they are not helping white to push with the center. So if we just play b5, let's say, and we have this position, and how is white going to create some pressure? Like now maybe queen c5, we just pressure here. And this, again, these two pieces are the worst. So playing bishop h8 looks nice to keep up the bishop, but we've seen many games and also many theory lines that we just give up the bishop because we change a better piece for white. And this was one of the cases, because the bishop on h6 creates more threats than our bishop on h8, I would say. So, yeah, I don't know. Now, for instance, it's much more straightforward for white, like white would need to commit to just push everything, yeah? And the bishop on h6 will help a lot in this sense. It creates some mate themes and also some pressure to the king. So yeah, and now it's a rapid game, so white would love to just push forward. White starts with f4, it doesn't change that much, e4, and now b5, and now e5. And again, this would be less effective, I'd say, if white didn't have these two bishops, but okay, still black should be more than fine after bishop f5. And again, white has some space in the center, but cannot do much with it. Again, the bishop is here, stupid, this knight doesn't do much, and we will keep improving the position. Knight e2, white tries to create some value with the knight, and now d5, d6, queen d7, fe tries to create some stuff. But here white is completely busted. Here there are many ways, many lines that are a bit more precise to just win the game. I don't know, like here bishop d3 I think is a bit better. I think black did not play the most accurate, let's say. White was completely winning many times. Here bishop b4, for instance here knight d3, it's not that difficult of a move. The concept is the position is shifting all the time, yeah? Let's assume this. This is a matter of chess, a matter of life. You need to be adapted to change all the time. So here we had an excellent piece on c5 when the position was closed, but now the position is open, and now our king is less safe. So we need to have this king, this knight into the game, yeah. And here knight d3 would be perfect for it, because it covers everything, and we don't care that much that we lose this knight, this bishop, because after rook e5, this knight completely hinders these rooks, and also rook b8 is coming. And white only has one threat on g2. on bg7. So we will be able to play f5 and just defend it. And again, the rest of the pieces are just amazing for black. We control both rooks. We will likely take d6 pawn whenever we want. We don't need it though, and we have also free access to the 7th rank. So yeah, don't get too friendly with pieces. The position is changing. The changing nature makes it so even more difficult for white to play this game. And here for black in this case, because after bishop f6, knight g5 kind of forced the same thing, like exchanging the worst pieces, but here you realize that it's such a different position because now the control of the e-file is not there. Now bishop e7 is just annoying because it's not the same having the rook on e4 or the rook on e8. Yeah, here rook e6, bishop e7, and now for instance moves like the knight f7 is very weak, and suddenly white has some decent compensation. Now white tries to create some blockade. And this position is tricky, yeah, like should be winning for black, I think, but yeah, not that easy. And now black goes to d3. Again, this position was kind of a mess, but again, I like to say again a lot, and also I like to have some games that truly show the nature of the Benoni. Like it's difficult for black, it's difficult for white, but in general we create chances and we need to be ready to take them, yeah? Like in g5, rook e4, now black creates some space for the queen. And yeah, on this endgame is more or less winning because the king is coming. And the knight on d3 again, white is just funny because this rook can never threaten c4. And this rook can never get active either, yeah? Like just, okay, I'll let you move the rook. How do you manage to get it active? To rook e5, white tries to play d6, d7. Here king e6, and take, bishop g3, rook e4. And yeah, the position is just collapsing. At some point, this pawn will fall, f4 will come, like here we'll see very close, and yeah. And black just swiftly won the game onwards. And yeah, doesn't have much history. But again, this game was really nice to show a couple of themes. This knight g4, whenever white tries to take on d6, we have queen b6. Also, these ideas of, okay, which piece do we put to e5? In this case, the G knight was a bit better. And on top of that, we have a crazy complicated game as well. Like, while black could have won very easily, but we need to keep thinking about the pieces and which pieces create more activity, create more tension. Here we saw twice Shevchenko rectifying, yeah, like playing knight e5 and then knight e7 back. And then playing knight e4 and then knight c5 back to put it to d3 again. So we see how important it is to also to fix a mistake, yeah, to not commit. Okay, maybe you made the move that it's wrong, so just fix it. Don't commit to it and say, okay, I played this, I need to keep going until the end of the day. No, okay, you can change, you can go back, it's fine. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this model game, and see you in another one. Hello and welcome to this model game, and this one is especially interesting, I'd say, because it's one of the lines that I feel it's more obvious that the line is interesting when we are checking model games, let's say, and practice games. Because the line, okay, if you check into the engine, it says one thing, but in practice the results are terrible. So here we have the main line with g3, here bishop f4 and h6, which is the line I recommend. And here queen c1, g5, bishop e3. Here we have bishop f5. The idea is that white wants to get this bishop playing to f4 to have this pressure to d6 to be able to put the knight here. So now white plays h4, g4, and now knight d2. White include this h4, g4, so be able to play bishop f4. So here very important move, rook e3. Yeah, we give up the exchange. Here I want to also say that knight d7 is a possibility. Yeah. And I also consider it as an alternative. It's not as good, I'd say, but it's also very interesting. Well, okay, not as good. It's playable, yeah, in chat. It's not that bad in general. It's practical, and it's maybe less committal than sacrificing the exchange, but I feel this position is really good, so you have a choice, yeah? Whenever the position is, let's say, really drastic measures we take, I always like to give an alternative for people that, okay, maybe they don't like it, but here we'll show. So we give up the change. What's going on here? This has a very similar flavor to the delayed Benoni when we have rook e3. And the idea is that white has an awful center now that doesn't do much, and we have an amazing square on e5, and white is kind of weak on the dark squares. And the king is weak, this bishop is terrible, and the minor pieces are just covering light squares, so basically it has no control of the dark squares. And also the rooks are not playing the game. Yeah. So here there are some themes that need to be taken off. The rook can go to f4 and sacrifice himself, and in order to improve the pawn structure, let's say e4, e3, so we can take with the f pawn. That could be an idea. And usually white is a bit better for the rooks, but it's not easy to play at all, I feel. And white sometimes need to keep the balance between pressuring here and getting active with the rooks, and we'll see different games, and this one is quite apparent that it works very badly for white. So now white play e4, which is already a mistake. Here knight b5, knight e8 is important to include it. So because we are aiming to play knight h5 and to pressure g3. So after knight b5 makes it so black needs to take more attention to the center and cannot commit to the plan. Queen e7 was important because knight d7 is the idea, so basically we defend d6. This is pretty common in the Benoni. Now after e4, knight h5 is already tricky for white. Here queen e1 was a must, which is not obvious why, but after king h2, knight d7, the position is crumbling, I'd say, for white. And here there was a mistake that is quite obvious if you think backwards, but it's not as obvious if you consider that knight b5 is a theme that maybe white knew and didn't knew when. So he missed it here, and now he's thinking, okay, maybe it's now. Now knight b6 was an excellent move by this young Argentinian guy, Tomas Sosa, because now it feels like white is winning the pawn, but if we move forward a couple moves, after b5, white loses control of the e5 square, and now the bishop is entering and just completely demolishing white's position, because it's not only that we take here, we also play queen h4. That's why queen e1 was better than king h2 as well, because white doesn't have this extra problem. So after knight e3, bishop e3, white tried to play rook f5, but the position is hopeless after knight g3. Rook c3 has the aim to maybe dream to exchange the queens at some point, but okay, it's losing. But here queen h4 just completely crushes all white's hopes, because after king g1, knight d2, king f1, and take. And basically white lost the queen. And here to even add more more drama to the position, queen g3 just wins an extra piece, and after a couple more moves, white just lost. So this is a great example of how wrong it can go for white. White was a FIDE master already, and if you don't know what you're doing with this position, if you don't know the theory all the way for white, you can lose very quickly, and it's much easier to play for black in general. It's easier to punish for black, let's say. So whenever we don't know a line, let's say with black, it's easier to survive and then have a game. But but in the contrary, it's very difficult. If white doesn't know, it gets punished a lot. And again, I want to repeat, in an era of chessable curses and a lot of memory and a lot of preparation and openings, the Benoni is one of the lines that it's checked later on. So it's or at the last minute, yeah. And it's easy. It's harder to gasp it as well for white. You need to have a different mindset for most of the lines on the d4, yeah. So this is a great example of how wrong it can go and how fast as well. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this model game, and you will see many others in these lines, so you'll get a complete idea of what's going on here. And for now, this is all, and we'll see you in another model game. Hello and welcome to this model game, and here we'll talk about a game from the G3 variation, and here I have none other than Alexander Indyk, which is basically, if you don't know already, because I say it many times, our god and savior of the Benoni, because he plays it consistently, being in 2600 in classical games. And here we have a game for the European Championship. Again, the move order from the Nimzo Indian, c5, d5, take, d6, knight c3, g6, and okay, we have the main line of the G3 variation. And here we have bishop f4, h6. And I put a lot of emphasis here on the files that, on the analysis that I will show you model games of this line of precisely here bishop f5. Here we have also knight d7, which is has a different flavor. But bishop f5 mostly is the critical line, and it's more or less understandable in practice in model games. So here we go, h4, g4, knight d2, rook e3. And again, black gives up the exchange in order to have this amazing e5 square, and white pieces are just controlling light squares. So it's white has so much trouble defending the dark squares, the d3 pawn, and here we have f3, bishop g6, knight c4, queen e7 to have knight d7. The bishop here is much better than on c8. We also solved this bishop, so that's why this line is also interesting. And here knight b5, this is the main line from Girard-Druzhkina, and the idea is to force knight e8, and white needs to, black needs to wait some tempos defending the d6 pawn, so knight h5 is not possible. So now e4, a4 to prevent a6. Now a6 is not possible because we always have, white always has knight b6, so knight d7 is a must. Now e4, and white makes room for the knight on e3. So yeah, this line is already, you need to know with white, because otherwise you won't play it this way. Now e4, why now? Now a4, why now? So we explained all the way. So this is supposed to be a little advantage for white, but I feel this is much more practical for black. So knight e5, white cannot afford to take, because otherwise we have an impressive bishop on e5, and again, check it, this bishop doesn't do anything, and the rooks are not getting active anytime soon. So, after, well, maybe now we would take with the queen, because the h6 pawn is hanging, but even then, taking with the bishop would be fine. But okay, we just take with the queen, go back, and then put the bishop in. Knight f6, we pressure to e4, and knight f5 is more or less a must. So it feels like black kind of had a success here, because they exchanged a couple pieces, and this bishop still remains on the board. But also a very important thing here is that suddenly we have no presence on the light squares. Yeah? This rook is kind of annoying because it prevents knight h5, and okay, exchanging a couple of pieces usually is good, but here we have an exchange down, and the bishop was helping a lot to keep white in check in the light squares. So now a6 and rook b8. Here knight fd7, it's a bit better, I feel. Like we want to play knight c4, maybe c4 and knight c5, and maybe make use of these two knights, because the problem with the knights here is a very interesting concept, is that when you have too much control of the square, your pieces became kind of useless. You need to do something with that control. Yeah. So in this case, we have a lot of control of e5 on the dark squares, but we have zero presence on the light squares. That's why it's tricky. Yeah. The only presence might be this pawn, and okay, we have some coverage, but we have not anything active. So knight f7 was a bit of a must. And rook b8, I don't like that much here, because white is is getting the a file, and is getting an active rook. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. And here white played really smart. I think I really liked what white idea was. When white thought, okay, this knight is completely, it's just like a pawn. Yeah, it just defends pawns. Yeah? Basically, it's like a pawn. So here, might as well put again the knight on e3, as we did with the prior one. King h7, just a generic move, maybe to move the rook away and prevent the rook a1 check, and also to defend h6, sorry, for future events. Knight e3, rook e8. It clearly shows that white had a successful opening, I'd say, in the sense that suddenly rook b8 was shown to be like a very poor move. White did not try to prevent with b5. Also, it's very interesting that white knew very well what to do, because here a5 that looks pleasant. Now b5 might be more than justified, because b2 is such a trophy we want to get. Yeah, something like queen b7. We can defend a6, pressure b2, and then the knight's coming, or maybe just this maneuver might be more pleasant. But the thing here is that white doesn't want to prevent b5, wants to get the a file. Yeah, so knight d1 is much smarter. So now king h7, rook e8, queen c2, king g8. Again, the idea here for black is that black is comfortable. Black thinks, okay, you have, let's say, a lot of control on the light squares. I don't have a clear plan, so let's at least minimize losses, let's say. Yeah. Here there were some tricks. Let's say if I want to play knight f7, I'm not sure if it works, but some ideas with discover check with the queen, yeah, I'll keep up the check, and then e6 maybe come. Maybe it's nothing, yeah, maybe just king h8, and I will get the a5 square again, or maybe I just can play knight e3 and just win the game. But I think why that's the reason why he played king g8, yeah. And now after rook a f1, now b5 is a try. Here I think white should have taken and then get back to the A file. Makes sense. I mean, it feels like I lose the tempo, but okay, getting this column makes more sense. Maybe now c4 and trying to rearrange the queen might be nice, because again, we want the pawns to cover the squares that we cannot cover with the pieces. Yeah, we have a lot of control in the dark squares, so basically really nice spots, but the pawns kind of coordinate very well. Yeah. But here king h2, now rook a8, so I feel this is an objective win for white, for black. Still, white is okay. Actually, is much better considering the engine, but I don't see how and why. Yeah, like the position is weird, and we have a very easy play. I'm not fd7, c4. The idea why white is better is that we have to take care that white can answer very well our threats, let's say. But it's not easy because usually people play better positions that have easy plans, like easy way to, okay, I will pressure this point, and our opponent will need to do this, so I will then pressure this. But here's not obvious what to do. It's such an engine territory, yeah, like engine knows how to wait all the time, yeah. So here knight fd7, and white tried to play rook h5 and tried to play knight f5. And looks interesting because it gets some pressure, but it turns out to be a terrible decision because after queen f8, king h7, I just defend. Think that, see this position, we don't need to do that much. Here we get some kind of improvement here, but we have this excellent blockade, this bishop is terrible, and white did quite well for a long time, but here after knight g7, I feel the position is completely lost. Because white exchange is the only piece that can access the weaknesses for black, in exchange for our bishop that might be good, but again, our knights are much, much better. And suddenly this bishop is completely irrelevant now, yeah? And the rooks cannot do much. And now just black just gets some space on the queen side, and I mean, these knights just defend everything, yeah, like are amazing. Now rook a3, and now what to do? We need to activate the queen. Here again, be careful with the tricks, because here I'm pretty sure this is good now, and now e6 is coming, so that's why, okay, let's play king g8. Again, pay attention to what are your opponents doing, yeah? Queen f8, the idea is to just bring the queen. Again, you see how most of the game is explained, so with a very simple idea, yeah, like I want to do this, I do it, or I don't like my opponent does this, so I prevent it. It's kind of incredible that he can beat a GM like this, yeah? Now c4 is a really nice concept because we get another square for the knight, the rook gets to play, and we get a passed pawn, yeah? We give up a pawn, queen a5. And now the problem is that white would love to pressure here, but queen b2 runs into knight d3, so queen d2 is the only way. And now queen, now queen d4 is a try, let's say, if black plays the desirable move knight c5, knight rook f6 might be tricky to face. But here just queen a3, keep increasing the pressure to the dark squares. And yeah, black, white is more or less hopeless here. Also rook c4 is an interesting attempt here. And here queen d1, b3, white, black doesn't lose any tempo, because also taking on e3 would allow this diagonal to be open, and would allow some, I don't know, theoretical counterplay, so might as well just keep pushing and just keep everything closed, yeah? So our knights shine. Rook a1, queen c5. Now the queen rearranges pretty well, and rook g4. I don't need to take, because if we take, we would lose both knights. So here, rook a8, tries to create some counterplay, but after knight f6, white just resigns, because the rook cannot defend g3. White basically is losing a rook and also getting promoted. So again, we'll see that black has a very safe position, a very solid structure, and it's very difficult for white to punish this. So objectively, the engine says white should be better, but I don't see it in practice at all. Yeah, it like requires a lot of waiting, a lot of precise play, and a mistake is so much more costly for white than for black, because we have a very safe structure and safe position. So yeah, I feel this game is quite an excellent representation of what is this line, because white played very nice, very interesting, very creative, played the most accurate line according to engine, rearranged the knight. But then, even achieving everything, he didn't know what to do later on. Yeah. So yeah, hope you enjoyed this game, and see you in another model game. Hello and welcome to this model game. Here we'll talk another game of the Benoni. With the G3 variation. Here we have with black a very strong and dynamic player, Idani Puya. He played the Benko against 2600, and so he's known for a very dynamic player. I highly recommend his games, and it's quite a fun player. So I was there with him in the European Cup like last year, and I saw this game on live, and I was very surprised. Like, I knew this line was very interesting, which is bishop f4, h6, we want to play g5, white wants to get the f4 square for the bishop and then reroute the knight, so we play precisely rook e3 here, so we prevent everything. And we have control of the e5 square, this bishop is terrible, and white has some problems in the dark squares, while we have an exchange down, but the rooks are not playing anytime soon. Yeah. So overall, we will want to get some pressure on the king side, while white wants to kind of control the queen side and maybe get some pressure there as well. So here bishop g6, knight c4, knight b5 is a very important move, as you will be able to see or you have seen in a couple games prior. Knight e8, a4, knight d7, e4. This is more or less the main line. And here Pujac prefers a6. If I recall correctly, knight e5 was chosen by Injik in another model game, and yeah, it's not that worse, not better, it's just more or less similar. So here white tries to play knight c3, knight f6, and here instead of knight e3, because maybe knight e4 was possible now, white tried to play a4. Yeah, with a4, white wants to get this b6 square and get some sense of this knight. Yeah, and usually the rook will come through the third rank, maybe to b3, maybe to e3, to create some activity. Yeah. So white doesn't really care about getting the e4 pawn loose, because opening files will be good for the rook. So yeah, for now, knight h5 is a must, and white needs to defend the pawn. Now queen e1 is important here. We talked in another model game here that how king h2 has the issue that at some point if we exchange this knight, we'll have bishop e5, and then queen h4 will be a bigger threat than knight g3. Yeah. So queen e1 is a bit better. Rook a3, knight e5. Black played preemptively rook b6, so knight b6 doesn't have a threat. And here, it's a very interesting position because white decided not to exchange any knight, so black doesn't really have an access to bishop e5 yet. Yeah. So for instance, knight d7, knight c4 would already be a draw. Yeah. So the position is really good for black. So here black thought, okay, might as well exchange this knight through this way. Yeah, so it's a bit a slower way, but it makes sense. If we exchange a couple pieces, we'll get access to with bishop e5, and then we get more pressure. Yeah, and then the knights are kind of preventing us from playing b5. Yeah, because here white committed to a5, and a5 has a price. That here, whenever we are able to play b5, we will be able to open the b file, or at least have this pawn structure safe. Because the benefit of having the a pawn on a4 is that white can open the a file and get some space for the rook. So it's very interesting how usually a move that is very good in all the Benoni lines, here it's not as great, which is a5. So here knight f6, knight f7, white tries to just defend the e pawn, I guess. And knight ce4, white wants to keep holding this and maybe at some point play b4 and get some space on the queen side. And here black changes completely the approach and plays h5. h5 has different utilities. One of it is freeing this knight, and another is to play bishop h6 and kind of get into the dark squares. Since white knights are a bit weird for now and doesn't have access to the c4 square, now for instance taking here would take with the queen and then queen b5 could be very annoying. That's why white played rook b3. And after bishop h6 here, queen c3 is very interesting. The idea is to answer taking on f4 with gf and then maybe f5 and kill this bishop, or try to play e5 at some point. And also this knight doesn't have a square, so we cannot take for now. So that's why black played knight f6. And here white has too many issues, because if we take out the rook, now taking on e4 would be nice, because again, these two knights are really nice blocking the queen side, but are now a bit irrelevant on the king side. So after queen c2, here black had a winning idea, which is kind of insane, even for the likes of Puya. And okay, you can pause. I don't know if it's spoiled by the games, by the moves, but I feel it's great. It's a great position for you to calculate. So if you want to stop, I say it many times. I would say the move. So yeah, the move was bishop f4, and now knight e4. We sacrifice another piece, and after bishop e4, queen h4 incredibly wins the game, because now g3 is such a huge threat. Yeah? And for instance, if white were to take on g6, we would also have this g3 idea, and whenever the e-pawn moves, we also gain access to f3, and white is more or less losing by force, which is funny. But for instance, e3, knight f3, and if king f1, we check, and here we could check on g2, and if king d3, there is knight e1, and if king d3, d1 is queen e1 mate. Yeah. So basically, white will be forced to take here, and after g3, king f1. And it feels dangerous because of bishop b4, but white wasn't losing yet, because there was rook g3 check intermediate, and white has enough pieces, and okay, so only the rook on b8 is kind of useless. But here g2, it's an amazing geometrical motif that I wanted to show, just wins the game by force. Yeah. So because of king g2, bishop b4 just wins the queen, and if the king moves away, I can promote another queen. Yeah. And this is a great example of how you need to calculate. Yeah. I want to take the notice, because here we calculate forcing moves and we don't stop, because here we think, okay, white has weak king and white has two pieces that are completely irrelevant, and maybe the rook is irrelevant. Yeah. And here bishop e4 is forcing. So again, whenever your opponent has only one move, more or less, because here fe, now queen h4 might be even stronger. So we have the same motif, so it's easier to calculate. And if bishop e4, queen h4, and now this is the hard move to see, yeah? Like queen h4 and this g3 mate. If you spot that g3 is threatening mate and white doesn't have an easy time defending, maybe you can have it. But again, and after fe, you don't stop, you threaten mate into, and white is kind of committed to defend. And here, again, you calculate first checks, and this g2 just wins beautifully. You calculate checks before captures, so that's why you calculate first g2, yeah? Because if you don't have much time, you need to be efficient, yeah? Like, the problem with this kind of positions that usually you don't have 1 hour, or here, you have like maybe 10 minutes, if it's great, because the position is already messy. But here, it's not easy. So you need to be disciplined. So it's also good for you in the smaller games to learn how to calculate sometimes and how to do an effort. So here, black played knight e7 in order to just take, to take on f4 and then take on e4, which makes a lot of sense. So again, what I love about this game is that black wasn't in a hurry at any point. Yeah, like I'm threatening this, and kind of shift the pieces all the way. And it seems that black did nothing and just did the waiting game moves, but step by step improved the position. Now e3, the idea is that white wants to take with the e-pawn, and now knight e5, it's very nice. And the idea is now I have c4, knight d3, I have knight f3, I have different ideas. Here white was still holding, but after knight c3, the position is more or less lost. Because the knight loses sense here, maybe knight b6 was even a bit better to reroute to c4. And after queen c7 is very nice, because this pawn is hanging, and it's not easy defendable, because if rook a3, knight c4 is also coming. So knight b6, knight c4. And basically black takes this rook instead of the other, and this rook becomes kind of useless. And black is hoping for a sacrifice that will come eventually, like as I will see now. That it's like, okay, white has a very nice center, yeah, like very nice blockade here. But if white cannot defend, like f5 is coming, now after a5, Puya calculated very well. So again, this is a very committal move. Don't make it without having anything else after, yeah? Because here we have an excellent blockade. White has worse pieces, so we don't have any need to do this, yeah? So here, queen e7, f4, take, queen e1 just wins. That's the thing. After here, rook e2, and white won't be able to defend f1, g2, I mean, effectively. So after bishop 1, take on g3, take on h4, and here Puya calculated all the way very well. Like rook g3 is a huge threat. Knight e4, I guess queen e1 should win, or maybe we can go for g3 as well should win because I'm friending the knight, and then the queen goes to d4. I don't know, many moves. Queen f2, g3, very nice mate threat. Now rook f3, we kind of threaten checkmate here. I mean, you need to calculate deep because you sacrifice, but now rook f1 now just wins the endgame because we have too many passers. Yeah. So again, this was an excellent game of this line. I really prefer to show you mobile games mostly than theory because, okay, theory, it's purposeless. I feel in this position that is very rigid and relies a lot on waiting and knowing what are your strengths and weaknesses. And here we learned about the utility of playing a5 or not, or delaying a4, because white loses an option to prevent b5, and we gain an option here. And it is usually the opposite value. Yeah, we prefer to have this pawn structure, but here we don't like to open the a file because our opponent has an extra rook for a piece we have. So I hope, I don't know if you checked the other games, model games in this line, but it makes sense to hold together. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed as well how the grandmasters get an advantage, but then immediately look for more. They don't just take the advantage and cash in. You know, they look for the next thing and they look if it's needed and if there is something better and if you can create another problem for your opponent. So yeah, without further ado, I hope you enjoyed and yeah, and see you in the next model game. Hello and welcome to this model game. Here we'll see a game from Daniel Alzina. And it will start with a different move order, which is kind of funny, but you'll see how it ends up being the Benoni with knight f3, knight f6, c4, c5, and then d4. So basically, this is the same thing as we played if we played c5, and then our opponent played knight f3 here. So after cd, knight e, e5, this is the main line, knight b5, d5, we give up pawn in order to have some activity, and also to get the d5 and the d6 squares occupied and not available for the knights. So now these knights get a bit silly. So bishop c5, knight c3, this is all theory. g3, white tries to develop the rest of the pieces. Knight g4, this is how we do it. And we pressure f2 and we force e3 or knight e4, some kind of reaction. And after a3, f5. Daniel Alzina is a very strong theoretician player, so if you check his games, he usually has a very deep idea. He loves preparing, he's very scientific. And okay, of course, he also has a PhD, but the idea is that you can rely on him in order to check some lines. And bishop b2, knight d7, the idea if white takes the piece, we get dynamics in our favor. Again, this line is very nice, I feel, if you are a Benoni player, because it kind of highlights all the time development and initiative, which is very similar to Benoni, and also the structure is very much similar, and we have some themes here, like there are repeating themes. So knight f6, black keeps accumulating pieces for the king side. Now h3 is a must. And here it's funny that white played knight a4, and after bishop e7, knight c3, which is kind of the engine move. It's not obvious at all, but this position is it's a funny repetition, but this position is already tricky for white, and f4 is very dangerous. Our idea with f4 is that after ef, g4 is that after queen g6, we will be able to sacrifice a piece on g4. We have 4 pieces pressuring g4, and the king is not able to defend. It will be too weak, and also the rook is coming. And again, as well as the Benoni, we don't only need to think about about material, but also about dynamics. This rook is not helping, this bishop is not helping, and this rook is actually obstructing. So And the queen doesn't do much neither. This knight doesn't do much neither. So again, we are talking about king safety, and we have much more. We have like almost every piece except of this rook pointing to the king. So yeah, knight f4, knight c3, and here f4, which is a very nice idea. And after ef, ef, the king is very exposed, and this is very difficult to play as a human, I'd say. Because here, for instance, g4, we would go back with bishop c5, and we want to play queen g6 and knight g4, and suddenly the king, we are threatening knight e3 and queen g2 mate. If the king moves away, we have queen h6, queen h2. We have all the threats available in this position. So white, we need to pay attention. Here, I think the best line was knight e4, and after taking d6 and just give up this, because now white has some space for the minor pieces. But again, the king is incredibly weak. And okay, we don't care that much if you take on h6, because then the bishop can reroute through here, and our king will be safe as well on h8. So the position remains very much unclear. And it's very difficult for white to play these positions. That was my experience for all the time. And also, you need to bear in mind the psychological aspect of the line. You're playing knight f3 because you don't want to commit to Benoni. You want to play a safe game. You want to play a slow game. And 5 moves later, you're still into a crazy position that you cannot play safe. You cannot play easy moves. You need to think. You need to take decisions all the time. You need to be committal, yeah? And at some point, you need to calculate deep stuff. That's why I really like this line. Like, this model game will be pretty short, but it kind of shows my approach in the Benoni and how it should be played, how we play the most aggressive lines and how we try to be dynamic. Of course, there are lines that white can remain solid, of course. Yeah, we have many of those as well. But as much as possible, we try to go for the funnier variations. And this main line is very interesting for black. And here after king h2, white is almost losing after bishop d6. And again, just check this beauty, like all the pieces pointing to both knights, just happy to get sacrificed at some point. And here after knight c4, queen d7 just wins the game. Easy as that. If g4, f3 is winning a piece, and if white tries to take here, we just take here and knight g4, and we basically mate our opponent without much resistance. It is very sad because white cannot even sacrifice, because here we are already coming with the next piece, yeah, like. And here actually there was an interesting thing. Danny commented to me, like, it's after g4, f3, here king h1. Again, for instance, e2 is very attractive, but after queen e2, suddenly our knight's a bit stupid because we don't really want to sacrifice anymore. And yeah, and white has a couple pawns and really decent pieces, you know. And here white might claim that had some compensation, yeah, because also the bishop on c8 if is not that useful because white has all the pawns on the light squares. And funnily enough, but after yeah, well, king g1 or king f1, it's more or less the same. But here the idea is that I can already sacrifice here as well with knight g4, and the king gets completely open, and the position is hopeless, I feel. Just simply this would give material advantage because now we're doing a double threat, and we keep attacking, and the position is still open. Yeah, that's, I feel, more practical than just taking the piece and maybe not, maybe having some problems finishing the game. And also after king h1, knight fg4, and the game was actually white resigned, because after taking on f3, here we have many resources again. Knight h2 might be more than enough. We can even consider taking on here, taking here, just, I guess, many moves win. Bishop g3 might be the easiest, I guess. This is the only defendant, and if something like this, I guess, I mean, this position just win by brute force. We have too many pieces against the king, yeah? Like knight g4 should win, I guess, for sure, because after taking, we take, and then bishop f3. I don't know, just many moves should win here. Bishop g4 should win as well, for sure. Like, the dynamics favor us a lot. And here we could even change the move order, which is a very, very important thing to do in forced lines. Playing knight g4 first might be very interesting, because after taking, we take, and our rook is coming, and we basically exchange the only defendant on the white position. So yeah, I like to take time to show you how to think these positions, and also obviously some of the moves I won't say the best move, but how I would approach this position. So yeah, as I say in many little games, I don't check all the things with the engine because here it's already winning. Yeah. So yeah, hope you enjoyed and see you in another mobile game. Hello and welcome to this mobile game where I played against Gata Kamsky with black, and here it is to show that this line is kind of playable. I eventually lost the game because it was a rapid in the AIM chess tournament, AIM chess qualifier, but I got an excellent position very quickly and it was very interesting. So Gata is known for being a London player for a long time, since he came back to chess after quitting for some years. So after c5, d5, b5, c4, he tried. So basically we transposed to a Volga, a Benoni, Benko, sorry. And after b4, which is my recommendation, it's not that obvious how white needs to proceed, and he proceeded with the most natural move, bishop g5. And after g6, the position is already excellent for black. And we get a lot of space on the queen side that usually is not, we are not allowed to get after knight c3, so this is more comfortable. And he tried to play e4, but white is so late in development, and we kind of have a very quick answer. After bishop g7, castle, now f5. And this is very important that we don't get the bishop close here. It's not that bad, like, okay, if we play d6, knight d7, knight d5, we should be fine. And eventually we'll be able to play f5, and if we don't, okay, we have a very safe also position that white has a lot of control on light squares, but I don't see a future where white creates any kind of problem. Like maybe we should be worried if f4, f5 happens, because this bishop will be buried. But okay, it's just fine. But here f5 is very important. If white tries to take, rook e8 has a lot of compensation, and white doesn't have an easy way to defend this, because with bishop e2, we can go for queen f6, or even d6, I guess, and pressure b2, and let's say knight d2 to develop. Now we could even play d6, because white cannot castle, so the bishop is coming, and maybe later on we have these tricks with b3, and then having a square for the knight and b4, like we have so many good ideas. And here after e5, white is losing already, yeah? Like we are only move 10. And here I played immediately d6, which is good as well, but f6 just wins the game, I feel, in easier fashion. If white takes, white would lose b2 pawn, and the position is hopeless because white doesn't have any control of the dark squares, and we eventually will get a pass pawn here. And if e6, that was instinctively worried me because this bishop can be close, but the thing is, okay, but pay attention to what is white doing. I don't need to be in a hurry to play f4, because if I play f4 bishop b4 and white gets much activity back, but here just play knight c6, just put the rooks, put the pieces, and this bishop will eventually maybe reroute through e5 or something, because white pieces cannot do anything really. They are just clashing against our pawn's structure, and here we are completely winning. Here I play d6, which is good enough as well. White needs to take, and now rook e8, and here I was very much inclined to play queen f6 because I thought, okay, I have the passer here, I have an extra pawn that whenever I want to create something, and this pawn should be easy takeable. But I don't know, I checked this line and I thought, okay, rook e1, and maybe it's not that easy, but yeah, it's just a stupid evaluation, because here just a5, for instance, and this pawn can never succeed. This bishop is useless. a5 is very important, I think, because then bishop c2, bishop a4, which is a crucial plan here, cannot be played because I have a4 all the time. And the knights cannot access our position. If you think knight e5 cannot be, knight e4 cannot be, and if knight b3, knight d7 just solves all the problems. So a5 was the smart move that might made me play this line all the way. So after queen d6, knight d2, the position is still great, still a lot of presence on the dark squares, but not as good as before. But rook b1, a4. I really love this plan. I kept with the initiative because white really wants to just castle and bring the rook, so I thought might as well do something quick. And here after g3, b3. I really like this concept. We get the square for the knight in exchange for the pawn, and suddenly this knight is very worrisome for black. Here knight a6. So knight b4 is a huge threat. Rook a1 is kind of a must for get a space for the queen. Queen b1. Here f4 was winning. Well, not winning, but much better. But it was very concrete. It was at some point f4, then I have some queen d7, and then I access here, and white needs to play h3, then I will get. access to e2. I don't know. It was not an easy way, very convoluted. I played bishop d7, which looked much more logical. I'm aiming to take on d3, take on b2, and since I defended this pawn with a minor piece, white won't be able to take rook a4, and we'll have the a passers. Yeah? So ba4 is a must. Now queen f6, threatening queen b2, and again, the defending this bishop is kind of tricky. So rook a3 is a must. Take, bishop g7, and now I have a pawn down, but okay, this a4 pawn will fall, and again, this bishop is weird. Bishop b1 is a must, and here I make a blunder. That's why I wanted to show this game, because I made a blunder that's kind of typical of these dynamic games and can happen to anyone. And the idea is to keep going forward, to not knowing where to stop and where to think, okay, it's just good enough, it's just fine, white is, we have a good position. Here just taking, let's say, and king g2, bishop h6, because this diagonal is very nice, but we are controlling air. We are not controlling any square that is necessary. So bishop h6 kind of pressures both knights, and this knight on d2 doesn't really have a way out, a safe way out. And here we just go. We just keep playing. Now rook e2, it might be a threat. And f4 is not really needed because knight e4 is available, and maybe you can play rook a1. We keep pressuring through different angles. Let's say rook d1, no, something defensive. Now rook a1, and now bishop a4 is a threat. Like, it's a difficult position as well to play for black if you're trying to find something concrete. But here the problem is white doesn't really have any active playing. Yeah, the rook is stuck here, the bishop is stuck here. The passer is not really doing anything because it needs knight e5, it needs some collaboration, and rook a6, well, will take it immediately. So yeah, but I played f4 because here I made just a blunder, because here I was thinking I was doing great because rook e3, rook e2, and I will get to e2 with the rook, and this rook will be trapped. But here I completely missed bishop e4, and suddenly the position is just terrible. Because I'm forced to play rook e3, basically fixing our opponent's pawn structure, and the king just comes, and suddenly all the moves are easy. And after f5, suddenly this knight is stupid because, I mean, this bishop controls this knight, but the other knights have fluency now, and they can move around. And suddenly my precious bishop that was controlling everything is kind of trapped. Here, after rook e1, like, too many only moves. If you think about it, white has been playing only moves since maybe move 13. And here after, yeah, this b3, only move, 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 only move. And basically that's a problem, yeah? That's a problem. You force too much, yeah? And you don't let your opponent make mistakes. So here, after, yeah, that was also the key take I want to show here, that white doesn't really have anything else to do. And just missing a move can make you just lose the game. And here, for instance, bishop g4 was not that bad, and at least I had a chance to change that piece, and maybe I'm still in the game, but after king f8, it is just terrible. This bishop is just controlling air, not doing anything, and white just massacred me with the knights, just some, I don't know, just some moves, because it was a rapid game, but the game is completely over. But yeah, this game was okay. Of course, bad things can happen. Actually, in this tournament, I only played Benoni with black, and I got actually best positions, but I made some blunders in one, in 2 games, if I recall correctly, and I drew the rest, and it was pretty nice. And actually, with that tournament, I won every game with white, which was actually funny. But yeah, in general, I feel the Benoni is in this line and this c5. Sorry, I'm going a bit too fast. But again, I want to make emphasis on how this line is not obvious for white. And in faster time controls, white will try to go for the known patterns, like the typical moves. And typical moves don't leave into a great position here. So yeah, that was an example of how, while I'm learning the repertoire, I try to play it actively, or at least I have played before. And now this, for instance, I have a game with queen a5 check many years ago, and I won the game, and it was very interesting. And many years ago, I'm talking like 15 maybe, and with the idea of b4, but I realized that playing b4 straight away is much better. Yeah, I don't need to commit to queen a5. So yeah. So yeah, overall, I hope you enjoyed this game and you see the power of this line, and even against an expert of d4 knight f3 because he basically plays all this. I mean, I already played against Kamsky in a classical time control and he played London. And so yeah, I hope you enjoyed this game and I hope you don't mess it up as I did and you clinch the win. And thank you and see you in another mobile game. Hello and welcome to this mobile game, and here we'll see a game from Nihal Sarin against Anish Giri. And we'll see a setup that is very much done in rapid time controls and faster time controls, so it's a great example of how this is very efficient. So this is the Jobava London, famously played by Jobava itself, and here's the variation with knight b5. The idea with knight b5 is that white kind of forces us to have a knight on the side, which is usually unadvisable. And if we try to play c5, this knight will be a bit screwed because we'll never be able to come back, as knight c7 will be a threat. So here e6, castle, bishop e2, and knight h5, which is a very precise way to play. In case of h3, here this is just theory. We are talking about knight e4 and trying to play f6, e5. We basically want to react fast and not allow white to just get out with it and to play safe and have a safe London. So we want dynamics in our favor. So knight h5, white cannot afford to lose the dark squared bishop, so f6. And here we just push and get a lot of space for our bishops. So we play c6 first, g5 now, and now e5. And this way we achieve a lot of space in the center, and whenever white wants to take on e5, we just take first here, and we have just an amazing center, as you can see. Basically, this line, white, I would say, is already a bit worse, but it might be a bit iffy for some of you, thinking like, okay, but I'm very much exposed. But if you think it, let's say, a bit deeply, this pawn structure makes it so these knights are kind of irrelevant, yeah? And they cannot jump. They don't have ways to attack the king side. Maybe the only way is through this diagonal and maybe through here. So if we have those two covered, it's very difficult for white to create anything. And white doesn't really want to take here on a6 because we will be able to have so much presence in the center as well with c5 and the bishops. And okay, maybe now after knight d2, it will be a threat because now bishop a6 and knight b3 and getting the c5 square might be interesting. So that's why now Giri takes it away. After knight b3, here many moves are good. Playing e4 and trying to go for f4 should be good because we have, again, the bishop pair is so strong that eventually opening the position would favor us. And the bishop on g7, as we talk a lot in the Benoni, it's a very good defender of the... If white doesn't have any presence in the dark squares, sometimes we only need that bishop, as we will see soon. So white takes. That's also a reason to show that white didn't want to allow f5, a4, so maybe against e4, g4 was planned. But still, now f5 is very strong because f2 would be weak, but okay, it's understandable that black wants to keep up the pawn chain. So f5, take, bishop d3, now makes room for the queen to go to h5, queen e7, and now bishop d7. This is an excellent game of maneuvering as well. Like now the bishop wants to go to g6, which will be very comfortable, very defending, and also the rooks will be connected. So here, and here white plays knight d4. Here it was a very interesting position dynamically because his c5 is a bit more, and c4 before b5 is more interesting. And here Anish opted to start with a5. It's a blitz game, which is a reasonable move. And the idea is to play like a4 and try to pressure on the dark squares, where white must be weaker here and before, and force a3 and then b5 before might be a very interesting plan. But here white has a very nice idea, which is knight f3. And it seems irrational because now, okay, we could take on c3, but after bc3, realize that we only have pieces that cover light squares. Yeah? So this might be weak, but after the king goes to d2, this is pretty safe as well for white. And suddenly black is very weak on the dark squares, and we are kind of forced to play g4, and suddenly all the holes in dark squares don't compensate. Now knight h4 might be even tricky to face to hold the position. So white is having a great time here, and after something like bishop f6, now g4 would be very strong because bishop g6 is falling. So, okay, white had a small idea, but white played g4, which is kind of normal, but after bishop g7, which is smarter, and queen h2, fg4, again, the bishop saves the day. Like, white can try to enter here, but after king here, rook h8 is a huge severe threat. And the king is safe. Again, the knights cannot enter anything. Like, all our pawns are covering all the jumps for knights. Even knight e2, knight f4 is covered, yeah? So this is great. And now queen g3, just defend the pawn. And again, white has this open file, but rook h2, rook h1 wouldn't even threat anything. So yeah, f3, here a4, I mean, c5 looked a bit more natural, but it's understandable that Giri didn't want to get into complications and get the d5 pawn loose. So try to play a4 and then go for b5. But here again, c5 might be a bit better, I guess, because then it forces 92, and then b5, b4 is just so much strong already. And the problem after b5 was fg4 was very strong, because after c5 the knight can go here. And again, the same theme, that if you take here, okay, the king gets safer and your queen gets much, much weaker. So it's a bishop, it has a responsibility, yeah? But it's funny how the same thing could have saved Michal here twice. So here queen g4, take. And here bishop d4 is a really nice strategical concept. If white takes with the e-pawn, rook f4 would be very strong. Or maybe start with knight e6 and then rook f4 or rook f2, and these pawns are too weak. Yeah. And if it takes with the rook, here the idea for black is to play rook e8, knight c5, and get pressure to the e3 pawn. So here after rook d2, knight c5, here e4 was a must. This is one of the moves that you need to play no matter what. Like, you play it, you give up the pawn, and at least you get access. Actually, it's very good, precisely because here after rook d6, white has a double threat and it's more or less fine for white. But it's more about the strategy, because after rook e1, rook e8, rook d2, knight e4, this pawn structure is terrible. Yeah, like, white will lose at least the g4 pawn. This will be isolated, and also white doesn't have any breakthroughs. Like, we have a very nice pawn chain. The base of the pawn chain is very well defended and very hard to attack. So this is also a good point to take into account. And after knight d1, black just keeps improving, just brings up the king and tries to reroute the knight to c4. So get pressure here, we get pressure here, and white just collapsed soon enough, because after here rook e5 is very smart, and something like e d5, knight b2 check, for instance, would be good enough to win, because there is somewhat of a pin here. Here I could even take here first and then take on e1, which is very sad for white. And after king d4, d4, funnily enough, there is mate here in the center. So this game was very nice to appreciate some strategical imbalances here in this structure, and how white can get very weird knight on c3 that doesn't allow to play c3, doesn't allow to play c4, to pressure the center, and allows us to expand much easier than in other variations. And this kind of job of London it's still very trendy, thanks to some players like the 80 guys he played quite often. There is a Chessable, of course, famous for Niemann as well, that he played quite often. So yeah, I actually faced this setup in a game that you will see also or you have seen in the model games, and and since I faced that setup, I felt so powerless that I feel this setup is really good for black. It's very easy. And also it will benefit if you play the Catalan with white, I think, because it has the same ideas. And it's pretty similar to the Benoni style of dynamic development and initiative, and it has more or less the same foundations. So yeah, hope you enjoyed this game. I'm pretty sure Anish enjoyed it quite a lot. And yeah, see you in another model game. Hello and welcome to this model game. Here we'll see a different move order that we take in the course, but actually reaches a position that we have in the course, so it kind of makes sense. And it's also some knowledge. So d4, knight f6, bishop c4, g6. g6 is a move I don't specifically like, because white can take on f6 and play c4. Yeah, and this kind of I really don't like this kind of Trompowsky variation, because white has a very easy play, knight g2, bishop g2 usually. White has all the pawns on the dark squares, and also has a bishop, the Catalan bishop, and also has a sweet pawn on c4 that can pressure. And usually we like these kind of structures whenever white needs to play knight c3, because this knight is a bit stupid and c4 is a move that white wouldn't love to make, and while white tries to move the knight around, it may be difficult to play c4. So basically, white play knight c3, but now d5 we reach into the position which comes from knight c3 and move 2, and after d5, bishop g5, so we go for g6, which is very more than fun. Here bishop f6 is not a problem whatsoever, and white plays queen d2, which is a more direct approach. And after bishop g7, bishop h6, we have the same variation as if the bishop was on f4, so basically it's a transposition. So after castle, bishop g7, bg7, castle, here c5 is a counterplay, very typical in the line, and after dc, queen a5. Yeah, this is all on the files, all the theory. Now white needs to take on d5, which is kind of risky, but after taking queen c3, and it still works, rook d8. There is a pin here because we have a mate, like all the stuff you should, maybe you know, maybe you don't, I don't know. Do you watch first these small games or not? I will be curious. Like, do you like to check first the mobile games? Do you like to check first the openings and the files? I would like to have those kind of comments and feedback, because I can adapt my videos into both of them. I don't know. Any comment you feel like, it's always helpful. So after e4, bishop e6, bishop c4, queen a1 here, and queen a4. Now white played knight e2 in order to defend a bit. Like with this knight pinned, everything is a bit complex. But now king f1, king c1 is somewhat of a threat, or king e1 even. So some move like king g8 might be tricky, because then knight e7 might be a threat. So knight bd7 is the move here. Like for instance, something like king g8 that looks nice because it's an immediate threat. No, I'm threatening some stuff here, but king e1, and suddenly something like knight e4, knight e7, and then queen h8 will be actually a pretty smooth mate for white. So we need to be a bit careful as well. Knight bd7 is a bit better now, and we will be able to play king f8 if the king goes away, for instance. And now white played b3 in order to play knight c6. Also here, by the way, like if king e1 can also take here, because there is no problem with the pin. And knight e7 is not advisable if I will take here on e4 later on. So here b3, knight queen c6, king c1. Actually, this game is quite well played for both until now. So now it takes on d5, and now queen a6. We threaten here, and we want to play rook c8. No, like black needs to keep playing dynamically accurate, I'd say. But it's not a dangerous position. For instance, here the best move is bishop b7, which is so awkward, because after taking, white will lose the piece again. And yeah, I don't know, it seems to be good, decent, but well, okay, it's like equal position, but that doesn't make any sense for me. So after knight f4, black wants to take the c5 pawn finally, and now we take. And here, there's a very interesting structure, because after f3, rook c8, first and foremost, rook d6, rook a6 is a threat, and if white tries to exchange the pieces, now playing like this could be very interesting, because white has all the pawns on the light squares as the bishop, so that's not really good. And after something like knight e5, g5, maybe if we can get something like this, we can get a very nice pressure through the dark squares. Yeah, that's why it is kind of frozen. And after e5, again, just one move, and white is already losing. After now, knight f4, take here, and suddenly queen b4, we are threatening c3. Queen e3 was a must, because if queen c4, knight d2 check. And suddenly, rook d3 to prevent it, rook c8 to keep increasing it. And after king b2, just take, queen c3, and white is just lost. White tried to play king a3 just because I'm threatening the knight, but after knight d2, the game is just over. After knight c4 or queen c2, like white just loses too much material, yeah. And yeah, this is an example of how this line is actually a very recent example, maybe a month ago, while I'm recording this. And it kind of showed how it's very dangerous for white, and black is kind of safe. It's creating counterplay, the king is much safer, and yeah, how quickly a 24 plus player kind of messed up everything. And all of this playing a complete sideline that you need to remember a lot of moves with white, that it's not even good. So okay, it's too many bad things to say in favor of white. So, so yeah, more or less, I also wanted to show this kind of passion for development and try to play active and not try to play for the trick with king g8, something like that. Yeah, like here, not try to go for simple tricks, try to be a bit more on advance, yeah? And here something like king e1, and suddenly we might be in danger. So yeah, so just a heads up to be careful in those kind of positions. And yeah, you see pretty smooth game for Gassi, and yeah, hope you enjoyed and see you in another model game. Hello and welcome to this model game. Here we'll show a game I played with white against Velimir Ivic, a very well prepared young guy, and it was in the Rapid on Poland. Basically in that World Rapid Championship 2 years ago. Basically in the championship I didn't have much time to prepare. I was actually doing my first steps to being a professional chess player, and I had to close so many stuff, and I decided to play the London for that tournament, yeah. And I actually, against g6, I played knight c3 because it was a bit more concrete, and it was much more interesting, I feel, than the usual London setup. So after knight c3, my opponent played d5, and here I prepared this h4 idea, and basically white wants to play knight d5 and just have some easy development and later on maybe attack. And my opponent played in a way that I kinda felt like I had no chance, like no practical chance, like it doesn't make any sense. And it was so easy that actually I started recommending everyone, and I actually won a game already with black. Because after h5, and here just play c5, white doesn't really have a chance to take, because I will just play knight c6, queen a5, I don't care, we have too much presence here through the main diagonal. And after queen d2, knight c6, because sometimes people take first, but then it adds to some interesting setups with bishop b5, and the bishop goes to b3, and the king is much safer. And it's much more interesting, I feel. But after knight c6, white doesn't really want to take on c5 at all. So why do I need to, let's say, lose the tension here, yeah? And after f3, bishop f5, just keep developing. The rook is coming now to c8. And after dc5, queen a5. And this position is already great. Here, I've played bishop b5 to at least create some counterplay. Here I have a strong bishop. And after a6, maybe bishop a4 was a bit better to put the bishop here. I don't know, but I feel like black already is having a great time. Yeah, the rooks will come. And again, black played all the moves that felt natural. That's what I like a lot about this line. And after bishop d3, maybe taking with the pawn might be a bit smarter to get some more presence in the center and make this knight more sensible. Because as we'll see pretty soon, this knight is terrible here. Because after take here, I cannot take and take on d5 because b2 is hanging. Let's say this would be awful. This pawn, isolated pawn, is terrible. And after long castle e6, here white I have a terrible knight on c3. And I didn't try to make up for it, and actually I regret very soon because rook c8, just normal move. And here this bishop looks like the best move for white, best piece for white. And we don't need to cry about having this bishop, let's say exchanging this bishop. Like it's the best piece, and suddenly this knight is terrible. And if I get the knight to c4, queen b4, this kind of ideas, this pattern is extremely annoying for white to deal with. Here I'll play g4, a bit oblivious of what was going on. Here I think I should do something very dramatic, like trying to take the key. Like, I don't know, this position is already close to the defeat, because sometimes when I move the queen, at some point I won't be able to defend here. Maybe queen d3 and to have queen d4 against knight d5. Maybe that would be a smart idea, yeah? To pay attention to what your opponent is doing, because after g4, that looks like a threat, but after rook h8, it's actually me that has a weak pawn's chain. And actually I played g5, completely admitting of my wrongdoing, and after knight d5 it's just terrible. The knight comes here, and at this point I was like, what am I even doing? Yeah, I think I got a very bad strike. I think it was the Rapid. I played so many bad games at some point, and this game shows how this position looks like black should be better, no? I mean, black is almost winning, yeah. Like, and I really loved how, okay, during the game, but in general, how Ivic played. Like, he keep improving the pieces, not trying to commit to just simple tricks. Keep improving and then go forward. And here d4 wants to open the rook. The knight is much stronger than this one. Take, queen c3, trying to get the pin, but after knight d2 I already lose material, and this position is hopeless because since I committed to h4 g5, the pawn on h4 is so much weaker, and basically I'm losing material. And here after rook e4, I was dreaming of having a knight on f6 and maybe, I don't know, create some patterns, mates, ideas, I don't know, but it's hopeless. He played rook c4, takes the pawn, play b3, but knight f5 is just precise as well. Like, wins the tempo with the rook, puts the knight on the safe spot, and after rook f3, rook c8, you have 2 pawns down for nothing. And after rook e1, rook g4, I decided that, okay, I have no chance to create any complication. I have just 3 pawns down and 4 passers, and the position was dramatic enough. So yeah, this experience actually helped me think like, okay, this setup is so easy for black, it's so straightforward, makes a lot of sense, it's systematic, and yeah, and it works, so why not suggest it? Like, that's all the things you can ask for, and it's very simple. So yeah, I hope this shows how this setup I feel after. You have another model games, I think, in this line, but it's like it's very practical, and considering there is this knight b5 variation, that it has a little different flavor, but basically we need to play dynamically as well with knight h5 or knight d4, f3, e6, e5. I feel you are more or less covered, and we have a game, like an initiative game. It's not like we get a solid position and we can be fine. We are going forward, we have easier play, and we get much more space, and basically we punish the knight on c3. So yeah, I feel it is pretty much justified to play d5 and to deviate from the setups, more logical setups with c5, or more logical or thematical, considering we are playing the Benoni. Yeah. So yeah, next time you put the knight on c3 with pawn on c2, you will think twice, I hope. So yeah, thank you for joining me to this mobile game, and I see you in another one. Hello and welcome to this mobile game. Here we'll see a game from David Anton, which has always been a very creative player, and he's known for playing a lot to the reverse Benoni, and which is the Reti, but since here it's a sponsor for the Benoni, we need to say reverse Benoni. So d4 knight f6, bishop g5, it's a Trompowsky, this was in a Prague Challengers, very strong tournament, a classical tournament, and he plays c5, d5, and now d6, which is the line I suggest. Now after knight c3, this important h6. This is the game where I took the idea from, and this is why it is very interesting. To put some context into the theory we've shown in this lifetime repertoire, after bishop g1, g6, we get into the delayed Benoni version with an extra h6, which can be certainly useful because sometimes we will play g5 and get some room for this poor bishop, and also some queen h8 maneuvers that you will see, and if you didn't, it's quite fun. And since I decided to add the delayed Benoni, it's a really good point to compare him. After bishop d2, that looks a bit more pleasant, that white wants to play e4. It doesn't work well thanks to b5. Why bishop b2? Because there is this line here with queen b6, knight c3. And this queen b6 is unadvisable because this position is very tricky, because white gave up a pawn, but suddenly e4, f4, everything is coming, and rook b1, and the knight goes to e5, and it's very unpleasant. It's fine for black, objectively, but it's what white wants to do, so... And we need to suddenly switch to a passive defense and change completely the style, so I don't think it makes sense to enter it. So here after bishop d2, b5, and this is already a bit better for black. Like after knight b5, knight d5, and we already got the center and move 6, yeah? And also we have a very flexible pawn structure that will help us go. And I really like this small game in order to show some strategic components, like to differentiate them, that can be useful in chess in general, because this is very different from what the Benoni gives, but also you need to know a lot of motives here. So White plays e4 to get some space, and a4. I'm not sure if it's needed, but I guess white wanted to play a5 at some point and to make it harder for black to play 6d5. Yeah? So preemptively just plays a4 because he doesn't know where the pieces would go. So a6, knight c3, knight c6. Yeah, the same goes for black. Maybe I will go bishop g4. Maybe I want to play g6. This move I will play either way, so might as well play it now. f4. This I think it's a blunder, I feel. Because after I play e6 d5, this pawn on f4 will be terribly situated. Because f4 makes sense if I get to play f4, e5, and then d4, c3, I get the full scale, or at least a blockade on d4, which is kind of similar to a French. But here, it's not possible. So maybe this is objectively fine still for white, but very wrong practically, I would say. So f4, e6 here. I think white was relying on the short term that d5 is not possible due to a5, but after black just develops everything. White wants to play a5 finally, because we can play d5 either way, so white wants to annoy us a bit more. But here we pressure on a5, so knight d2 is forced, and then d5 is great. And here white is already strategically losing, I'd say, but let's see how. b3, white wants to prevent c4, first and foremost. And after d4, this pawn structure is terrible. Now we can see why the pawn on f4 is very bad. First, it weakens the king. Secondly, it kind of takes squares away from two pieces, yeah. And third, it weakens also the light squares, because after knight f6, white will never be able to play f3 or to get some holes here. And also the pawn chain on the queen side is terrible for white, because we have 2 pawns. White has 3, but there is no way white creates something with those 3. And actually, the a5 pawn is always a weakness, an exposed pawn. So yeah. So basically, imagine this position with this pawn on a2 and this pawn on f2. Actually, white might be even better, I'd say. Because, okay, not better, maybe because I would love to keep this bishop on this diagonal, but actually after bishop b7, knight f6, we will be able to get it out, but at least fine position, yeah? And bishop b7, castle knight f6, and here, Guijarro and David Anton, I'm so used that the people call him Guijarro, like when they are talking about, but it's the second surname, so it's Anton or David, yeah? And since now I'm speaking in English, it's easier to just do the lookalike. So after bishop c4, knight e4, our knights conquer the center, and the bishop gets in weirder positions. Here, again, don't get too comfortable getting material back. Maybe we could take on c2, but there is some threats on the 7th rank here. So again, when you have a very good position and you are changing the nature of the position, even if it's for a good cause, if you feel you are winning material, please, you have the option of not changing the nature of the position. So make sure it's worth. Make sure the game is easier for you, or it gives you something that you can hold to it, you can progress with it, yeah? So this is also a great example of how you can get punished if you are short-term committed. So this is, I feel, the crucial moment in many chess players, that they have an advantage, they push very well, but when they feel they can capitalize that advantage, or they see the way to win a pawn, they kind of get blinded of the counterplay of the opponent. And that's why I won so many games in the defense mode, having worse positions, because people get distracted when they feel they are winning. Yeah. So here, bishop f6, white keeps getting pressured. And after c3, knight c6, again, now the a5 pawn is really weak. So after all these maneuvers, David managed to get the a5 pawn much weaker, and also you will see that how the f4 is terrible pawn. And now knight g3 is not even advisable because the c3 pawn is falling. Like, nothing in white's position makes sense. Here knight c2, knight a5 takes the pawn. Maybe knight d6 is good as well, but why not? Bishop d6, knight d6, knight d5. And here c4 was a very interesting strategical component, because we will double upon the c file, and then we will be able to play rook c8 and then take it later. And most importantly, white will be left with these pieces, minor pieces. And those are the worst because both of them collide with the pawn structure, and exceptionally bad is this e1 bishop not being able to do anything, and also the c pawn will be very weak. But I mean, Hikaru didn't need to do that. He just keep improving the pieces. After queen c7, just mix the rooks, knight g4, pressures the bishop, bishop e7, c4, white prevented this. Now this knight is threatened, just give it back, bishop c3. And here white has some funny themes with bishop, knight h6 taken, bishop h7 mate. So black is saying I want none of that, and basically closes these two pieces as well. Like now, this bishop, it looks nice, and this knight looks nice, funny enough. But after here, bishop f6, those two look terrible. Yeah, it's funny how not having pawns on the center might cause you to have this shift on piece improvement. So here rook e8, rook e1, rook e8, keeps improving the pieces. Knight g3 solidly has the idea of knight h5, but the center is very weak. The rook on f1 doesn't do much. And after knight b4, already white has so much more problems. We will exchange this bishop, which is the best piece now for white, funnily enough, thanks to the pawn structure. But after this bishop is terrible. And now we always have the option to create the passer. We have a nice blockade here. That's why white tried to push the blockade. But after knight b5, knight sally is coming. This bishop is just a monster. And this knight is completely irrelevant because if it's knight h5, I could even take here. And what is the knight doing? White doesn't have more to pressure on g7. And after queen c4, I really like bishop e5. Like, David Anton identifies that the best piece for white is this knight. And okay, maybe your bishop is good thanks to your pawn structure, but this is the best piece, so I exchange it. White doesn't have the intermediate move queen e6 because the d3 bishop is falling. And after rook a5, just rook h8. Just king h8, sorry. And white is in severe trouble. This bishop is terrible. And where do you move it exactly? And no, you cannot take either of those pawns because the bishop is hanging, and not with the rook because of bishop d5. Basically, black now is trying to double the rooks on the d file, getting the knight with the c3, and it's terrible. So white plays bishop e2 in order to get a double threat. Now it feels like black is kind of messed up, but after knight d4, very precise move, white cannot take on b4 because I have knight c6. And again, we kind of can evaluate how weird those pieces are. Bishop f3 is not possible, so the bishop is kind of loose, it's kind of in the middle of a file. This knight on g3 doesn't have anything to do, so rook e3, and now black just defends the pawn. There's no need because there was knight c2, but I mean, I want to push with bishop d5 or to change, so yeah. So rook f2, and here I really like how David Anton keeps doing subtle changes on material, like changing pieces that will look like, okay, but this knight is very good, why would you exchange it? Okay, but how do we progress if we don't exchange this knight? We cannot play bishop d5. We cannot pressure here because we have the knight on d4 a bit loose. So why not? Maybe rook d5 was good here, I guess. But why not take? This is very straightforward. And after rook e2, bishop d5, we pressure b3. The queen is forced to go to c2. This is very important because otherwise white will be able to defend both pawns. Then it could be interesting. But here after rook c8, I'll just take this pawn, and thanks to this pawn chain, this bishop is massive here. Queen b2 tries to create something diagonal, but after taking, I'm threatening queen c3 or queen c1. So basically white tries to not exchange the queens, but after queen e3, the position is terrible. It's just losing. White could try to threaten the mate, but we have, I don't know, many moves, including rook c3 or rook c3 might be more than enough. And also the b3 pawn will fall, and yeah, this position, Parabian resigned, and Anton won a very nice game with black. And yeah, did you see how it was step by step changing the nature of the position just in favor of us? Anton didn't want the complications. He just did the maneuver to take the a5 pawn, and we keep all the pawns, all the pieces on the board, and we keep getting better position. And how he kept changing the pieces that were more annoying for our opponent. Yeah, something like bishop e5 would be very hard to play, I guess, for some of you, I guess. And yeah, this was very insightful. I hope you like it a lot. And yeah, and see you in another mobile game. Hello and welcome to this mobile game, and we will cover one of the historic players of the Benoni. He sadly passed away many years ago, but he was one of the strongest players ever been in chess, and he was playing consistently the Benoni against the top players. He maybe was one of the latest that played the Benoni consistently, but he would go against any variation directly, and even against 2700 and get good results. So this guy was something else. So we will check this game. Move order from the Nimzo, as we talked about many occasions. It's a safe move order. If you already know the Nimzo, it's easier to get the Benoni into this curse. And we got G6. Pay attention that he played D6 already in 2009 to prevent this variation. That I still commented it because from a weird move order in the chapter about d4, c5 and move 1. We can enter it as well, so you already have information, but that's why we usually play d6 first. There is no counterpart, and here we just take. And we get into the main line with bishop d3, and he plays b5, which was already quite theoretically quite known to be the best move. To bishop b5, knight d4, we enter the main line, nothing too fancy. Knight c4, and now knight e7. The idea is that we give up a pawn, but white has to spend some time to castle, and therefore we have time to pressure on d5. So now castle, knight e5, which is the good move to exchange these annoying knights, and then in the future pressure d5, and also we have some kind of permanent pressure on b2 that gives us enough compensation. And the queen on a6 also creates some nuisance. So after exchanging 4 pieces, rook e1, rook e8, bishop g5, we reach, let's say, the first critical position of the line. Because white needs to play very accurately, and I really like this game because Gashimov didn't play the best moves here with black, but still shows how hard it is in practice. Here the move is h6, and after taking bishop b2, and white doesn't have a chance to push the d-pawn, and it's less risky, because otherwise d5 and d6 and d7 would be very tricky with the bishop on g5, as the promotion will be unavoidable. So h6 is very important. Now after taking this pawn, we will be able to play bishop d4, and we will take either a2 or either d5, and we equalize fine. But after bishop d4, this is technically no, this is not precise technically, but white is still not very much ahead, I feel. Here the best move is rook b1, which is far from obvious in my eyes. Defense b2 pawn, and the point is that after taking on a2, d6, queen d5, bishop e7, now it's key. And now this is actually a pattern you should always avoid, because if you don't have a reliable blockade on d7, let's say a minor piece, I would recommend, because the queen can always be exchanged, and suddenly these four, let's say the bishop and the pawn against these two rooks are helpless, and they are very passive. And also it's difficult for black to kind of rearrange the rook to d7 to create a blockade, because then the a rank is weak or the rook is too passive. Like, you should prevent this. So here, actually h6 still is the best move, and then trying to pick up this pawn, and okay, white might be minimally ahead, but that's the thing, it's still very practical. So he played rook c1, George Mayer, and now queen d6. And Mayer actually admitted to give up the pawn and then but create some counterplay. So queen a4 just threatens the rook, and here rook e5, very smart move. Instead of exchanging immediately in e1, we gain a tempo pressuring the bishop on g5, and white needs to counter it, because otherwise we will be able to just take or even play queen e2 with dangerous taken on f2 and more pressure even. And some tricks were in the way as well, like for instance here queen f4 like has kind of a triple threat. We threatened the bishop, the rook, and bishop f2 winning the queen. So some moves were a bit dangerous already. After queen d7, the idea for white is to create some counterplay on the rook and then defend the d-pawn. Now rook b8, bishop h6. This move is for not letting us take on b2 with the rook, since the mate will be unavoidable. After queen f6 now, is a very dynamic line, because now I'm threatening f2 and now I'm pressuring g5 at some point. Because g5 is a huge threat, this bishop will be trapped. So again, this is a very high level game, because after rook c2 is possible yet, because if g5, queen c6, well, even better to maybe play queen c7 first to force this rook out of the b file, and then queen c6. But here rook d8 was played, and this rook doesn't enter to the game yet, but black has some problems in the back rank, but in general our idea is to take the pawn and just enjoy the position. And white kept getting annoying with the queen and trying to pressure the rook, not allow our queen to roam free and to pressure this bishop and try to create some havoc. So queen c7 was played, rook d5, rook e2, and white was kind of happy because the back rank was very weak, and this might mean trouble. So white could have taken the pawn before, but he thought that after rook e2, rook d8 is a must, which is actually true. And after queen a7, he thought like, okay, now I take the pawn, and g5 is not that dangerous because I have queen c7. And I threaten the rook, and then it's very difficult for black to kind of keep threatening piece, like to do enough to win the bishop, because now, for instance, queen c7, and if rook a8, queen e7, no, sorry, queen e7 could be possible, and also, what was the move? No, queen b7. Yeah, queen b7 maybe, and then after rook here, there was the option of queen e7. The bishop is still tricky, in a tricky position, in a tricky spot. It's not so clear, but white could survive like this. Here, actually, there was some, well, engine moves like b3, and now after g5, king h1, which is kind of these moves that are impressive. Like queen e7 is a threat, and this rook cannot escape the pressure of the queen, and I will be able to exchange the queens. g5 is weak, and thanks to b3, this pawn is never a danger anymore. So yeah, okay, whatever, I just wanted to say that. And after g5, queen c7, king h8 is a great move. Why? Because now we want to have space for the rook on g8 and to actually trap the bishop on h6. So this was a very creative way to think about it. And after h4 was a good move, an only move, because otherwise rook g8 was just trapping the bishop for good. After g8, bishop f4, white wants to cover this diagonal if possible, because something like bishop e3 that looks pleasing to change the bishop would lose immediately, because there is a mate on the back rank. And now after h4, gh4, bishop f4, black gets back into action with king g7, and the idea is to be less affected by the weak back rank. And now the plan after b3 to defend the pawn is rook d5, which is very nice. Like Gashimov was very dynamic and very good with piece movement, and now the rook gets to active position, king h1, and here again he doesn't go for the obvious move, yeah, because the obvious move here, it kind of forces bishop a3, and this endgame, okay, white is a pawn down, but it's likely to be draw as well, maybe. So maybe he was worrying about this, maybe, I don't know, maybe some other move was bothering him, but he plays queen f5, which is very tricky, and the rook here looks weird, but the rook was also preventing bishop e5 check. And suddenly h3 is a huge threat because white is kind of weak in the light squares, only has a pawn covering the king. And now queen c6 was a cheeky try to play bishop h6 and rook e8 mate, but now just bishop f6. And now another threat appears into the game, like rook d1 check and queen b1, and try to mate white here. The bishop was not possible to take because the rook was hanging, obviously. Now after rook e1, here, okay, there was a funny engine motif here, which was... The thing is, okay, first, I want to say something. What I like about doing these model games is to give you some tips and some specific positions. Okay, here what do we have? We have a bishop in the air, a very weak king from both, and the queen weirdly placed as well. So here, the more you calculate according to dogmas, the worse, because the position is absurd. So you even need to check for absurd sequences. So for instance, here h3 is winning, because after rook g1 that looks kind of obvious, h6 just wins, because let's say for instance, what the idea of h6 is to have the king safe, and suddenly white would need to pay, because after here, it's not only that this bishop is in the air, it's that at some point queen e4 check and some discovered check with the rook might be worrisome as well. And it's very hard. It's very move by move. And now also queen h3 needs to be considered. Also queen f3 will appear as the bishop needs to move. Okay, it's a very difficult motif, but actually it's funny because he played h6 immediately, because I'm pretty sure rook g1 was bothering him, and thought might as well play h6 first. And actually after a4, h3 is actually really good. Here a5, like Mayer tried to go all in. Actually the position is still balanced incredibly, but it's incredibly sharp. And here Bugár played bishop g5, and the idea was to get some pressure through the bishop, as taking here wouldn't be possible now, because hg, well, or maybe I would be able to pressure the king enough. And also queen f2 was also a possibility, but I don't think it's the case, maybe. Because queen d5 would defend the mate, would defend here, and we'll have a pass pawn. Maybe here he was just happy to take here. But okay, this position is still very fishy. So here white doesn't have much to do, and after bishop g3, h5 was not the best move according, but it's very hard to defend for white already. Bishop d2 was a funny move that, I mean, it would be hard for me to think about it, because it just takes the pawn, but the position looks so chaotic that I wouldn't even consider this. But okay, after h5 looks really pleasant to play h4, and rook g1 just loses the game here, I think. And after h4, bishop h2, take, h3. And as we said before, the problem with the queen on c6 is that we have this queen e4 or queen f3, and then rook d1 as a threat. And here after rook g3, queen d5, queen e4. And here white just wins, and after f3, black just wins, I mean, after f3, rook d1, I would win the queen. So overall, this game shows how resourceful was Bugár here. Actually, George Mayer played an amazing game as well. It was very interesting, hitting each other like a very tense game. And at the end, Bugár came up top. And you see how the dynamics, how the bishop, how the initiative helps black to guide the game. The bishop on d4 is really strong in this variation. And dark square bishop. And from time to time, white has the chance to play something safer, like let's say bishop e3, and claim it the draw. But okay, the position and this kind of imbalances help white to be ambitious as well. And the most important thing you need to win in chess is the ambition of your opponent. If your opponent doesn't want to win and it's fine with the draw, it's harder to win, I'd say, in general. So yeah, this shows the style of Gashimov. This was in the European Championship, and he was playing with Azerbaijan. So basically that was a very important game, and yeah, we hope all the dynamics, all the hits with g5, the king h8 idea to renew the threat on h6 was a very creative tactical game. Like, it's maybe not the one that will appear in the newspapers, but it's so subtle and so many things, and constantly having some small ideas and tricks. It's a very exhausting game, and at the end, George Mayer couldn't help but blunder and lose. So yeah, hope you enjoyed, and see you next model game. Hello and welcome to this model game. Here we have a game from Linares, one of the most prestigious tournaments that it's no longer being played, but there are still national championships, there are still some tournaments in Linares. And here we have the #1 seed for many, many years from Spain, Vallejo, playing with white against none other than Gashimov, who sadly passed away, I think, at the same year that this game was played. And he still played the Benoni here with the move order of the Nimzo Indian, so avoiding these f4 lines. Excuse me. And after d6 again, remember not to allow this subtle move order thanks to the queen a4 check. So yeah, it's also good with the model games that you review a bit of theory. And here bishop f4 was played, and Gashimov actually played a6, which I feel is a reasonable. I mean, you can get more interesting games with bishop g7, but the queen a4 line is so dull to remember that it's also very critical. At that moment wasn't that good, and white was considered to be risking actually, but now it should be fine for black, but again, he opts for the quick way to go for a6 directly, and knight e8, the most direct variation. So bishop e2, knight e2, castle, and he opts for queen e7. We suggest in the course knight e5 straightforward, but here we'll see just a normal game that it's also helpful for you to have these, let's say, less committing lines to, and I feel with the model games it's a perfect way to show you. White played queen b3, which is not one of the moves that you should expect. Like usually the plan is knight e2, and after knight e5, at some point play queen c2, bishop h2, f4, rook e1, and e4. That more or less should be the general trend. Because here the queen on b3, okay, pressure's here. It's not that easy to play b5, but there is a pin that it's not necessary to make. So rook b8, why not? And after knight d2, now f5, very typical theme, now preventing e4 and getting some space for the minor pieces. Now knight c4, and here there was another secret idea with f5, and that's why maybe Bugár delayed knight e5, which is to play g5. Yeah? Usually with the queen in the one, this is less advisable, as the queen side is a bit exposed, but here actually works pretty well. And kudos to Bugár to kinda notice this, because it's not an easy decision. Actually, some g5, f4 loses straightforward. I think you have it in the vase, and I checked it more with white in my course with of the Chessable course on d4, because these lines are very tempting, but most of the times fail. So it's difficult to notice that here I can play it. I just wanted to notice it because it's not that obvious why it should be good. And here rook fe1, knight e5, and we get an amazing blockade here. The bishop on h2 is barely not present, but okay, well, black is really exposed, and black doesn't have an easy way to follow up, because there is this pins, there is another pin here, and here was a very weird move by Ejo that was very surprising. Like here a5 looked very logical, because we prevent once and for all b5 shenanigans, and then we can play a bit more safer with bishop f1, maybe knight a4, and try to... Because knight e4 has some hidden some hidden ideas. One of those is knight c5, because there is this diagonal, there is this d6, and yeah, maybe just more practical approach would have been nicer, because here after knight e4, b5 is too good, and actually is good with both captures, and then it doesn't make sense. Yeah, like the move that black wants to play, you need to have such a serious counter to justify allowing it. So here, for instance, taking with the pawn was even good, because knight a5, well, I can just leave with king h8, and again, the bishop on h2, the more open the position gets, the worse. Yeah? So rook b5 was played, and rook b4. The problem here is that white could have secured the c4 square. I don't understand now. Knight d2 felt so natural, because I just want to take, put knight here, and then maybe exchange this like square bishop later on. I don't know. We'll see, to get some more presence. And yep, I don't know, this felt so easy, but rook c1 looks weird. I don't know why you want to keep up the knight on e4, which is actually a bit handicapped, I feel here. There is not such a direct threat. And so knight c4, rook c4, and black decides to take on b2. Again, this shows how the Benoni is sometimes a defense that you need to be ambitious. You need to say, okay, what if I take the pawn? Can I get out with it? Yeah, all the time. And here there was a very nice idea to actually equalize, which is insane. Like white is having so much trouble because this bishop doesn't play, and this knight is not easy how to activate it. And here knight c5 was a very straightforward idea, and take here. And now bishop a6, we have a discovered threat. The queen needs to move to defend the bishop. Now d6, and we threaten both queen b3 and d7, so black needs to do rook f7. And here, funnily enough, queen e2 threatens two pieces, and it's kind of equal-ish. The thing is, this is pretty insane. This is very forcing. This is a variation a grandmaster could be able to find, but okay, it's not obvious. It's so weird. The position doesn't look that bad actually for white to need to consider this kind of lines. But here, black already has a couple passed pawns already, and it's getting tricky. After queen c2, bishop g7 was a bit risky because here, for instance, bishop d3 might be tricky to face. I mean, it was also hard to assess that we can let these pawns be free, and suddenly now queen d2, it's fine. I don't know, just this position is weird because, oh, again, the bishop here doesn't get out, but we are very much passive. We have a passed pawns on the queen side, but we don't have pieces to defend them, so it's not that easy to promote them. And here, queen c8 was a soft blunder because he tried to get to this endgame. And why it does look pleasant? Because at some point, bishop h5 and e7 looks very tempting, yeah? Because the promotion is close and white might win it. But with the bishop here and this pawn almost promoting is too much, yeah? Bishop c3 is a very smart move, so the rook needs to stay away from the passed pawn. Rook d1 and now a5, because I cannot move this knight, because this pawn is loose, but I can just push this pawn. And after bishop b5, knight c7, I pressure both. In case of e7, I guess just, well, I could take, I could move the rook as well. I could take, I guess this should be completely lost. Like white leaves up the bishop, but these pawns are just unstoppable, I feel. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Maybe this is not that good and there's no need and black can just go for rook b8 or maybe just move the rook away, let the promotion. I don't know, so many options. Maybe rook b8 is just fine and the promotion never happens and I can play bishop e5 and just push. Like so many good options I need to calculate. And after bishop d7, rook f6 is an excellent move, is quite impressive because the idea is after e7, king f7 and the pawn no longer goes anywhere. And we still defend f4, so basically this bishop doesn't get to play. And suddenly we have a pawn in b3 and this is completely lost. And Vallejo tried a last thing, but just bishop b4 and basically there is no coming back and the pawn promotes and black is winning. I feel this is a great example of how a player without that much experience in those positions can be tricky because Vallejo is mostly known for being an e4 player, so I guess, I mean, he's obviously very complete player, but this kind of experience at Benoni doesn't really relate to many openings. The dynamics are very much different and you need to be very creative and very open to different ideas. And that's why usually, okay, white is better, but okay, there are all the pieces on the board, severe imbalances, so basically you need to keep going. You cannot relax. And here we saw so many interesting moments when white considered here to play knight e4 instead of the obvious thing a5 to just prevent b5, and suddenly black gets a lot of counterplay. And the problem of the bishop on h2 still is unresolved, but still white has some decent position here with the blockade, but it gets getting messy and white at some point needs to hit the brake with something like knight c5, but okay, it's very hard to keep up, to know what to do in different positions because you always have sacrifices by initiative, for initiative, sacrifices and compensation. You can have many options with white as well. And the positional approach, but here the position is really, really unbalanced. So it's hard, for instance, to here just play bishop d3 and remain calm against two passers. So you need to shift your mood all the time. And with black, we want counterplay and development and piece placement. And that's it, because our pawn structure is more or less fixed. We have f5 or b5 are the two breakthroughs. If we can make them without any counterpart, it's fine. But if we cannot, then we try to improve a piece. It's very easy. That's what I like also about the Benoni. So yeah, a huge win for Bugar and Linares, and yeah, he will be definitely missed. He was an excellent player, a really ambitious one, and such a talent there was from Azerbaijan. So yeah, hope you enjoyed and see you in another game. Hello and welcome to this mobile game, and here we'll check a game from Bugar Gashimov against Dmitry Jakobenko, which was one of the stronger players. At the time, it was from 2010, I was already Benoni, here from the move from the Nimzo Indian, but funny enough, you see that Bugar plays this move order of the Nimzo Indian, but still plays the Benoni, so it's only frightening for some players, but he's like committed and was all in. I would also love to show this line, it's like, you can do this move order and then tease your opponent. Then you would need to know what if white kinda doesn't play for this, but that's a different story for today. So d5, take, d6, e4, f4, bishop b5 check, the most direct way, knight f7, a4 was... All these ideas with bishop e2 or bishop d3 honestly weren't that much of a trend 10, 15 years ago. And this bishop e2 or bishop d3 actually was mostly played by my first grandmaster coach, which was Viktor Moskalenko, and actually he beat me with that. So this a4 was very trendy, and actually I played many games against this. And after castle knight f3, knight a6, basically we want to play knight b4 and then a6 as usual. And now we have an extra knight. White makes room for the bishop on f1. After rook e8, we kind of reached one of the critical positions. Yeah, here h3 is considered the main line because after and here after f5, taking on e1 is really good because queen e1. We have this beautiful move which is knight f6, and now we are threatening both knight c2 and bishop f5, and white needs to concede, and we have, I would say, even more than equality. We could even just take with the pawn as well, because maybe taking with the bishop can get us into trouble as well. So here white plays bishop e3, and the problem with this is that we have knight f6 and we have room for the bishop on g4 because we are threatening the pawn on f6. Yeah. Usually we wouldn't love to play knight f6 because h3 would be very annoying. That's why bishop d2 is another of the main lines here. So after bishop e3, knight f6, knight f2, knight h5. It's a really creative way to play for Bugar, and he tries to get some pressure on f4 to prevent a comfortable play for white with bishop h4. Yeah? And after queen d2, now bishop g4. Now we threaten this knight. Ideally, white wouldn't love to allow bishop f3 because after gf3, bishop h6, we create a lot of pressure on f4, and this double pawns doesn't coordinate very well with trying to push in the center. So we would be very happy with black. So after bishop e2, bishop h6. Like, this is very resourceful. That's what I love about Bugar's play, that it's never conventional, it's always situational. He just feels like it just knows the basics and just tries to create and be logical and make sense of his decisions, which is basically more or less what I did playing the Benoni, because I didn't know that not even 1% of the theory I'm showing you in this course. So again, I highly encourage that you get some practice with it and some games with some friends or in online, because it's a position that you need to understand as much as the King's Indian. I would say that, okay, you can know a lot of theory, but if you don't get the feel, it will be very hard for you. So now after bishop e3, knight f6, the position is weird for white because h3 is kind of forced, because otherwise we lose the pawn. Well, white loses the pawn, and take, and now knight d7. And after all this creative movement, white has the bishop here. Ideally, white would love to have it here on g3 to try to push e5. And now it's not easy to play bishop f2. And after knight d7, we have the usual control on d6, on e5. Later on, we want to play rook b8 and try to go for b5. So white goes already to a5, rook b8, and white plays bishop e2. And here it's funny because it's somewhat of a double-edged position, because black wants to play b5, but a6 is kind of weak, so black prefers to wait a bit. And now knight f6 is already an extra option, and white needs to go back with bishop f3. So here it was uncomfortable for white. That's why I wanted to show this game, because first, it's a 27+ game in a very important tournament. It's an affiliate GP. It's not some random rapid or something like that. And also how it's difficult to find moves or to consider moves, because here the best move is king h1, which is somewhat of a generic move. Whenever you play f4, you want to play king h1. It's somewhat like when you castle long, you want to play king b1. So when you free this pawn, like, okay, the king stays away from any checks on the weak dark squares, yeah? And now after b6, I think it's important to play b6. This is also a concept I wanted to show you here, because if you play b5, okay, b5 is nice when this knight is here, for instance. But if you play it now, white can refrain from taking, let's say play, I don't know, if knight d1, or yeah, maybe knight d1 or knight d2. And this knight is kind of isolated because I can never play c4, and I can never move this knight for now. And white will be a bit more free to pressure here on the king side. This was an extra option that, okay, it's quite unusual, but okay. It's funny to justify that b6 is a bit smarter. After knight b6, that's why also Jakobenko might be looking for bishop e2 first, because now knight c4 is a huge threat, and after bishop e2, f5, a really thematic answer. And now d5 is a bit loose, and we kind of break the center from white. No, if we take, we take. This pawn might be a bit weak, but this is much weaker. Our knight is very strong here. We have many jumps, we have pressure, maybe the bishop will go here. And white doesn't really have that much of a threat here. And again, remember that our dark square bishop is super strong, and we don't care that much that we are lacking pawns. It's not so easy for white to move pieces into our king. So this is a very quick but very interesting example of how the Benoni can be played at any level, and how also Bugger, especially Bugger, played every move with some kind of reasoning behind, and some kind of okay, I want to prevent your idea. Yeah, I don't want to allow you to play bishop f2 with bishop h4 easy. Yeah. So yeah, if you want to have a take of this model game, please focus on looking forward to what's your opponent plan, and try to make him at least have second thoughts, at least have, okay, maybe it's not that easy, or maybe, I don't know, or some committal decisions, because here playing king h1 is not an obvious decision. It feels like white is getting late, you know? And actually after here and f5, okay, it's still very unclear what is going on, yeah? Again, this is objectively the best way to play for white, but I wouldn't be able to say why. No, maybe after taking, you need to play bishop f1, and it turns out that 5-6 moves later, it will be apparent that black is missing some counterplay, but still is a playable game. That's what I want to say. So yeah, this is a quick model game, but basically was to show my point about top grandmaster playing this, even with the move order from the Nimzo Indian. So you can use it to fake, I don't know. It's an interesting approach. And yeah, and how the difficulties and the practical aspect of the Benoni make some white be safer here and repeat here. So yeah, I hope after this you may appreciate also short draws. Not short draws, but not too ambitious gameplay, like can be also very interesting and very justified. And yeah, and Bugger was also very much respected in the top players. So yeah, hope you enjoyed this different and quicker version of a model game. And yeah, and see you in the next model game. Hello and welcome to this model game about the Benoni. And here we are with Donchenko with white, and Alexander Injik with black. And here we enter in a version of a Benoni that we almost really know. We play d6 first to prevent this kind of theme. And then after d6, knight c3, take, g6, bishop f4. And here again, I want to emphasize we are not playing this move order. I just wanted to give some examples of the positions that are pretty much similar to what we do, but they are specifically without h6. So you get context, and if you want to invest time in playing without a6, a4, you can as well. And then you will need to check again this queen a4 check, which is kind of critical. It's technically fine for black, but I think it's quite an unnecessary risk. And, well, not risk, but work. I'd say it's out of work. So if you want to pay for it, then go for it. So e3, 98, 97, 95, which is already a plan we know very well. It has a clear advantage here, as we did not commit to a6, so our pawn structure is much better, but now white can answer with knight b5. So here, knight d2. I already played this a couple times, and if usually the pattern I felt is that if the opponent doesn't play the Benoni, he would usually go for knight d2, because it feels much safer, and it feels like white has an easy plan as well. So yeah, so f5, very important to get some presence in the center and prevent the getting crushed. And now bishop g3. Now we will play bishop d7. Here we have many interesting plans that could be observed. And one funny one is just directly playing b6. Because since we did not commit to a6, a4, now we could go for rook b8, knight c7, and try to play a6, b5. Yeah, it's not that typical, but here it works decently well, and white doesn't have time to play f4, e4, and create a havoc, because our knight on f7 is very healthy. And the knight on c7 also covers a lot of squares, covers d6, which is kind of key. And actually it works pretty well, and we don't need to move the bishop yet. So this is a positive aspect of this setup. And after bishop d7, a4, now b6 was still an option, but Injik tried to play knight c7, rook b8 the same way, the same old way. So again, you can get creative, you can get interesting ideas pretty much everywhere and very soon in the Benoni. And shifting the move orders is also beneficial, as you see. Because if you know they will go for this setup all the time, then it's much interesting not including a6, a4. So queen b3, rook b8. Here, yeah, queen b3 is kind of typical. We already saw a game where queen b3 was played, but it's not precisely that good. But okay, again, another 2650 plus that plays it. So it's funny that it makes sense at some point. Some people want to play rook e1 or try to connect the rooks. It's kind of, and it feels like the queen is doing something here. And here, rook fe1 is much more natural. And usually when we try to play g5, that you will see the move in another model game. Now white wants to react with f4, and here after, I don't know, knight g6 for instance, just king h2 and then just bring the rooks back. And usually white is a bit better as the c4 square is really nice. We don't have an easy push here, and white doesn't really need to do that much, I feel. But okay, it's still very complicated, but I don't know, because white would need to wait, let's say, cannot do too much too quick. And white needs to know, yeah? So again, very much every move is kind of interesting for black, I would say. And queen e7. And here, rook a2 is very odd, for sure. Like, it's preparing when we will open the files, but okay, we have two plans. We have two ways. And if white overcommits to the queen side, it's ridiculous, you know? I feel. And here, remember, whenever we play g5, the answer is f4. And the game with Vallejo, Gashimov, the important thing is that whenever we played g5, white wasn't able to play f4 because we had, I think, the queen on e7, pressure on e3. It wasn't that easy for white. And here white committed to knight c4. So after taking, here g5 was already a decent move, yeah, because f4 is not the answer, and then f4 now and closing this bishop is such a huge threat. Here instead the a6 is good enough, like threading b5 is also really nice, and now black also has another problem here, which is that after a5, bishop b5 is excellent. And black gets to exchange the light squared bishop for free, and then therefore have plenty of space for my pieces. The d6 pawn is not an annoyance. I will be able to play b5 without caring much about the a6 because it's well defended by the knight. I mean, too many good things. And why did white take with the queen? Because if you take with the bishop here, g5 is even stronger, yeah? There is no way to prevent f4. Well, maybe knight e2, but again, now a6, b5, and what are those pieces doing here? So again, it's a matter of why would you play knight c4 then? Then, okay, what is the move? Like, it's not easy. It's the main point. In rook a2, I don't know what I cannot explain it. I'm usually good at it, but I don't know. It was a hidden idea. So a6, queen b3, b6. White. This is somewhat smart from Injik, because the idea is, okay, I want to play b5, but not now. Because if I play now, you will be ready to play rook a7. I always will have b5, and there is an interesting plan which is playing rook b7 first. We covered 7th rank, and then we play b5. I mean, we are not in a hurry. We already control the center, and white doesn't have any active plans. White only has passive pieces that cover squares, and that's it. Yeah. And after queen c2, Injik brilliantly goes for g5. Now that everything is done on the queen side, now we have b5 whenever we need it. Now it's perfect, yeah. And Injik decides to go for a plan that it's a bit more aggressive, but actually works pretty well. Bishop e5, we see some kind of similarity with Gashimov game. King h1, and now just king h8, like get away with the king, go with the queen, and then pass the rooks. And actually, Donchenko wasn't really inspired this game. He's also a very good dynamic player. We have a model game with him in the Benoni, and he kind of outplayed himself, yeah, like thinking too creatively. And after queen d2, which is not that precise, maybe bring the rook first, rook f6, and already white is into severe trouble. I think there was still some hope for white, but again, those bishops are so passive, and we are coming with everything. Yeah, we want to take on h3, and I'd say it's a bit not unlucky, but yeah, it feels like white deserves a bit more. But after bishop h3, white is completely losing because of taking. White cannot prevent f3, and if white tries to play bishop g2, queen h4, and you cannot defend. There's no way this knight in 2 moves defends the bishop on h2. The queen neither has this option, and basically rook h6 makes it lose. So white tried bishop g4 to deviate the queen, but this is just hopeless because we are 2 pawns up, and the position is still very weak for white. And again, remember how this bishop is quite insane and holds everything together like glue. And after not rook h6, because now maybe knight g5 might be annoying at some point, so it's a bit better to play rook g6. And after rook f2, rook bg8, b3, bishop d4, white resigned. And this was a qualifier for the World Cup, for the in Europe. And Ingi still decided to play it Benoni, still knowing that his opponent would know, and got an excellent game and very easy position. And you see how white tried to play passive, tried to play his game, didn't want to commit here to go to knight takes d5. But then some moves later, bishop g3, maybe bishop h2 is a bit better. And then here, with allowing b6 is a really nice idea, I feel. And this rook b8 and that's it. And then I really love how Ingi played. Like, he plays very dynamically positions, but has the patience to understand them. Yeah, like he achieves this b6 idea later on, like this when he has, because now he has always b5, and then goes for the king side because he has everything. Doesn't need to open and get risky position for no reason. So again, this is also a very important topic I want you to remember, thanks to this game, is that okay, you're playing the Benoni, but you don't need to commit all the time all in. Yeah, you want to play dynamically, you want to play in favor of your pieces, but okay, take the counterplay of your opponent seriously. Here, obviously, white didn't do something right, and basically you punish him by shifting the tension, and now taking chance of this g5, and now f4 is not allowed. Yeah. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this game. It's not technically in the course the fact of playing without including a6, a4. But again, I feel so many players will play bishop f4 and be calm and be happy with it, and play with e3. I include myself one of those. So if let's assume that many people do, because queen a4 is super critical, and white needs to know, and black as well. So maybe some effort there could be interesting, and the positions are a bit different and can create some problems to some of your opponents. So again, feel free. There is some flexibility in the Benoni, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed this model game, and see you in another one. Hello and welcome to this model game. Here we will cover one of the lines I give in one of the alternatives to the Benoni, which is the late Benoni. Yeah, and to give a brief review of it, the idea of the late Benoni is to prevent us from entering the main lines with f4 and bishop b5 check, which are the critical ones, but we have to pay something in exchange. White will be able to take with the e-pawn, and this creates a problem for us because we are used to have some kind of imbalance that would allow us to push on the queen side or to create counterplay. But with white taking with the e-pawn, it would mean that it's much harder to create any counterplay, and we are more in need to exchange a couple pieces quickly, because otherwise this bishop can get stuck here and we have some troubles with the space. So considering all that, we jump into it. d6, castle, knight f3, e6, and here white takes with the e-pawn. Yeah, if white would to take with the c-pawn, b5 would be our answer, as we saw in the course. And here after ed, rook e8, bishop b3, we enter this variation, which is rook takes e3. This was played some years ago in the European Championship by Ferenc Berekes, one of the top seeded players from Hungary, I think. And white gives up the exchange, black gives up exchange to have a lot of dark squares. Yeah? And white needs to play somewhat accurately. Here the first mistake I've seen many people do is to play e4, but now after 97, 95, it's terrible for white because these two pieces are completely negated. And also, black is kind of in time to play knight h5 and to get into the dark squares. And suddenly your rooks are not playing at all, and black has all the control of the dark squares, and you can lose very easily, I would say, after that. So white gives up the pawn, and we don't want to take it because we will lose so many tempos, and we are still lacking development. We play rook e3 to have space for our pieces as well. Knight b7, knight d2, knight h5. And here it's important to play g4, one of the sometimes, and to play some critical, but queen d2 maybe it's not the most precise line. And here we have an example of how it can get wrong very quickly. Knight e2, and white needs to take some kind of, let's say, important decisions at the beginning and commit to g4 and commit to calculate, let's say, all the way. But after knight e2, bishop h6, knight f4, and now knight g3, we get this e4 square. Like suddenly we got also the light squares. Huh? After rook fe1, knight f6, this is already great for black because we have this sweet square, the bishop will get out, the rook will come, and we have a blockade, and white doesn't really have a way to activate the rooks. Yeah. Before is very hard to achieve, a4 or a3 before, we can just simply play b6, and also, since we have all the pieces surrounding the king side, if white gets too creative with the queen side, we may have an attack with g5 or something like that. So white play king h2, knight d4, queen c2, and here, again, white should be fine, in theory. Like, white is an exchange down, but okay, nothing is happening. We only have control. But one of the hardest things that chess players learn to do as they get better is to wait and to know when it's the moment to do something. And here white wants to immediately exchange pieces and try to simplify to a most practical position, I would say, and played knight e6. Here just rook e2 would be more than fine, doubling the rooks, and then, I don't know, then looking for b3, a3, b4, or maybe try to a low pace plan with trying to exchange this bishop, which is kind of hard, but if you manage, it pays off for sure. So yeah, after knight e6, the point is white gives up a pawn just to exchange a couple of pieces, and now tries to exchange another one. But here we still have an excellent blockade. White has an isolated pawn. Also, the dark squares are much weaker now. And actually, black now is having a position to be able to win. And here rook a-don was a must. And again, just keep improving your pieces, keep defending all the holds. But white keep trying to just do one movers, I would say. That's the word. One movers, I mean, like, it's a move that you can only explain because because he plays like, or she plays like this, and now after queen a4, I'm threatening this, and I prevent the rook. But okay, you need to develop the rest of the pieces. And now black, okay, I cannot move the rook, then I move the bishop. Yeah, rook e2, and here the king is very weak. The queen is far away, so okay, might as well attack. And this h5, I really like h5 first, because here g5 is also possible, but h5 is less, let's say, committal. And okay, you obviously will play g5 later, but might as well, just in case, just start with h5. And then now play g5. Like, it's a small thing, but you don't need to... See, if you can start with a less committal move, it's much better, I would say. Because you want to play g4 with this pawn defended. Queen c6, rook e8, queen d5, like white kind of gets a bit of counterplay, but now queen d7, and again, this knight exerts some kind of domination. Knight e7 is tricky because knight d2 is tricky because bishop e5 is coming, and then knight g3 would be good, and g4 or even rook e5 is possible. Like, too many ways to get use of the hold in the white's position. So the knight cannot really move very well. So white play king g1 to get ahead of bishop e5, and after g4 here white blundered and basically lost the game. But here knight g5 was funnily drawing, and I'm pretty sure white didn't want to, I don't know, just weaken the king side with something like this. But this position, actually, I feel it favors white, because finally the rooks are coming in. And something like rook e5 that looks like white is losing, just queen a8, and it's just a draw. Yeah, and because rook e8, queen d5. And it also happens that with this sacrifice, you won the psychological battle, because whenever your opponent feels like, Okay, but this is a draw, but diamond exchange up should win, no? Should be something more. And here, actually, white was walking in thin ice, and after hg4, here hg4 was winning because it has a funny difference here, because after knight g5, knight f6, which is kind of a weird theme, but here after queen f5, the knight is trapped. That's it. And there is no queen f4 because this pawn is pinned. Yeah? And with the pawns on h5 and h3, now h4 would be possible. Yeah. So it's a funny idea that black had, but black take with the queen. Again, another problem is black did not commit to any dangerous move, let's say. Black played just very normal. Then the expansion of the king side when it has domination and the rooks are kind of passive, let's say. And now wants to bring the rook. Nothing too fancy, yeah? Now, queen e6. White had better defenses, but played queen c8. Again, looking a bit of short term because it feels like there's a pin. But okay, but black is coming with h4. It's my only push, yeah? And now after rook d5, black played king g6. I mean, okay, king h6 was a bit better, but we are not going to enter into that. It's a bit dark. And here the point is if queen f7, there was rook f6 and taking on f3, for instance, and white loses a piece. So again, it's very simple tactics, very one movers. Again, I don't know, Taibo, I don't know, is it Thibaut had a very bad streak. I don't know, because he was 2600 and then dropped. I don't know if this was dropping or going up, but he was very strong. I don't know. It's difficult at these ratings to keep up with the level, and I feel this game clearly shows that it wasn't the best day. Of course, we had all those days. Even Magnus might drop a piece. And here, rook f2, like white already commits to sacrificing material because otherwise we are coming in with h3, we're coming with knight g3, we're coming in with knight f6. Like too many moves are dangerous or even rook f6 is also possible if white moves the queen away. So rook f2, like white is kind of happy to just give exchange, but suddenly now rook g5 would be possible. So you need to be careful. And now knight f6. And here I feel white was hoping to have, I don't know, to have this pin, but after rook e4 there is no pin. And basically white is a pawn down and a completely horrible pawn structure, and the bishop is so much stronger. And basically we have a passed pawn here already. So here there was a funny idea that the engine says, so for you to know that how white would make a draw. And here knight h2, and now rook g5, just give the rook. And now queen f7, I'm threatening rook f4, knight f3 ideas. And here the best line, I don't know, I just wanted to show it. Bishop h8, knight h3 check, knight h6, take, basically I'm threatening mate here with queen g6. So queen e4, important move, because if queen g4 there is knight f5 and we take the rook. And now knight a5, king g5, no big deal, everything defended. Queen f8, very tricky because now this is hard to defend. And now queen b1 check, very important, if king h2, knight g4, and if here we take the queen, and now we play rook e8, intermediate move. So we defend, all the pieces are defended, and we will take the piece. And now we have 3 pieces against the queen, which usually means that in practice we should win. Yeah, like white needs to be impressively precise with the queen to avoid our coordination. Let's say in a couple moves we can just take on e3, put the bishop on d4, and already have mate pretty soon. So yeah, okay, this was a way to show how how difficult was this position for white. And after queen c8, okay, the endgame is just lost. Yeah, the bishop again, another example that the Benoni bishop sometimes alone defends everything, like bishop d4. And just having the bishop, like I will prevent the perpetual and I will gain the exchange and white would be losing. So this was a great example, I think, from a grandmaster that didn't expect to sacrifice and actually didn't know how to answer it properly because it was very bad. It tried to play passive, tried to defend everything, but suddenly... And then try to play it by general rules, like trying to exchange pieces, giving up a pawn even to exchange more pieces. But okay, it doesn't work like that. It's not that easy. And black played a really solid game, a really nice. Solid in the sense of good. And yeah, I feel this line is much more dangerous than it's praised of. And since Rapport played recently, as we said, it's actually got some popularity back. And yeah, it is a good example if you want to try it, that it can pay off to delay the e6 Benoni, prevent f4, and then get to these practical positions. So yeah, hope you enjoyed this model game and see you in another one. Hello and welcome to this model game, the Benoni, and here we'll talk about one of the lines I did not cover, but I feel it's interesting to show a game. That it's not that bad. It's very interesting. You can get played, and actually, I don't know. I might consider adding later on, maybe in the future of the course, because I feel it's very delicate, it's very tricky, and I feel the main line is more precise, but here in the Taimanov variation with the f4, and here we have this queen h4 check. Okay? I want to give this small game of what can happen if white doesn't play well. Like, because some of you, I know it will be hard to play all these main lines, is knight a6, knight c7, and queen h4, okay. We can get some general rules here and try to make sense of it, but I don't know. In general, I feel it's a bit more trickier. And here, king f1 is also very interesting. But yeah, g3, queen d8, knight f3, castle, castle, rook e8. Here, the main idea for white, should be to play king g2, because in general, we cover these weak light squares. And basically, if knight f6 now, just rook e1, and then h3, and we have this similar position, but with two tempi down, with similar to everything, like we just take, and white actually wants to play g4, and the king is much better placed. It's pretty similar. You could argue that, okay, it should be fine for black as well, but I don't know. It's a bit worse with the two tempo invested. And now knight a6, I feel it's a bit more precise, and now f5 makes sense. And we will see very soon in the game why, because here black wants to play knight e5, and when the knight is already in e6, the other knight won't be able to come to e5 swiftly. Yeah, now it's committed to here. So including king g2 was key. Here, for instance, the best try for black is to play c4, which is a theme we already seen many times, because this knight will make sense here on c5. And now after knight g5, knight f6, take, take. And white actually lost this game after bishop d3, but here rook f4 looks incredibly tricky, because queen f3, bishop e3, tripling the rooks. The engine kind of holds it together, but I don't know, just looks too easy for white, I'd say. And maybe it's playable, because this knight might run around here, but we need to prevent bishop b5, so maybe a6, a4, and then just reroute the knight. I don't know, can be that white holds, but still, that black holds, but still is very risky. And okay, I wanted to give you some hints that it's interesting, you can get to play it, and yeah, maybe you can try it, and you can tell me about it if you think it's playable or not. So f5 was played. It's not that bad, but it's a bit imprecise, I would say. After queen f3, queen e7, and here white is still decent. Here fg6 was a must, though. White is still ahead. We are talking about precision here. And fg6 was very much important, because now bishop g5 is a theme that you can play directly, because there is queen f7. So after queen g7, and here the difficult part is that white is under a time limit. What do we talk about here? White needs to create, do something concrete, because otherwise black is coming, and black is getting all the squares in the center, and white is left with these two pieces that are kind of terrible and passive. Yeah. So knight b5 is an amazing idea, because now bishop h6 is a threat. Well, it was a threat already, but we kind of not allow these pieces to move, and the queen needs to, let's say, defend the mate. Let's say we play a6. It's easier to explain it this way. Now bishop h6, the queen cannot take, because queen f7 will take the rook. So queen e7, but now knight c7. And funny enough, if you take, queen f8 is a mate. Yeah. So again, this is a price we pay to do check and go back. We lose two tempos, and basically our king is much more in danger. But here knight d7 works. It's a very nice trick. It's kind of similar to the game, but the idea is, if you can develop, try to look for it. But because here after knight c7, bishop d4, king h1, knight d5, And basically, we threaten the queen and the knight, and after knight e8, take, knight g5, knight e8, bishop h3, and we will get back an exchange, and black is more or less happy in this game. Black can hold. Yes, it's very tricky as well. And there are worse lines than this also. And here, for instance, white played h4, that it's pretty obvious that it's a mistake, as white could have played taking a g6 and bishop g5 in one go. So spending a time on h4 when you are on a timer after knight d7, all this stuff, it's dangerous. So knight d6. Here hg6 might be a bit better, I'd say. Why not? To have the e6 covered and then the bishop goes back, knight e5. I don't know. Maybe it's a bit safer, but okay, fg6, bishop g5, knight g7. And here bishop h6 was the option of a draw. That's also why this line was a bit better for black, because there is an option to just go for the win. But here bishop h6, again, since we played the Benoni, white doesn't realize that white is in danger. And basically still goes for the win, still goes for the normal play. But here bishop h6 was a must, and just agree with the draw, because black already succeeded. After king g2, rook f8, queen e3, and here, again, it's very nice how the development works swiftly in the Benoni. Here, you want to take out the knight, yeah? So you play knight f6. And funnily enough, if bishop h6, knight g4 just wins. It's a double threat, and then we will be able to take the queen. And basically, we will be left with an excellent bishop. And actually, it's a bit more troublesome because white might get the bishop stuck here under our terms. Because let's say rook f8, no? Take, and then we take the queen. And here, we don't even need to take the bishop. We can just move this, and this bishop is kind of stuck here. Yeah? Let's say h6. Let's say b6, and where is this bishop going? Yeah, for instance, I don't know. I might be wrong, but it feels a bit shaky. Yeah. So basically, what's the idea then? After bishop e2, preventing knight g4, white missed queen d7, which is such a huge move. And now white is basically lost. Now queen h3 is huge. Bishop d4 is coming, and also if the rook goes away, then bishop d4 and knight g4 and rook f2 is not. Okay, we cannot allow that with white. Now white tried g4, but this is completely lost. Rook f2, king g8. Again, this looks tricky because it feels like the king is weak, but let's say after rook f1 we're threatening mate, but after queen g7 black is just fine. Yeah, like it's very precise. And again, pay attention to these two pieces that don't collaborate much. So again, this line is, well, it's very double-edged basically, and white can get worse position. White tried bishop b5, but here I don't know, the position is just bad. Again, bishop d7, just developing. And now black calculated very well, and knight f2 just wins. And bishop h3, and that is bishop d4 later. So basically we kind of get everything working. And here black won the queen, and then it was just a matter of technique. I really love b5, yeah, again, opening more files, opening the queen side, and yeah, and the game ended pretty soon, yeah. It was an unlucky game, let's say, for white. At some point it was a harsh reality. But the young player with black, that he's only 13, showed how this line is very tricky and is very interesting. And okay, I was 12, 11 when I started playing the Benoni, and it gave me a lot of good results because, again, if we pay attention to the game, I want to look at with a different lens. We will just pay attention to that, yeah? Okay, here, we don't want to play knight f6 yet. We want to play rook e8 first. And then it's much more useful to have all the plans open. f5, we need to play knight e5. Here, we need to play queen e7. Here, we need to develop. We developed. Here, we need to take. Maybe g6 was a bit better, but okay, let's say we don't. This is fine, yeah? And now we need to move the queen. And now we need to develop, so we need to play rook f8. And now we want to develop, we check it, and we actually can. And now we just play queen d7, and we just win. What I want to say is that black played all the moves that black wanted to play at first sight. So basically, this would be my main take in this game, if I had to speak on behalf of white, is it's more worrisome when your opponent didn't even commit to a difficult move. Like all the moves were logical, natural, and it worked fluently. So these positions are difficult to understand. Sometimes those f5 are good, as we've seen in many lines. But again, that's the beauty of the Benoni. It's not that obvious. There is an obvious way to kill every line, and we have small details that are very difficult for everyone to track. And again, I want to make emphasis that the Benoni, sometimes the problem is that you check everything, but the last 5 minutes you check the Benoni because not so many people play it. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed this game because this was very flashy and very nice. And yeah, and see you in another mobile game. Hello and welcome to this mobile game, and this is one of my favorite games in the Benoni, and it's very special for me for different reasons. It was played 2004, so oh my god, almost 20 years ago. Yeah, okay, yeah, I guess that happens. And it was the most important game in the Under-12 Catalonian Championship. Until that point, I never won the championship yet from Catalonia, so it was a huge deal for me, yeah. And I was playing against the higher seeded player, and he was the champion like 2 years before when we were the oldest in the category. Yeah? So I started and I played the Benoni. Yeah? And after e6, knight c3, take, we played the f4 variation, bishop g7, and he plays bishop d3, which is a bit more passive, but after castle, knight g2 is a variation I don't cover really in the course because it doesn't make much sense because white is pushing for e5 and at the same time is not pushing for e5, so it's not committing to anything. And white is very frail now to these h5, h4 plans if the knight goes to g3 and also has the g4 square as a whole, and then and e5 is not that easy to commit. Again, this is just a bad move. And after a6, white castled, like white allowed me to play b5. I don't know for which reason, but yeah, this is also an example of, yeah, a4 should be a must here. But white decided to castle. Maybe it was some kind of afraid of some c4 and then queen b6. I don't know, not sure. After b5, I get the position. White plays knight g3, and I play c4. And maybe it's not needed c4, but here after bishop c2, knight g4 felt very tricky, very interesting because I'm threatening queen b6 check and then knight f2. Yeah. And here the problem for white is how to defend this. It's not that easy. If king h1, queen h4 is coming as well. Maybe king h1 might be the best. Or the trick that I had in the game, which is after queen f3, that was the game. And here bishop d4 check. Yeah. And now there is no way to close the position. And here I'm pretty sure white was happy that, okay, if queen h4, I can play h3 and I'm kind of safe. It looks scary, but nothing's happening. But here I had a trick that basically forced my opponent to resign. You spot it. It's knight h2. Yeah. And after knight h2, white is completely busted because there is no way to take because this is mate. And in case of, I don't know, some other move, just queen h4 just wins, and then I will just take out the knight, or I could even take the rook, but this is much better, I feel, because if I take the rook, knight f1 would be possible, and knight h2 would be a move later on. Yeah. So yeah, this was surprising. It was a very quick win, and actually that year changed everything for me in chess. At that point, it was under 12. I'm from 92. Yeah, very good. We were very lucky, I feel, in considering that we did not have good engines when we start. So basically, we need to rely on understanding. And when we got stronger, we were 15, we were 16. Engines started to be decent, let's say. So we were able to use them, but we already had the base without engines. So it's like a perfect combination, yeah. And here, this game, basically, I wasn't unrated. I was 11 to 12, but unrated. I had no FIDE rating. And at that year, I win this championship. Then I won the national championship under 12 with 8 out of 8, being the 20 seed. And then in the world championship, I played against Wesley So. I played against Dingliren. There was Caruana as well. I ended 4th or 5th in the tiebreaks on the World Championship. So that year changed everything. And I would say this game was kind of a point of, I don't know how to, in Spanish it's inflection point. I don't know if in English it works as well. I don't know. The idea is that after this game, I won everything. I just got skyrocketed my rating because with this opening, I got to win so many games with the Night Elf as well, which I played when I was young. And basically, I don't know, I just have a lot of praise to this game. And actually, my opponent, I thanked him if he's watching this video because he remembered exactly how it was because I didn't remember exactly. I just remember the feeling, yeah, and the importance of the game. So yeah, it's the Benoni is also ingrained with me, with my spirit and my progress in chess. So yeah, I love it a lot, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed this small game, and yeah, and see you in another small game, and see you on the files, or see you in the board.